We are here with our second set of games, for, of course, for the first round. It's Evil Geniuses versus TNC Pro Team. Thank you so much for joining us here today. A best-of-3 series that will determine who moves on to the upper group or the lower group. Again, the Swiss format making this very interesting. But above all else, we're just really excited to watch good pro Dota here. Of course, EG versus TNC should be a great matchup. My name is Mott. Along with me today is Trent Pax. And Trent, how are you feeling after that great first series we just watched?
Pretty excited. Nice to see SG Esports take a win, force us to game 3. Of course, we want two games. See if they can close it out rather quick. But TNC, of course, the SEA region here to represent. Unfortunately, despite all of our recent SEA casting between the two of us, not too much of TNC. They haven't been involved in too many tournaments other than the Summit, really. Which where they got knocked out pretty early. So.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, the teams they got knocked out by, Happy Feet, very strong. I don't want to call them up and coming, but a pretty solid team in their own right. And then Warriors Gaming Unity, of course, another extraordinarily strong team in the SEA region. So a couple of losses for TNC. And they will end up picking up the CM, which is a hero they like to go for themselves. The Nyx Assassin. Was wondering when we're going to get to see this hero, Trent, as Nyx has been a pretty hot commodity as of recently in terms of like off lanes or maybe even picking him in that support role. You know, we talked about off laners. Nyx Assassin is definitely one of them, I think.
Yep, very strong hero. He especially is nice at countering out heroes, even just from being picked. Like, it's one thing to counter them.
10 seconds remaining.
But he's a reliable enough hero that you can pick him early on in the draft. He has that little bit of flexibility where he can go position, but more often than not, he'll probably just be in our off-lane role here. But you know, you don't really want to pick Invoker for Sumail, perhaps, because of this, and those kind of things can cause him some trouble. The Ember Spirit's another big one, especially with the Lifestealer. Could be a good vessel. He's someone who can abuse living armor quite a bit, and you might hesitate a little bit to pick him into the CM route and the Carapace of Nyx.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of good targeted bans against EG, known for their Warlock. The Io, of course, first rival ban, not surprising there. Interesting to note, actually, never mind. Ogre's picked up for TNC, so now we're looking at Nyx Assassin definitely going to the offlane trend. Ogre, CM working together in that support position. At least they should be. So we'll see a Bloodlust coming out and whatever hero they want that works well with Bloodlust.
Yeah, crazy to see Ogre again. I mean, this guy...
It's been a while, man.
Not getting the love. He slayed it in the Kiev majors. He had one of the highest win rates, especially compared to pick rate. No one was even close to this guy. Across all the different regions, he definitely came out on top, even mostly because of these bans on, well, Monkey King and Earth Spirit. And speak the devils there, Monkey King just not even going to be mentioned in this draft with that Ogre pick.
Yeah, that's crazy to think after that first series, where it was picked all 3 games and played pretty well in every single game, especially from Jerax. But man, TNC will forego it. They'll say we'll pick up a Slark for ourselves, and then we already have our support, so we don't need to worry about a Monkey King.
We're flying to this draft, dude.
Yeah, we are. We've
Look
seen
at the reserve time
drafts recently. Yeah, this has happened so often for us. I don't know why, but every time Trent and I get to cast a game, it's just like, all right, we'll have 2 minutes of reserve time left going into the last pick, and then we can really use it, draw it out, and then. But some very quick drafts. So yeah, we're going to see, obviously I think EG here, Trent, are the favorites over TNC, but they've not maybe had the best results at DAC. They're looking to get back on that winning track, get through to that upper bracket potentially, and we'll see what happens here. And avoid elimination early on in this tournament, I should say.
Yeah, in terms of the main event, I think their losses were to, like, they lost to Newbie, and in like the group stage, they got 2-0'd by IG, so a lot of their losses were against like some of the stronger teams that were even at the event, so of course, EG is still very well respected. I think having this much reserve time is great for them at this point because obviously with Sumail being left in the picks here and having to pick that before the counter can come out from TNC, they want as much time as possible to nail this one on down here with Arteezy. Often getting this Lifestealer, often getting ditched quite a bit in the safe lane. They definitely tend to put more of that pressure on keeping Sumail safe and making sure that his early game goes well. So Lifestealer probably just going to be sent away to get his Midas. EG, one of the first teams to really start abusing the Midas, even before these newer changes to the item. They were stacking so many on the squad, so we'll see if Arteezy can at least get the space to get that going before the armlet. If he's too heavily pressured, he might be forced into an earlier armlet to do these rotations with either our offlaner or our core here for Sumail.
Yeah, well, that's going to be the thing, too. We're looking for a Universe hero. Axe has been banned. I know something that he's been playing pretty recently up until DAC.
Very good against Slark, too.
Those 2 big cores. Obviously, we don't have to really state how big of an impact Sumail and Universe have on this EG squad, and their heroes are going to be absolutely crucial to the draft. Invoker's been something that they've been picking up a lot from mid lane if they want to go for that. Again, it's, I think, good with the Shadow Shaman. Open Wound's not bad as well. Easily able to bring down some of these heroes. Although there's an Nyx in the game. They'll go for the Troll, though, to pick it up, and that's going to start things off in potentially the mid lane.
Okay.
Wow.
Might be able to get themselves a decent chain stun via bashes onto the Slark, perhaps. Not a hero that suffers too much from the Nyx Assassin, which is something that a lot of mid heroes have trouble with. Very solid ban, of course, on the Magnus. You almost think the EG must have had something else in mind than a Magnus, because that's definitely the first ban you think of with Troll Warlord these days, with another core available in the Lifestealer to help out.
Yeah.
Their push is very strong with the Lifestealer and the Troll Warlord, both very good building hitters. They have the backup of the Treant Protector. They have the Shadow Shaman Serpent Wards here. So really the last thing they're missing would be like another layer of teamfight control that could come out here from Universe. I don't know if we'll get another. Yeah, like Enigma would be a perfect kind of hero, especially against Slark.
Yeah. I mean, he has played it in the past, and I imagine he could go for
his
that if he
Puck
wants to.
too.
Yeah, Puck has been another hero that he's played recently as well. What else is there? Legion, of course, banned in first overall. We talked about how popular Legion is now. Going back to some of the other tournaments like DPL, it's been picked a ton. I mean, almost
Still
every game.
Darkseer, but they got
that is true. Yeah,
and the CM.
But it does fit a universe. It is his hero pretty much. So if they want to go for it, Clockwork, I'm not sure. Is that the hero? I mean, again, we know Universe's Clockwork is pretty dominant, but I'm
There's
not sure
a lot of
hero
good
here.
options here. If it wasn't for the Slark, I'd say a Bat Rider too. But that gives you some, hesitation of picking it. But it will be his Faceless Void. Despite not having the absolute best damage to go in, we will be blessed with the Universe Chronos once again, ladies and
You
gentlemen.
have the Battle Trance. Yeah, this is getting flashbacks.
It's been a while.
It has been. It's been a little bit. Faceless Void has been kind of on the shelf for a lot of the teams. So far, in 3 of the 4 games we've cast today, Trent, Faceless Void has been in them. So he's making a comeback, man. I don't know if it's just an early group stage thing, because we know how the meta can change between group stages and up into the playoffs. So that's something to keep in mind. But for right now, he seems like he's back, at least from these 3 games.
Maybe it's some scrim results coming out. A lot of teams picking him, but it's been 5 months since he's played this Faceless Void. So very excited to watch this again.
HFN, he had that one sick Chronosphere. Yeah.
Damn.
It's going to be a good one, man. Again, Battle Trance. Again, not much, like you mentioned, outside of it. Shadow Shaman, though, with Serpent Wards, a lot of nuke damage as well with his Ether Shock is something to consider, but it's Battle Trance, I think, that they really wanted to use. And then Troll Warlord, of course, going ranged axes is certainly going to help, too.
There are some concerns, I would say. Like, the Infest Bomb carriers are not super ideal here from Evil Geniuses. They're going to have to rely on, like, the Invis. It'll be like kind of like this Ricky or Bounty Hunter where you use it. Maybe they can try the Treant Protector with the guys, but the Time Walk's not the best range. They don't have this natural blinker. I mean, you'll buy a blink on Troll, and you'll probably buy a blink on Void, too, but they do come out a little bit later. Like, he might go for that Vlad's first. So we'll see if it's difficult for RTZ to excel because of all of this, but the final pick for TNC will be the Phantom Lancer. So they see an opportunity mid where they think this hero can go, and another very slippery hero. So 2 guys that are hard to lock down and could run into a little bit of trouble here if you miss a Hex or something, either because of a Dark Pact or you can't tell which illusion is the correct PL. Right,
but again, there is the Chronosphere. It's the end-all, be-all when it comes to the initiation for Evil Geniuses, Overgrowth, if they need it as well. It could be somewhat useful against some of these slipperier heroes. Again, very fast draft. I mean, we're already into it, Trent. I think most people will give the advantage here to EG just because of who they are, their pedigree, for example. But TNC, again, a team that you shouldn't take lightly. How do you feel about the draft overall, and who do you think is going to come out on top at the end of the day?
In terms of I could see some trouble with the PL. As you said, Chrono, obviously very good against both the Slark and PL. I mean, that's why we saw our Chrono earlier today, I think, was because of how good it was up against that Slark. But
yeah.
The PL, if they don't have that Chrono, Shadow Shaman has to get pretty close for the Ether Shock in terms of like trying to help find out which PL is real, and that's only that's really the only AoE they have. Maybe they could go for like a Whirling Axes or something. But
yeah, true.
That's pretty much it. So could be some slippery plays here from Cuckoo. You can get things working right out of this mid lane.
All right, TNC, they've got a long road ahead of them. Again, a team that hasn't had necessarily the best results in the games they've played recently, but again, you get into the major and everything is different. Doesn't matter what team you are, doesn't matter how you've been performing. If you can get off to a good start, do well in the group stages, you can go a long way in these tournaments, and we'll see if that's going to be the case for this SEA squad. Sims will rotate up early on, going to drop down a ward here right near this camp. It looks like he does block it just on the edge for the pole camp. Meanwhile, Crit also comes in, drops his own ward, a bit kind of more aggressive just to get some lane vision as well. Other wards being dropped down. It doesn't look like it. It looks as if, though, there is Zai kind of coming in.
Yeah, what happened down here was he came down into these trees and was immediately spotted by Raven, but of course then he just goes invis. So the ward could be anywhere. Trian, of course, can do all the same things as Ricky in terms of using items out of invis and skills out of invis.
Oh, Shackles. Tim's going to get caught. Arteezy doesn't go open wounds. He has the feast, as he probably should. Same H coming in and Pale coming out. Crit, gonna get chased down. There's the Spirit Lance already in some trouble. EG might lose first blood here. One more auto attack will do it, and it's gonna be Cuckoo that secures that kill. So, aggressive play, and again, going on a Ogre Magi with 8 armor at the start. Pretty beefy boy.
Yeah, Tim's well known for his Earth Spirit, especially. I'm sure he probably has a mean Monkey King, too. In terms of, he loves to be this aggressive kind of a player. So Ogre, not exactly a hero that tends to fit him. But in this situation, trying to go on an Ogre early can be a little bit tough. This guy's got 8 armor right now.
Yeah.
Kind of scary. So with that 11.4 regen with the Tango, too, and just the natural, he sits at like 4 or so. In terms of his HP, he's going to be very annoying in these lanes. Has a Fairy Fire to play around with. So not going to be the easiest task for him to deal with here.
I will say Crit's kind of tanky in his own right, too. Surprisingly so for a Shadow Shaman. He's like 640 HP, and like he had 5 armor. A moment ago, and it was under the tower. He has 2 now, so that's the difference maker. But we'll see.
Like while we were watching that, Raven had some issues down bottom too. Wasn't able to get the bounty rune. Yeah, he went back to base.
I didn't know he was getting harassed that badly. Wow. Okay. All right, so they will at least zone out Raven. He'll TP down bottom. He is going to get some help in the form of the CM, but Rior might want to go for a Frostbite or 2 at the beginning stage of this game. Zai is going to be up in the high ground. He's going to use the Nature's Guise, comes in, gets off an attack. Doesn't get the bash, though, because...
Yeah, little gap there, the trees, because
yeah,
of the stairs.
Exactly.
Unfortunate.
Meanwhile, top lane, an aggro dual lane, Nyx as well as an Ogre. And Arteezy might not have the best time early on in this game.
Similarly with Raven, though. I mean, it's like a hero that, of course, doesn't do too well before level 6, and they're forced to use the Sentry just to counter the tree. And look, Zai's already found it. Puts his own down. Oh, misses the Tango. Oh, he needs to use that Tango. Oh, he missed again!
Jeez, there's battling happening everywhere. I don't know what's going on. Nyx Assassin getting chased again. Shackle's back up for Crit. He gets 2 of them off. They should be able to get this kill. No Spike Carapace, no Impale. Crit will pick up the return kill after dying early on in this game. Now down bottom lane, Raven getting caught. He does have his pounce, and he will make it out in time, but a lot of damage being done already. He has to salve up early on. So a lot of aggression being placed, and EG starting to find their rhythm here in these 2 lanes.
Not too shabby. I am a little worried for Raven, though. I mean, already he has to spend his self, and they're just right back at him. They have the 4-man shield, and you have to do this build now, right? Because of these safe lane carries. If they want all that regen, they can't come down with 4-man shield. So he's sitting here even without a stout, and creeps are coming under his tower.
Yeah, he's getting kind of shreked here, to be honest. Like, he has 3 last hits, which is more than I thought he would have. But meanwhile, mid lane, Sumail and Cuckoo going toe-to-toe. 7 last hits for Cuckoo. 9 last hits for Sumail, so already a pretty good start for him with ranged axes. Doing some serious work, but yeah, this starts looking like an okay laning phase after that kill top lane, Trent.
Honestly, it's impressive from Sumail. There's a pretty big gap there in terms of the overall damage.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the one thing about PL, though, is he does one of those like weird averages, because his minimum is 62 and his high is 84, so you can run into some weird problems when you're CSing, but he's got the Quelling Blade, and Sumail's only working with the Wraith Band. He's still doing very well. I mean, typical Sumail, of course, but
yeah,
it's not the easiest thing to avoid all these denies.
To be expected at this point, I suppose. Doing some nice damage. He has melee whirling axes if he wants to use them. Now Cuckoo needs to be careful. The Doppelganger will come out just in time just to make it away, and a bit sketchy for both those heroes. Meanwhile, bottom, Zai took a lot of damage. So something to just keep in mind, to back up and regen up, it looks like.
Yeah, probably not worth using the Shrine. Yeah, he wants to save it for his offlaner himself, so... Yep. Just make the movement back to a shrine inside the base. And we should bring that up too as well with what we just saw with the whirling axes. An important thing about PL versus your Keepers of the Light or your Troll Warlord, he can dodge out that blind by using the Doppelganger, so we'll watch out for that in the later stages of the game.
Man, he's going in, whirling axes. Oh, the melee almost didn't hit there for a moment, but does now. Now top lane, Shackle's coming out, the Ogre, Impale will come through. And they're going to turn their attention to the Nyx instead. Again, very tanky on this Ogre Magi, but actually a lot of damage coming through. Open wound still ready, so is Rage. So Arteezy just saying, listen, I know it's an aggro dual lane, but I can still man fight you pretty well.
Sam H doing very well, though. One of the stronger players on TNC. Has quite a few signature heroes for himself, like his Nature's Prophet always used to be one of the bigger ones, and his Nyx is very good as well. So sitting at 14 last hits, just tied up there around the same mark as Arteezy. They will start to bring up Zai, though, and this is where things get a little bit sketchy. You're not too worried about the Shadow Shaman, but this Treant's here. There's no ward back here, anything to spot TPs, so could be a little bit of a shocker when the stun comes out.
They're going to shackle here. Impale will come out. That's been used, and Crit running in, but Sam H looks like he understands. He needs to back himself up at least a little bit. Zai has not been spotted bottom, but Samich walking perhaps a little too far up there. Is going to be the bash coming in. Crit looking for the shackles, but gets off the spike carapace perfectly. So Samich says no thanks. Meanwhile, mid lane, Sumail almost getting the kill. Doppelganger is up. Cuckoo and Sumail, man, fighting like crazy. Dear God, put your fists away, guys. Just chill out for a second.
And it does look like it'll be Sumail getting the room, though, so nice little advantage for him as he spots that. Yeah. And he'll just send back the bottle.
Yeah, doing pretty well for himself right now. Salves up 23 last hits to 19 of the PL. So again, Universe also very good farm bottom. He's 1v1ing against Raven. And right now, Raven just cannot do anything. They'll rotate Tims as well as Rior up top lane. I feel like this rotation needs to work. Otherwise, they're just not getting enough out of it.
This is what you run into when you run a Slark. This is one of those big problems, is if they send down a very strong offlaner like a Timber or a Legion Commander or a Faceless Void, in this case that really poor man shield, and he didn't have one on the Slark, you run into so much trouble, and your supports just have to leave because you need all these levels to get 6 so you can at least catch up and farm.
Sumail has a pretty good idea of what's going on right now. They know they haven't seen any supports both top and bottom, so he sits pretty far back towards this tower. They'll just take down an illusion or two, but it looks like the smoke is going to break, and Tims is standing right on top. That's his own Observer Ward, just kidding. So yeah, they will scan. They'll find him anyways, Observer Ward or not. But he does end up dropping one down on the high ground. All right, well, again, kind of a waste of time here from TNC. I feel like they're starting to lose a lot of efficiency on the map.
Yeah, it's difficult. Rior can't really do anything but jungle. Just a tough kill to get top with his Treant, as well as his Lifestealer, hard hero to gank early on, so you just have to settle for getting a little bit for yourself while your Slark is just, again, desperately trying to get to level 6. But things are a little bit better for him. He's got the Sentry to watch for Zai showing up, and the wave was pushing a little bit into him, but at the same time, Universe now about to get close to 6, these 2 range creeps. And might see a rotation down to help him, or even just a trance coming out.
Chronosphere going to be a huge ability of this game. Raven's sitting at level 4, so again, forced to kind of pull, get some farm that way. 14 last hits. Again, he could come back later on down the road, but he needs some room.
Right now, he's not getting that range creep with Dark Knight.
Yeah,
like,
man,
that is, whew.
Rough game for Raven down bottom. Universe pretty much on the opposite side. Meanwhile, Battle Trance will come. Sumail will take some of these creep camps. So it's begun. Level 6 for Sumail himself.
And now the Universe is 6, this is a big problem. You can't be here this low as Raven, because he knows the threat of Battle Trance is there. And until he's 6, like, what are you going to do? You're just going to get chronoed and Battle Tranced and die.
Exactly. Yeah. And there could be another hero that rotates in as well, which they could absolutely 100% get the kill without it, perhaps. But we'll see. We'll see what they're going to do here. They have given up the mid lane. There's nobody here farming it for EG, not yet anyway. So Cuckoo getting bloodlusted. I think maybe the Ogre was around mid. Decided to head out of there for Sumail. He says, I'll just take the jungle farm instead.
Raven just hanging back, waiting until they spot Universe.
Man, Raven is so juicy. Look how low he is right now. And they just... Universe obviously doesn't have the vision for it, but...
Yeah, it may have been 5 months since he's played the hero, guys, but still looks good. Second on net worth, all 3 cores from EG up top, but it's followed by a 4 block of Radiant Heroes. However, the gap is starting to widen quite a bit. We're almost up to a 3k lead here at 7.5 minutes for the side of EG.
Yeah, not a good start again for TNC. You can get things back going here once Cuckoo starts getting some farm. His net worth is the only one really close to EG's. Throughout that Spirit Lance, looking for crit.
He's going.
Battle Trance, they're going to find it. There's the Chronosphere. Can they bring it down? One more stun. One more bash, not enough. They get the stun off for Tims in time, but the Time Walk is there, and the auto attack will do the job. Now he goes for the TP. They've already used the Fire Blast and the Frostbite, and he will make it away. So Universe just dives the Tier 1 tower bottom, and TP's right in front of 2 heroes.
It's like, you know what's coming, and you can't even do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, double support's trying to back you up, and the pounce was there, but hell of a chrono, of course, from Universe, just on the tip.
Man, to feel like that futile in that bottom lane, I don't know how Raven's going to find anything this game. He's still not level 6. He's very close. One more creep will do the job, just about. Impale top lane, RTZ also finding really good farm. Midas is done for him. Into Phase Boots next. And then, of course, Sumail. The lowest one in terms of the top 3, but he's starting to get some extra gold going his way as he has a double damage and he just clears the creep wave real quick. All right, man.
At least they have the Slark at 6 now. So Raven, like, he can catch up pretty fast in the jungle. He's got this Iron Talon. He knows that's where his life is going to be. But you can just hear it, right? This non-stop trance. You're just like, oh my god, this troll. He's just getting so farmed across this map. This Lifestealer we can't kill. This Void we can't kill. They're all so survivable. They all have their little niche ways to to live through these ganks. So you're just relying on this PL getting absolutely massive this game.
What was the plan for TNC in the first place? Get Raven Farm, get a Shadow Blade, and then start invading the jungle? Well, I mean, I'm not sure if they could have done that even with the Shadow Blade, even with Raven being farmed. What did they need to get done?
Yeah, I think they were envisioning like a decently strong hero against Lifestealer, right? You know, he's not a Weaver or something, but at least he can go into the Shadow Dance. There's nothing something like a Lifestealer could do. But they're trying to get aggressive now with this Bloodlust on Cuckoo and Crystal Maiden, but this Shadow Shaman's soaking mid. They can't even get him.
They do see Sumail with the ward, and they're going to come right in.
Low.
Spirit Lance, the Crystal Nova comes out. Can they bring him down? The Whirling Axes, the Living Armor is there. The Frostbite, the Vendetta gets it done. Now the Impale misses on Universe, but Tim's still coming in. They have the Fire Blast. They'll use it instead onto Crit. Meanwhile, Doppelganger comes back through. Crit getting low. Shackles going, but he gets canceled instantly as he's taking too much damage. He needs to leave. Universe also time walking out. The Spirit Lance will go. Good turnaround. Okay. TNC, they sort of stop the bleeding a little bit. They get Cuckoo some extra farm and some kills, and they give some room for Raven bottom, Trent.
Yeah, great support play. Having that ward there, just catching out Sumail, getting a little bit greedy, especially with the Nyx at level 6, as he was almost there himself, just roaming on through. Nice play by Sam H. Got the Carapace off onto the Shadow Shaman to reflect the Ether Shock, doing like half of Crit's HP.
Yeah. That's a rough game for Crit, kind of, if they get caught in these positions.
And even drawing Universe up there, right? That's more space for Raven. You know, he's not getting bullied out of his lane at that moment. He's getting a little bit of gold.
He's back up there, man. He's tied with the Nyx Assassin now. Sumail, meanwhile, Whirling Axes. Cuckoo will pop the Invis Rune. They shouldn't have detection. Not at least on Sumail. And he'll be able to go back in, just leech some experience if he wants to. Maybe set up a kill, but nobody's nearby. Again, just kind of getting tabs on these.
Just takes the last hit.
Yeah, that's classic. He needs to maybe think about running, though. Doppelganger will go, and that will keep him alive. And the rotation from Crit a little bit too late.
And he's gone for the max Doppelganger this time. So we've seen some different builds for PL, but the Phantom Rush, kind of a cool skill these days where it gives you that bonus agi. So the more levels you can get onto your PL, the stronger and stronger he'll start to get, especially those little illusions that he's popping out everywhere. But so far, so good. You know, he's hanging out near the top of the net worth. However, Arteezy, again, is just... This is a game where he's getting way more love than he usually gets.
Yeah.
A lot of that because of Troll just
away.
falling to the jungle. He doesn't really need that much help in lane, of course.
Arteezy impaled up. There's the Crystal Nova. He does have Infest the Frostbite. Good rage in time as the Fire Blast wasn't there. The TP Vendetta isn't enough damage. One more auto attack. The tower was not hitting him. If it was, it would have gotten the kill. Nice TP from Arteezy to make it out in time. So a gank very close to successful, but not so for TNC.
And he'll pick up that armlet recipe so he can head back to lane and then just slowly grab his armlet out of these side shops here. Crit getting on here, looking for a good ward. Of course, it's kind of tough to just drop wards in this part of the map because they're just going to get dewarded. You know, they're just going to triangulate it using the Slark, so I'm just going to drop a sentry down instead.
That is the one advantage. The vision they've got going on them. It's pretty good. Anyway, TNC just trying to make as many rotations as possible, sort of get everything going their way in terms of the lanes. Did a lot of damage to this tier 1 mid, but already you can see Zai's got it back up to half HP, the classic. And in the meantime, Arteezy rotates bottom with the Universe, and they take the tier 1 for themselves, so good stuff.
I mean, you saw making anything.
Yeah, it's not easy. This has been a pretty good draft so far for EG. It's pretty much firing on all cylinders. The only thing they lost was that Crit died early on in the game to First Blood. They lost a couple of other heroes over towards the Shrine. But again, Arteezy was just farming away.
Sam H is getting quite a bit of space up here, though. Like, he's got a little bit of a threat here. They didn't want to just bring the Lifestealer right back up. Zai can't just, like, freely farm up these creeps or anything. He's just, like, soaking a bit of experience. Now he'll grab some under the tower. But overall, the fact that you can see the Nyx, maybe that's just kind of a benefit in itself for EG. They don't have to worry about these rotations. Now, he is coming through as Crit does, too. Yeah. Might be dead here.
Vendetta, Impale, Crystal Nova. This should be a dead Shadow Shaman, but the Living Armor comes out in time. And they get the Ward Trap off. Crit will turn it around. The Shackles are there. Do they have another Frostbite? They do. They will get the Spike Carapace that gets the kill, and Sam H will still fall for this. It's a trade that's really not that beneficial. Crit doesn't really add that much value. The only good thing is that they do use the Serpent Wards at the very least, but even that's not that great.
Yeah, they tried to break one of those wards down to let Sam H out, but not quite in time.
No.
So, actually, it looks like it's a favorable trade overall towards the Radiant, I guess, just because the net worth differential. So,
yeah,
there's that.
When you're behind, jump in, Chronosphere Universe, they'll find him. The Battle Trance is up as well. Sumail does walk in, so Cuckoo might actually be okay until he gets bashed up by Universe. Now Riora's going to get chased down as well. He's like, please no. Tim's coming in. Fire Blast, Bloodlust. They have Raven. Maybe they can find some kills here. Sumail, tough to bring down that living armor. They have to pop Shadow Dance. Sumail somehow still alive. The body blocks from Tims are perfect. The Impale is there. Can they get this kill? They will. So the trade is 1 for 1 in terms of your mid laners.
That's
Finally,
a little bit
TNC,
of the lack of damage of the Chrono showing off there. Is now Tims.
Yeah, I believe he might be dead too. Universe going to come in. Get Texed up. He did use some 6 stars, which actually got him to a decent amount of HP, but not enough to save his life. So even when they get that kill mid on Sumail, they will find Zai actually top lane. He's going to go for the TP. Dark Pact might not be enough damage. In fact, it's just not enough as Zai is able to TP home. Second time they've done that. First time, of course, was Arteezy. Speaking of which, we'll take a Crystal Nova mid. And again, though, the trade 2 for 1, favorable for EG.
Yeah, you can see his build too. Only going for the 1 in the open wounds. Just not really having the kill potential up top. It was only like this treant that was kind of like helping him. So yeah, the Feast doing so much damage to the Ogre and that little bit of a gank there. But maybe losing Sumail there, showing off the fact they don't have the most damage in the Chrono. Like just because of where he was positioned inside, he couldn't quite get the range with the Axis. It was close. I mean, that's how he got caught inside, just trying to get that little bit of a tap there. But
exactly.
He's got the Yasha for the move speed now. And kind of that standard sort of troll build. We'll see if we get the SNY to come out too. The old classic, but...
Universe already has Vlad's and is working on an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, so. And that's probably the last Chrono where we're going to see that real lack of damage. I thought maybe he'd go Maelstrom first. So really showing how much they need that Chrono to kill the Slark over and over. And that he wants the Aghanim so early on.
Spike Carapace maxed up for the next Assassin. Actually keeps him alive against Arteezy and didn't rage there. So he'll be able to escape. But at this point, they really just want to try to find farm for him. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Midas for the next Assassin. On the other side, Cuckoo is going to be picking up his Diffusal Blade next after he has bots early on. So they have okay late game. I mean, you have a Fancy Lancer. It's not the end of the world. You have a Slark too, and they're sort of catching up again. They're still a little ways away, but oh, they might go on to this. Oh my God, they just blow him away. Shackles, Hex, Ether Shock, Whirling Axes. Sumail is able to find that kill with relative ease. Saying, okay, maybe the PL's in an okay position, and then he just gets absolutely run at and destroyed.
Yeah, just nighttime vision, not quite strong enough there. It was almost day. Might have had a chance at spawning crit, but his reaction's not quite fast enough there. A little bit greedy. And as you're saying, this tower, I feel like he's just been pounding away on this thing.
Yep.
But Treant Protector, ladies and gentlemen, good hero. This game, Zai also spending a lot of time in the jungle, much like JRX did, but no Iron Talent for himself.
Has been spotted. There is a Sentry. They have a Chronosphere. Sam H, he does have Spike Carapace and Impale, but when you get bashed up like that, it's still tough. Impale will come out. He might actually be able to live, even with that overgrowth coming through. Tomahawk forward, they're not going to use it. They're going to say, the Chronosphere is done. We can't bring down the next Assassin. We'll try to at least do some damage to Raven, but Sam H just tanky enough that he gets the Shrine off, and they just don't have the damage there. As you mentioned, Faces Void Chronosphere, they need a bit more.
Yeah, not too bad, though. Good survival there. Now, they don't have the Vendetta for another 10 seconds, but it's almost back. So, Raven just looking to use the Shadow Blade, and one more second till he's got it. Crit has the Sentry here, and now Raven's in it. It's a quick Hex.
Yeah, he's walking right through. Hex comes out. Sumail, Arcane, very fast. Impale, only onto 1. Looks like it might have been onto 2. Sumail in trouble. Do they have the Living Armor? It's on cooldown. He just used it. Not enough. And the Pounce connects. Raven going in. He does have the Shadow Dance. No overgrowth. A lot of damage to Zai. Can they bring him down? One more auto attack. A lot of S and shift stacks coming in. Universe again. No Chronosphere. They might find CMH though. There's the Shackles, and it looks like they'll finally bring this bug man down. Universe comes in, gets his revenge. He does buy as much as before dying, or maybe even after dying, but still, it's a 2-for-1 trade there, Trent.
Oh, Raven, way in the back lines looking for crit.
I don't know. Is this die worth it? He has no mana.
He's got no mana.
This is crit juking like crazy, and Raven can't find it. Now we'll go for the TP. They have no way of canceling it. Universe can't quite get there in time, so
Jeez,
a good attempt from Raven, but
yeah, almost got him. And yeah, that fight mid too, Crit just out of mana. Like, he sees him coming in, so he goes for the 1 Hex, but doesn't have the Shackles or anything to help save Sumail, and that just leads into a little bit of a snowball additional kills there. So, all in all, pretty good for TNC, but this graph, man, it's still just inching further and further down towards EG. You can see it's bouncing back, but I mean, we're still at like a 5k lead here. And Universe is just about to be very, very frightening with the Aghanims, and then potentially a Blink, or potentially more damage.
So are you more afraid of EG in their farm? If you are TNC, do you want to try to get something going here, just so that you can maybe sort of quell that lead or what?
I mean, they still have some good stuff going for them. They have this defusal coming out relatively soon for Cuckoo. That can be scary.
Oh, that is a ward trap. Good Shadow Dance. The pounce is up. Maybe he can survive this coming in. SamH walks through. Cuckoo's up here as well. He's actually caught in. Finally, I think he might be able to break his way out as he's bringing down all of these Serpent Wards. Now the Infest out. RTZ Fire Blasted. The Impale to fall up as well. He's out of mana and he's getting chugged down finally. Rior will help find that kill as they rotate pretty much all 5 heroes up top, and they will secure themselves 2 important kills. But mid-tier 1 getting pushed into by Sumail. Zai will come through as well. He does have his living armor back up in 5 with Overgrowth ready. Oh man, will they be able to finally find a tower? TNC, again, against this freaking Treant Protector with living armor. It is not easy, as we have mentioned multiple times.
Yeah, that was a nice maneuver, though, from TNC. There was no TP on Sumail or Zai, so they couldn't be there for that one. They're able to punish those heroes, despite it taking a while. Like, with the Infest and everything, nothing there. And the universe.
Cuckoo, that was pretty cheeky, but I don't know if it's going to work out. Chrono's going to come through.
Oh, there's no troll?
He stayed way too long. It doesn't matter. He does enough damage anyways,
Bash
even without the Aghanim
forward.
Scepter. And again, they cannot get the tier 1 tower, man. God. Although, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, did get defusal on Cuckoo, so, and he's now looking towards the Aghanim Scepter, of course. The new thing. I don't know, it's pretty sick, I gotta say. Like, you get a wave.
Likes it a lot. I know.
Oh, yeah, he's the fan. Except he rushes it first every single game.
Which, how do you
Suns
feel
fan,
about it?
please.
Yeah, no, that's
not
not a fan. Okay.
It's okay. But, yeah, so he'll get that up. Probably a Manta, too. And almost surprised he's not going Manta first, honestly. I would be a little worried about time dilation. Just if he gets caught out by that on Universe, that's a problem. Obviously, no more self-purging. So, well, we'll have to see if he gets punished because of going for the Aghanims.
DD picked up for SamH, Tim's and crew. Meanwhile, mid lane, RTZ doesn't seem to be too worried. He's going to get impaled. They have the mana burn as well. Can they bring it down the Fire Blast? He's got rage, but he is dead. He walked up thinking he could absolutely survive given any situation, and boy, was that a quick kill from TNC.
Yeah, the mana burn, just no infest. He was trying to rely on that to get out, and smart play as well from the SamH. Of course, not getting greedy, not going for the damage from the Vendetta, just saves the stun first.
Sumail will get caught as well. Here's the Spirit Lance. He's going to get caught, but the Whirling Axis will come through. Doppelganger on the high ground. Cuckoo maybe not wanting to be there. Tims comes in with a Fire Blast, though. All of a sudden, they're going to turn 2. So EG losing 2 quick heroes, and then TNC.
They're trying to keep the chain going.
Yeah, they want a
Zai
third
too.
one. They have the Sentry up. Zai going to get chased down. Do they have any more detection? Looks as if no. Meanwhile, Raven on the back lines again. Yeah, they really need to get some pushing going here. It's not going to be easy. Chrono is not ready yet, but it will be in about 20 seconds. 34 for the Troll. Living Armor will commence and continue. There isn't a glyph. Something to keep in mind.
And look at them bouncing back this net worth chart. Like Slark, despite that horrendous start, he's only 200 gold behind this life stealer. Like, this is what this hero can do when he's given a little bit of space. And they're at their strongest point in the game right now. You think about TA and wanting to fight with like Blink and Death on all these items. PL's the same way. He's got this Diffusal Blade. He's working towards an Aghanims, and he just wants to sync up with the Slark and get shit done.
Chrono onto 3. Universe does it again, but can they find any damage here? RTZ coming in on the edge. They want Cuckoo. The Freezing Field is up and ready to go. The Impale comes out. They will find that PL. They're trying to turn, but it's not going to work out. Rior, they've got to retreat. They've only lost 1. Now they're going to lose SamH as well, potentially. The Shackles will be there. The Overgrowth on top, and the auto attacks from Universe and RTZ are more than enough. They will end up losing the tier 1 tower, but Trent, very good turnaround fight from Evil Geniuses there.
I believe that's what you call vintage Universe right there. So,
yes.
Very nice Chrono. Catches 2 right on the tips. And now they move directly into the Roche pit. And 2 of the most important kills to get to. The Nyx to help secure this. Don't have to worry about him coming and messing you up.
Oh, but he buys back.
Too. Oh, they have a Sentry, though.
They're not doing this quickly enough, by the way. Here comes Riven, gets hexed up. The Dark Pact is there, though. They're going to jump right in. They want crit first. The Shadow Dance. He's got Pounce ready to go. They don't want to overextend too far. Universe is coming back in. Impale misses. Sumail's coming right on through. Whirling Axes. PL is back up in 3. And that's what they're delaying for on TNC's side. They don't want to go too far without their Phantom Lancer, their main damage dealer early on in this game.
We do have the Aghanim Scepter on the Void, though, so Universe has it back up now, but the mana burn has been messing with them. SamH throwing it out there, burning down Universe. Of course, the Illusion's doing it as well, so there are some troubles here. And how many Arcanes do we have? Only the 1 on Zai, so it can be very tough for them.
Oops, I'll keep that up a little bit longer. Yeah, it's something they have to be aware of.
Smoke, but it's spotted by this ward.
Is that ward? Yeah, that ward must have seen it. We'll have to see how TNC react here. They're going to head into the Roche pit again. This time they don't have Serpent Wards, but they have Battle Trance. And again, look how fast this falls. They need to get in there, but boy, this thing dies quickly. And they will take it more than likely. Age is picked up by Sumail. Just like that. That's all they need to do. TNC not in the best position. They rotate. They look to find farm, but Battle Trance just cleans up Roche so fast. It's insane.
is under
Oh, they were
attack.
close. So that does cost them. That buyback that was on Samh, not going to result in them saving the rush themselves. Their tier 1 tower, unlikely to be saved tier 2 unless Samh can make some big plays, but he's just sitting here thinking, man, I really wish I could use my Midas.
TNC clearly look like they don't want to give this away, but a bad fight here could spell disaster if they're not careful.
Dire's top tower.
See who initiates first or if they just let this go. The Fire Blast Living Armor is up on plenty of heroes, though.
Look at that mana
Open
burn on
wounds
the
on
universe,
Tim's. Yeah, it's getting more annoying. But he has enough for a Chronosphere still, and the Time Walk, too. He gets mana burned a bit more, and then he'll be in trouble. But they do take the tier 1 tower, and not really much TNC could do there, other than look on.
Heard of dust, too, but not going to catch anyone. So that'll be Universe backing away, and he will start eyeing up that Maelstrom. It's either that or the Blink, so it seems to be that they're maybe just going on a slower tempo, maybe content now that they have this Aegis. Don't really feel that big need. Oh, did he switch it up? Oh,
Yeah.
look at that. Okay, so that's the in-between item, right? Blink is the full initiation, Maelstrom's kind of the full damage, and this gives you a little bit of both. Very good against PL. He can just be Shadow Blade underneath him, and then go for that Chrono play. Good
It's not going to
scouting
be
with the
easy
illusions.
for TNC to deal with. Ags is coming soon for Phantom Lancer. Game gets a little bit easier when he has that item. Now bottom lane, they're going to look for Arteezy. They have Impale Vendetta ready to go. They're going to find it. Can they bring him down? They need a TP, and it's from the PL. Inside the creep, now he'll try to infest out. That was huge. What a play from Arteezy. Infest the TP is not completed, and then makes it away, making it look easy, too. Damn, that was sick.
Yeah, that was pretty slick, gotta say.
The little things.
Yeah, crafty. So he gets on out of there, and Kugel just have to keep on trying to push this top lane out. But it looks like it's EG who are coming up here. And with the threat of the snakes, it's difficult to try and defend this. Sumail going to think about it for a second here. Of course,
Yeah.
it was Sumail who was having some PC problems as we began
yep.
here. So probably the same issues, just popping back up.
Yeah, we'll get a quick reconnect from him. In the meantime, looking at the scoreline, 11-11 in terms of kills. More importantly, the net worth, 4,000 advantage for EG. Which at 24 minutes, it could be a lot worse for TNC right now, Trent.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're catching up. Like, that Slark really was in trouble. But as they're bringing it closer and closer, EG did get the Roche, so that's bouncing back up to that 4K. And if you're this PL, this Agnes is going to be like in the same way the Diffusal Blade was. So
Yeah.
looking forward to watching this. Of course, if you guys haven't seen it before, basically, if you throw your old Spirit Lance, it then will like spread in an AoE onto other targets nearby, and that does include creeps. So it's a very good farming item too, which might be why he was looking to get it like before this Manta, because it can accelerate your farm the same way, but it also does more damage in the team fights because it creates them onto heroes too. But again, without that Manta, we really do have to watch for the time dilation.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind.
It's just so good against like even just like Slarks and Weavers and everyone like
Can they...
that.
I'm not sure if they could do this, but can they split up the map? You are against Battle Trance and a troll that can push very quickly. So I'm not sure. Is
I think
split
they
pushing something
know
you
they
could do?
can't. I don't think they can fight Chrono, Eggs, or Snake and Aegis. I think it's just too scary. And they're doing fairly well. Like, he's doing quite a bit of damage down here. Our Slark, by the way, is building Manta again. Same situation as earlier today where we had to face his Void versus him, so the time dilation.
Universe, time walking away, doesn't want to get caught. TP's coming in en masse. They're looking for a fight here top lane. They might find somebody. Arteezy, again, has Rage ready to go. They might not be able to catch. Crit. Well, Sumail looking to turn back in. Meanwhile, Zai is deep, but they have no way of spotting him. Not yet, anyway. And,
So Universe finally made his mind up on that Blink, eh?
Did he pick it up? Yeah.
Yeah, he just... Maelstrom, Shadow Blade, Blink. He didn't know what he was doing.
Sometimes it takes a while, man. You got to really think about it.
But nice little play where he TP's down bottom just to create the threat of pushing them away. So immediately they all TP top, but with the Blink, he can move across the map very quickly. So he's already back here. They've stopped the threat mid and bottom.
Dude. Look at that. You're right.
Yeah.
That Aghanim's is pretty nifty. Fire Blast coming out. Arteezy living armored up. They need to be careful. Wraparound gank coming in. Can they find this open wounds? Tim's just going to try to bait this out. Crit getting jumped on, and the overgrowth just in time. Can they get him down? Crit still alive. The frostbite, the freezing field, the impale onto two. Cuckoo getting low. Now Sumail again still has that Aegis Manta style ready as well. Freezing field still going to work. The frostbite is up. The Chronosphere on the back lines, but he did use that Shadow Dance just in time. Rior will fall. They do get the kill on the Aegis at the very least, but that's it. Now Raven about to get caught. Samh nearby as well. No impale. Shadow Blade away. Sumail coming in. They've got the bash from Zai. Now Cuckoo back up and ready to fight as well. Arteezy running low on mana. They don't have the Aegis anymore. This might be too much. They might have stayed too long. Arteezy and Sumail getting solo. Cuckoo finds himself a double kill. They will both go down. The impale is not there in time for Universe. He is able to get away and then blinks out. But TNC even through the Aegis, they're able to take the fight and win, Trent. What a great engagement for them.
Yeah, Reorg God, honestly. That ulti was so sick from the Crystal Maiden. He just got so much done in that tree line. It's one thing to get the damage going, but mostly it was the attack speed slow. You had a troll and a lifestealer chasing after an ogre, and they couldn't kill him because of the attack speed slow that was coming up from that Crystal Maiden. So exceptionally well played by him. And also, of course, that PL just... He survives through, he gets out of the fight for a moment, they collapse in onto one hero, and you saw the Spirit Lance go to work.
Crits, good bash to come out. They might be able to bring him down. The Impale is there, however, the Chronosphere used, again, it's an Aghanim Scepter, so it's right back up. They drop the Serpent Wards. Uh-oh, Raven needs to leave, so too does Sam H. He'll pop that Spike Carapace, but they don't get auto-attack down. Meanwhile, Cuckoo comes in, he finishes crit off. They might have stayed for too long. Now with Chrono down, Zai's gonna get caught, time walk away, and all of a sudden they're losing everybody. Again, Sumail TP's in, rolling axes will go. And right now, 1 for 2 trades so far. Will they continue on here for TNC? It looks like no. Man, this is getting very interesting here, Trent.
Yep, they're maybe just considering their options here. It's like, all right, we know we have to fully commit. We have to take this tower down. So do we think right now with the current heroes up and where we're positioned on the map, can we commit to this? Like, you don't want to run into this whole... you lose 2 heroes for nothing, so this is not permanent damage as it usually is.
If they can find Sumail, it would be absolutely huge. He's going to get jumped on. Can they bring him down? Diffusal's there, the Frostbite, and they do. And now they almost certainly can bring this tier 2 tower down, even with the tramp back up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, and post Manta, he's going for a... is that is a Maelstrom? Yeah, he's not going for the BKB. So,
yeah.
Sumail going to continue to have these issues with this Fusel Blade.
I'm a little surprised, and all of a sudden, as you mentioned, right around the time where they picked up the Aghanim Scepter and the Diffusal Blade, this is TNC's power curve. They're right at the peak of it at this point, to use an oftenly used phrase, but still. They're in a very good position now, as you can see by the net worth graph, indicating a 4,000 advantage for TNC. Meanwhile, top lane, Cuckoo just doing what he does best, split pushing with these ridiculous amounts of illusions. Meanwhile, Sam H is on the high ground. Do they have vision of him? They didn't see him. They pinged him. They might know that he's there. Meanwhile, Tower living armored up, but the creep's still working on it, slowly but surely getting whittled down. And it looks like they cannot contest on the side of Evil Geniuses. All of a sudden, they have 1 tier 2 tower left, and that is in the top lane. And again, it's pretty low itself, so they'll have to heal it right back up with this Tramp Protector.
Sumail will be back up here, so start to back away, but things looking pretty damn good. Only 1 tower left, as you're saying, and then Roche coming back in about a minute, or at least we'll know the time that is in a minute or so here. Figured if TNC can secure it for themselves, but very well played so far. And we've brought this up to a 4K lead for TNC. So Manta can only do so much in these fights. It's going to be very difficult for Sumail. Basically relying on these Chronos now at this point from Universe. Of course, there's anyone you'd want to rely on. It's this guy.
Absolutely.
RTZ TP's mid though, and I think they saw that, so it's like kind of obvious that they're doing something. Like you got 3 heroes standing right here. Probably going to be some sort of a smoke play here. Then again, that just relies on TNC to keep these waves pushed in, try and just keep revealing who's inside the base, and that allowed them to advance into this jungle and try and get some vision down to these areas, perhaps even sneak one into the base. We talked a couple times about the Slark today, but that whole idea of denying out that vision, if you can keep wards off this part of the map, that's going to make it more difficult for Universe to come out here and get one of these big 3-man Chronos out of nowhere and bring them back into the game.
There's like no vision for EG right now. You're absolutely right. Denying
and look at this ward too. It just sees everyone walk in here. They just missed it with the sentry on EG.
Crit is probably dead. Just pops the Manta. He actually isn't going to stay around too long, so good living armor there. Actually tanky enough to stay alive in some of these engagements. But while this is happening, Cuckoo is top lane and working on the tier 2 tower himself. So,
and that's this ward paying off though, because he knows that these heroes are in here. He knows there's a Faceless Void right on this cliff, so he doesn't commit to that kill, because he might get chronoed and die, and then you're throwing away this lead. And it's all very near when Roche could be up, and in fact, he's up very early. So
yeah. They do have the... Zai did pick up the gem, by the way, so they just dewarded that ward that you mentioned a couple of times.
Oh, and Courier's about to fly over the pit too, so they'll see this.
Hey, look at that. They had to see that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure. So. They probably would have checked. They'd have known it was going over.
All right, well, again, TNC looking strong right now, but it is not over for EG. Again, you talked about relying on the Universe Chronospheres. There's absolutely that. Arteezy's got some really good right-click damage, you know.
Yep.
Super wards, so...
EG as a whole, of course, has also been one of the best teams ever in terms of capitalizing on the Treant ult. Not quite into the Solar Crest yet, but once he has that, he might even consider the Blink, and we'll have this kind of a double AoE strategy.
Right, here we
Radiant
go.
Vision, nothing here, so they don't know the smoke is happening.
However, they do scan. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close, and it will spot them. It knows exactly where they are. And if EG go for this again, there's an illusion in there, though, perfectly placed, so they'll know as soon as Roche has started. But again, they kill it so quickly. They're waiting for this illusion to go down. Meanwhile, Observer Ward not scouting out Sam H, who is Vendetta.
It's so funny that they're waiting for this, and yet it's only just giving time for TNC because they already know they're there.
And this is falling so quickly, though. They need a blink stun, but they're not going to find it in time. They will take it. Aegis goes to Sumail again, finally. EG getting back right on the board in terms of getting an objective done. So it will prolong them for another 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Raven is deep. Very deep.
That's a very impressive grab up from EG. Like, just trying to find that hole you slip through with no vision.
Spearman has to come out on RTZ, doesn't spread. The Bloodlusts are coming. Sumail's looking to jump in and fight. Whirling Axis. Tims is kind of on his own. They're heading in different directions right now. It looks like they wanted to get a ward down.
Oh, Cuckoo's ready to burn these defusal charges. He's got the recipe ready, just has it locked in his inventory. He's ready to spend, and no Manta still, though, so still the dilation, but clearly not giving him too much trouble lately.
Meanwhile, look at mid. Slark is going in. Chronosphere comes out. They find Sam H. Is it enough damage? They should have it. Sam H spike carapace just in time, forced twice away, then blinks. Sam H makes it out. They get the tier 3 tower, and now EG, no chrono. And here comes Cuckoo. Look at all the illusions. Look at the frame drops. The freezing field. RTZ's going to fall. Crit should be next as well. The Diffusal is seriously going to work. The shrines there. Will it be able to heal him up enough? Cuckoo just needs a couple of auto techs to get this kill. The living armor. Wow, Crit is surviving for a long time, but it's not enough. Sumail's still with that Aegis, but they decide to go for a different direction. RTZ down for 50 seconds. Gonna have another game 1 upset, potentially Trent. It might happen. Fire Blast coming through, and they will bring Sumail down once. The Aegis is there. They're looking on this melee racks, and they might just get it. Cuckoo do some serious work here. Glyph not available, still down for a good half of it.
Man, Universe is even hitting the dilation, and Cuckoo got caught with it, but it doesn't even matter. He has so many illusions by the time they get him that not having a purge for himself is not hurting him the slightest. Damn, very impressive stuff. That double force staff into blink from Sam H, hell of a play in terms of overall teamwork. Again, it's Rior coming through and Tims. This guy's backing up TNC, and just good objective gaming there with Raven in the mid lane.
This is, yeah, I gotta say, I cannot believe he died, or I can't believe he didn't die. It's pretty insane, and he's gonna have an Ags pretty soon too, as he picks up the point booster as well.
That's the threat of committing to like one of these fights. You need that kills, EG. You know, if you're gonna throw out your chrono right next to your base and start a fight there, if you don't get that kill, you see what happens. They don't chrono to defend racks.
I mean, the smart thing was Raven was starting when they were all still up here in this area. Like he was right in that tier 3 tower.
Beeline mid. He saw the creeps and he was like, "Yep,
you don't need me here right now." I think what's more important is buildings. Again, though, it is only one melee racks in a tier 3 tower. Sure, EG lost a couple of heroes in the process, and the net worth is starting to get a little out of control. 15,000 almost for TNC, but they still have the Chronospheres. They should eventually still have the right click damage from both Sumail as well as RTZ. The Mjolnir is now done, so 2 Mjolnirs this game. Very good way to deal with these illusions, which so far have been causing a ruckus for EG.
Yeah, those racks give so much money to supports, though. This is like the best thing ever when you're a support player, because now you can itemize into what you need to survive through these. So Tim's already had the Ghost Scepter and the Force Staff, but now he's a mech. And the racks, it gives Rior a Ghost Scepter for himself to go on top of his Force Staff. So now he's immune to this Troll and this Lifestealer. Even if he can catch it before the Chrono, might be able to survive through that too. So they can just continue to keep making the plays that they're going with now. It's Cuckoo, now bloodlusted up, moving through this jungle. It is under vision this time, though.
No, Zai still has the gem. I don't think he died in that fight. Yeah.
Sam H has one too, though, so he'll be dead.
Yeah, if they want to. They're going to head directly over to RTZ. He's going to rage TP, it looks like. And I don't believe they have any way of stopping it that I can tell. So, nice job from RTZ to get out again, but again, these man fights have not been working out in his or EG's favor, for that matter. Man. The road to come back is tough for EG, but it's definitely doable.
Yep, always got to watch out for those Chronos, but he's still ways away from any sort of like a refresher or something like that, so it's still not going to be the easiest tasks. And even when they're leaving the base on a smoke now, look how close this wave is.
Yeah, it's in a dangerous position for sure.
TNC,
vision, I think they might understand something's happening. They're backing up with some of these heroes. Drop a ward down. Really, if they could just even get vision for EG, it's good. But again, as you mentioned, dewarding, map control for the Slark. It's very good. And they're going to go. EG, they're still at tier 2, so they can't quite wrap all the way around.
Think of their initiation. It's only Blink Void. There's no Blink on this Shaman, right? He's so poor. There's no Blink on this tree.
It's a good thing it's Universe. But they have to back up.
Not enough, though.
They canceled the TP.
They caught someone for a second.
Yeah, with Sumail.
So they might think they're all here right now. Probably panicking.
Yeah, no. They'll see a TB back. It's actually, yeah, Crit's just going to deal with this. Living armor back to the ranged racks. All right, TNC feel a bit more comfortable now. Look at the net worth, though, for some of these heroes. 22,000 for Cuckoo and then 17 for Raven. RTZ's not far behind Raven, but, I mean, Cuckoo's the real monster right now.
Yeah, and Sam H is catching up here, too. With that Midas, he's got an Agnum's almost finished up. And that's very handy not only for defending high ground, but pretty good for sieging. We've already talked about how good the mana burn is this game. Still no items that are really improving the situation for Universe. So if he just keeps getting whittled down, there's going to be this pressure on him to throw to Chrono, and that could result in him being forced to throw one that's not exactly ideal.
Yeah. I mean, they live and die by these chronospheres, as you've mentioned a couple of times. So it's like the only initiation, at least until Trian gets a blink if that ever happens, or maybe even crit, but he's heading for 4 staff. All right, what's the play? I mean, TNC could clearly wait for Roche. They've got still a little bit of ways to go, but they're pushing in mid. Actually, they've seen RTZ bottom. TPs are going to come through.
He's doing what he can. I mean, again, they don't have the rage cancels. So
rage,
later.
TP, yeah. Until they get a basher or anything.
Yeah, kind of surprised that Raven did go for that over the Scotty, actually. I mean, very good against the Lifestealer and the Troll, for sure. But with it already on the PL and how much they're spreading it over the fights, I thought maybe he'd be the one to get the basher. He'll probably just be forced into it next, though.
All right. Again, slowing down the game, waiting. Impale, mana burn. The Universe is just annoyed. A little bit a tickle from Sam H, but they're really just taking control of this map, Trent. I mean, you can't really get past the river if you're EG. In fact, you could barely get outside of your base.
Yeah, Greaves are almost done here for Tims. And maybe that's what they're waiting on before they start poking away at the high ground a bit. Maybe even just the next Roche. Maybe a butterfly on Cuckoo.
That'll do it. That will do it.
That certainly will. Sumail nowhere near an MKB. And RTZ likewise.
Man, these Spirit Lance illusions coming out actually lag the game a significant amount. It's like a new Wukong's command coming in. It's just like there's so many.
So you need what? Terrorblade, Wukong's command from Monkey King, PL, the frame drop draft.
Fact wall.
Yeah, fact wall.
If you really want to blow up your computer, yes, the perfect draft.
How to crash a Dota 2 server.
Impale comes in. RTZ had already used Rage. Raven coming in as well. A lot of damage being done. Now Dark packs away Pounce. Mid Pounce gets chronoed. Looks so cool, but can they get the kill is the better question. There's going to be the overgrowth coming out, and well, Zai's dead instantly. Now Universe time walking away, and without Chrono, this is tough. Here comes the freezing field. Universe in trouble will get dropped. Raven finds himself a dominating spree, and now looking for more. Pamps the Vanta, and they're going to try to get this kill on Sumail, but they drop the Serpent Wards. Sumail still in trouble, and is able to get out just in time. Now forcing him away. The shackles of their Raven got to get dropped down. RTZ forced to come in, and Universe forced to buy back, but they secure that big kill on Raven, and they're looking for more as well. Can they turn this around? It looks like they might stop. Universe, Corona back at 25. Time walks forward, still looking for Sam H. And looks like that might be the end of it. Meanwhile, Cuckoo is just manning up. Here's the Impale. It's onto one. They blow away Sumail. RTZ.
Dilation, though.
Man, these 4 stabs have been huge. And RTZ now out of mana. Universe getting low as well. He's got Chrono back in 9. Cuckoo still just sitting here. Completely fine. I mean, he's a little bit low in HP, but he's going to get earned right back up. And
it's actually crazy how he's surviving. Like, he keeps getting hit by the time dilation, and he's so low, and he can't do anything. He literally waddles around, unable to cast spells or do anything, and his team just force staffs him.
Doesn't need a Mantis style. Come on, man.
Oh, big saves. His allies are there.
Good 4 staffs throughout the entirety of these fights. He will TP now to the top lane to split push that. Luckily enough for EG, no real, damage to their constructions. I guess they have to buy back on Universe. I think that might have been the only one. Oh, that's the wrong button. Looks like the answer to that question is yes. All right. When is Roche up?
I guess he did save Rax, but soon. But 1 minute. That's the thing with Faceless Void, though. I mean, this is why the hero, I think, fell off in the first place, right? Was we always talked about cooldowns and how games were becoming like Tidehunter died, Faceless Void died. We've seen quite a bit today, though, thanks to these Slarks. But yeah, you buy back and you have nothing. You can time dilate people. You look at these heroes like Nyx. He buys back. He's got Impale. This thing, it's on a 13-second cooldown. Stuns for 3 seconds. That's a lot of uptime. It's pretty good stuff. Centaur Warrunner, same deal. Slardar, good heroes. Faceless Void, very disappointing in that regard. But they're grouping up again. I've seen this story before. Hopefully they'll go a little bit better. Do we have any additional jump?
I don't believe so.
Same story.
Changed. Yeah. So, I mean, they really just need to find the right chrono.
Or
and
maybe
not
another Roche
the
again.
wrong chrono. Well, the thing is, it's not going to be up, unfortunately, for them. They could stay around Roche if they want to and just sit inside the pit for the next 30 seconds. I don't think that's the best use of their time, though. They're going to walk through. I've seen a play where you walk up to this high ground, and trust me, it did not end well the last time I saw it.
Look at the wave mid. They're like, where is EG?
Yeah, they have a pretty good idea of where everybody is. Raven will walk right in. Spirit Lance Doppelganger coming out. They have the Chronosphere. Can they bring this Cuckoo PL down? The Impale is out. They're looking to burn everybody down. The Freezing Field is there. The Overgrowth not doing nearly enough, and they will break down Sumail. It looks like actually still staying alive, trying to man fight. So far, so good. All of a sudden, they have to buy back and reor. Nobody dead just yet for EG. They're going to come in RTZ, just trying to toggle and stay alive. Is it enough damage? Cuckoo finally brings him down. The double kill is there. It takes him a long time, and now Crit is going to be next. Universe completely out of mana. The pounce is there. Cuckoo finds himself an ultra kill, and GG is called. TNC.
Tim's, boo! He stole the rampage. What is this?
Oh man, that's
how dare you? Yeah, very impressive stuff.
Oh man!
Did you see how much they had to spend to kill Rior in that last fight? They threw like 4 spells to the guy because first he gets entangled because he's ulting, and then he just pops his Ghost Scepter, so they can't right click him anymore. So they have to Ether Shock him, and meanwhile this PL is just annihilating the rest of your team. Amazing support play coming out of this game from TNC. Not to take away from the cores, of course. A very smart pick on the PL. Not a hero we get to see too often unless he's like countering an Invoker mid or something like that. So smart grab here from TNC. Kind of a staple of that region, especially this team in particular. So, and man, as I said, upset in game number 1 again.
TNC's turn to ban.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Kiev Major. We are here with our first round, second set of series overall. It's Evil Geniuses versus TNC in a best of 3. So far, already a great series. Game number 1 living up to the hype. TNC coming in and absolutely turning it around after a very rough early game. Very, very rough stuff. But they're able to find the victory, of course, on the back of a PL played by Cuckoo, and of course Ravens, Slark, and really just everybody overall on TNC played extraordinarily well. So thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Mont. With me is Trent Pax as always. Trent, how you feeling as we jump into game number 2? You still checking along? Still doing all right tonight?
Oh, hell yeah. I had a nice
Excellent.
for
Excellent.
Kiev Majors. So I'm kicking my day off with this, man, and we're going to be kicking off again here with the Zai Treant Protector, assumedly. That big AoE, not quite enough. Like, they have plenty of AoE, I guess, in terms of like the control and stuff, but the AoE damage was the thing that seemed to be lacking, or perhaps just the damage overall in the previous game. So we'll see how the draft shifts up from there.
10 seconds remaining.
Too, in terms of just like
TNC
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
it kind of works on both ends there. And we'll see if we end up with another Faceless Void here today. But for now, it's going to be that Earth Spirit, our first one of the day here. He will take the reins over the Monkey King here for TNC. But of course, it's Tim's, and this is his hero.
Yeah, this is his go-to. We talked about there's Treant, there's obviously Monkey King, which is, by the way, available. But TNC decided to go for the Earth Spirit, which was a hero that was kind of left out of the entirety of that first series that we saw today. And obviously not touched in the first game that we just saw between EG and TNC. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes for TNC. They have the CM to combo along with it, which, by the way, Rior had a heck of a game on that Crystal Min. But Evil Geniuses, they'll go for the Bighorn Man. The Magnus is going to be picked up. Very exciting. Obviously, he's not quite the man he once was when it was DAC or even before that, but still in power, very good. Getting up a good melee hero. And then, of course, RP, Shockwave. Very good ways to find team fights with the Magnus to come out for EG.
Yeah, he prevents a lot of strategies too. He just gives you that wave clear in terms of the empower, so he can help against those earlier pushes. Same thing with the RP. He just gets a blink and he can stop a 3 or 4 man push with a solid enough RP skewer. And of course, with so many of the heroes left, the Troll, the Jug, the Life Stealer, his Troll just gets removed here by TNC prior to that Naga. But you just need one of those little buddies to get powered up here.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and there's a lot available. That's the thing. So you'll ban out a couple for TNC and hope for the best. And also, we've seen drafts before where Empower is not necessarily the main focal point. It's very rare when it comes to Magnuses. We saw one the other day, but you'll have Empowers with ranged heroes occasionally. But obviously, the best thing to do is have some sort of melee hero like a Juggernaut, for example, which is, by the way, still available if Evil Geniuses want to go for it. Lifestealer has been banned out.
Yeah,
and again, that
solid
Monkey King's
hero
still there,
too.
by the way, but
true. Hard to squeeze in with Tree and Earth Spirit, but certainly possible.
Right.
I mean, if you wanted to 5 a Tree, I think he's one of those guys you could do it if you really wanted the monkey. But
I mean,
the Treant Magnus, maybe not the strongest. Like you think about other 4s like that Monkey King or like a Ricky. They tend to abuse the Empower a little bit better. So definitely gonna need, I would say, at least 2 cores to be abusing it. Sometimes you can get away with like this Ricky, and then you only have like 1 other core that gets empowered, and you still get this crazy Ricky ultimate that dishes out so much damage thanks to that cleave. But I don't know. I do like Jug. I think he's good against Crystal Maiden. He doesn't have to worry about the silence from the Earth Spirit, but he'll of course be building Manta. So pretty solid potential here for EG. But they could be thinking here right now, are we just about to give Jug over to TNC? Southeast Asia, very well known for running that Jug in the mid lane. First off, in fact, it was TNC back with Teehee, who were always doing it. So
yeah, it's interesting.
Tough call.
We'll wait and see if they will indeed pick it up, but there's still one more ban left for Evil Geniuses. Now, the question I have is, where do they send this Magnus? Normally, it's been really only played in that 3 or 4 position as of recently. Do you think that's going to be the case? I mean, there is already a Train Protector, as you just talked about, so
I would imagine it's still just going to be for Universe, but there's the Axe. So rather than taking the Jug from the Self Team, Steel, be like, go ahead. Because, these heroes that tend to be good with the Magnus, they're pretty bad against Axe. Good hero. He can just jump right on top of someone like a Juggernaut. He can cancel out that spin TP. Would make it difficult for Arteezy or Sumail to go around ratting the entire map up.
Yeah. Axe a good choice for sure.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
it's another Universe hero, but again, you already talked about the Magnus, so there's a good chance that he just plays that. But 50 seconds left in reserve time. Again, we talked about potential pairings. They'll go for the Rasta first, so they don't go for the Jug immediately. Maybe they have another idea of what they want to do, and they're not really concerned about the Jug. TNC could still definitely pick it here if they want to. I mean, there is plenty of room. They get the good old Lena. Ooh, the mid lane Lena is coming out for TNC. The hero of the meta currently in terms of lane dominance and just crazy stuff that you can do.
Yeah, she didn't get mentioned in our first draft either. Was taken out very early on in our games earlier this morning between OG and SG Esports. We didn't really have a chance to see her, but partners up well with the Axe. She can layer the LSA over a Berserker's Call. They already have great team fight coming out from the Earth Spirit too, but there you go. That is a very nice partner. So we're into that second tier of partners. There's the first one in terms of like Troll, Lysol, Jug, but then you get into the Slark, the Faceless Void, the Anti-Mage. So the free Battle Fury coming online here, and moving later into the game. Now the Shadow Shaman and Train Protector, they both scale pretty well. TNC removed one of the other very popular buddies in a Sumail Ember Spirit.
Get that Ember out of there. And the thing is, this is still not going to be, like you were talking to me about what certain pros were saying, and that Lena currently is one of the most, if not the most dominating lane hero in terms of mid in the game right now. So I don't know what you do if you're Evil Geniuses to deal with it. Obviously, you don't necessarily need to have the best lane against Lena. You just need to get some farm. So what are your thought process when it comes to matchups against Lena? It's not unheard of. Well,
EG's
they'll have to think
turn
about it.
pick.
I'm just kind of scratching my head. I wonder what do they do with their last couple of Magnus picks. They put him with obviously Alchemist, but he's been banned out. So yeah, all right. Well, that's not
NC
Is
what
that
I
a
was
mid
anticipating.
Omni?
I'm not sure what the hell.
All right,
this
well,
is.
something awesome's happening here. This, I guess,
There's a
is probably
mid-something.
some male Magnus. That's a little disappointing.
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen
yes.
some CIS mid Omnis lately, so I got a little excited. But it looks like we'll just be for Sumail then. So of course, he's well known for his Magnus. Has a very good one, and then that'll be throwing this Omni Knight over to Universe and Arteezy on his AM.
5 seconds.
As much fun as a mid Omni would be to see from EG, does not seem their style.
Let's not count our chickens just yet, man. We don't know for sure if it is or
Maybe they've
if
been
it
watching.
isn't.
I don't know.
Anything could happen. It's day one. It's the second series of the day. Who knows what the hell's going on?
I mean, as you're saying, in terms of like matching up against Alina, Shockwave will be a very handy tool to have. You can just kind of, although you're a melee hero, so it would suck, but if you're a Magnus mid, at least you'll have the Shockwave to try and rely a little bit on your CS.
Yeah. Also, levels wouldn't be an issue either. And usually when you're in the offlane, sometimes you have a tough time finding that experience, especially if you're getting zoned out pretty heavily, but you should be fine.
They banned out the Ursa, who's a good hero against AM. With that physical damage and quick burst to try and bring him down. So at this point, he's also a Diffusal Blade carrier, which you probably want against Omni, even though they're not quite as good as they used to be. Still nice for that Guardian Angel. And so probably looking for some combination there. There is the Jug, but again, there's this RP, and the Animage can kind of man-fight you, so I don't know. You'd have to be pretty confident in your Jug if you wanted to go that way.
Anything else standing out to you right now besides that Juggernaut? It seems to be one of the classic
Weaver's,
picks.
like, kind of okay. Builds Diffusal.
Okay.
Can rat a little bit, but doesn't offer any control. Not an Abyssal Blade builder.
Well, we should have known.
Terror Blade.
That's an interesting pick, I suppose. But one that is starting to become more and more common as we get through the Kiev first couple of games. So, all right. What do you think, Trent? Tell me about this Terror Blade pick.
Seen him right. This is an AM and an Omni Knight. So early on, not the strongest. The Omni doesn't really have any D-push. AM doesn't. We have Shockwave. We have Ether Shock when he gets into some levels there. So they're just going to kind of try and bring that tempo from TNC, control enough of the map with Metamorphosis, take down these early towers. You have the Crystal Maiden to keep the team up and rolling. No natural HP regen, though. No mech builders, no helm builders, really. So that could be a concern. That might be kind of like one and done pushes, but when you're working with Metamorphosis, it kind of works out that way anyway.
Yeah.
So this is pretty solid. Lina gets that damage rolling early on. Probably going to be looking towards that blink on the axe to really give them that big momentum, but I could see TNC doing it again here.
Yeah, there's a definite possibility. There's a lot of control for this anti-mage, as you mentioned, with the Terror Blade coming out. They have really good push potential. This is a definitely doable draft, really, for both teams. Again, if we were coming into game number one, most people would probably give the advantage to EG, considering, of course, you're playing up against TNC. After that first game, though, I'm not so sure. They do have the Shadow Shaman again, so they have some pushing of their own. Very good team fight, as we mentioned, for EG with RP coming out, but we'll see how this gets started. I imagine Tims will be wanting to roam around pretty land here, maybe to go mid, potentially. I don't know. We'll see how the laning phase goes. What do you think about the laning phase in general, Trent?
I would say the first early half of the game should be pretty well favored towards TNC in terms of heroes, but EG, of course, is a team well known for their later game tactics and strategy and kind of an advantage in that department. So, I mean, would have said the same thing last game, but that PL was pretty crazy. So we saw what TV did earlier today. One mistake and you'd be heavily punished as Sumail comes up, but
he does have Skewer, so there's that at the very least. He will avoid the gank. However, the Bounty Rune might be taken here by TNC. They'll drop a ward. They'll leave somebody here, and they'll head back with a couple of the heroes into their own jungle. Meanwhile, EG are doing the same, but this time top lane. Sam H not wanting to try to fight here. So just some interesting rotations. And also still over here is going to be Zai. He might be able to steal this. We'll see how well Cuckoo does. He maybe can scale up LSA and go for it. They shouldn't be able to get this one over towards, rather EG shouldn't be able to get the ones over towards the top rune spot. And of course, let's see if Cuckoo can pick this up.
Yeah, Sam H is even going to leave this one, so he gets denied it on both, much like they do. You know, you see that rotation way heavy down bottom. RTZ can just go take the axes, and then Crit just walks on back to deny that one out there from Sam
Musical
H.
bounty runes. That's what it turns into. Musical bounty runes. So they'll pick up a couple of them. Tim's already starting out mid as anticipated. But again, Skewer has been skilled up for Sumail. But we'll see what Cuckoo wants to skill up first for himself. We'll see also if Tim's wants to head top. He definitely wants to get this ward down. And we'll look at the rest of the lanes and the way they're shaping up. Universe in an aggro duel lane with a Treant nearby. Defensive duel lane with Raven and Rior. And then top lane, of course, it's starting to turn into dual lanes for both teams as Tim's is rolling up here for now.
Yeah, and Smeal's already out of tangos. Burned through them both thanks to that first little bit of a engagement, and then the pressure coming out already from Cuckoo. So he's got that null talisman. It's pretty hard.
Rolling Boulder onto crit. He'll just eat his way through towards the tower. Sam H went for spin first. No procs coming out. There's going to be the shackles coming in. Crit just cancels. He's like, I do not want to die to spins right now. So Sam H will get some work done. Yeah, that's a frightening position to be in. Tim's also has Rolling Boulder ready to go again. He is running in. No, Crit doesn't have a salve, but still might be able to juke it away. Arteezy also taking a lot of damage, but Tim's is just going to head out. He's like, that's fine.
Oh, look at that roll, too, to make sure he gets to the wave or the creeps in time with that wave.
That was, yeah, I was wondering. That's sick. Damn.
Yeah, nice little play.
Yeah.
And that'll get a pull in. And Axe can just deny this, and then Axe is comfortable fighting in here around these neutrals and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Sam H salving up, just pulling and taking the entire creep wave. Again, Arteezy. He does have Blink now, so a bit safer than he was previously. Tim's getting close to level 2. Again, Rolling Boulder is there. They don't have call yet, so still missing some experience for TNC. But already this lane a little bit rough for EG early on in this game, Trent.
Yeah, I mean, you'd rather be the Radiant denying this out from an AM than like your Axe missing out on some stuff just because he's pulling into these waves, and he's getting the majority of them. So Arteezy also doing a very nice job, though, to his credit.
All right. Sam H getting zoned back. Arteezy doing small auto attack damage. Crit had Battle Hunger on him for a moment there. Cuckoo back towards mid. 9 last hits, now 10 up to the 10 of the Magnus as well. So kind of an even matchup. A lot of damage being done. Sumail has a salve ready to go. Cuckoo's running low on his regen. He does have the, of course, Arcane Ore to work with.
Yeah, and Raven actually, Possible Orsis down bottom, but doesn't really get any denies going. So he'll get a little bit of pressure going, but Universe is still farming very well.
And that purification just
kind of surprised he didn't like try and hold the wave or something. They're just trying to put on the full pressure instead.
They might try to chase him down. Zai's looking for a potential bash up. Again, Rior's, I mean, I think they can afford to be a little greedy this game with the CM, but they need to be careful with Raven. Bash comes out. We'll keep an eye on him in terms of how much CS he gets and how that bottom lane goes.
Yeah, cancel the clarity, and Rior is going for that little bit of a greedy style again. So Raven got ditched a little on his Slark, but TV, you would think, you can abuse a TV a little bit more in terms of like his power and stuff. You can actually use the CM to get kills, where it was very difficult for a Slark, not exactly a very strong laner. However, TV using the Metamorphosis can really put the threat in. But Omni is a very strange offlaner. These guys we don't get to see too much, but yeah, it's pretty potent, especially with these new shrines.
Rolling Boulder, Arteezy going to try to make it away. They do have the Boulder Smash, just putting some pressure on. And that top lane, Battle Hunger will come through as well. He does have a Ring of Health, so regen will happen a bit slowly. Rior coming in as well. Crit not spotted, but they should see the CM momentarily anyway.
Cuckoo's level 4, almost 5, so 2 points in the Dragon Slave is trouble enough for Sumail to say this isn't worth it. He's under vision over here, and one of his camps is blocked out, so slowing down his potential farm as he just has to empower in the jungle and do some Bottle Crow. Not a fun time.
No, not great. Again, the Lena's getting some pretty good farm too, so Cuckoo's just having a grand old time.
This wave will push in though, so Sumail could come back and get a little bit of this experience at the very least, if not some gold. Yeah, nice skewer over.
By the way, ever since they rotated Zai down, or at least since they've shown Zai and Rior's not been there, Raven has not gotten a single CS in the past like 2 minutes.
Oh, look at that damage.
Oh, LSA. Dragon Slave was not available. He just used it. So again, Cuckoo just pumping out the damage. Sumail looking for the bottom rune. He will find a DD. Man, that Dragon Slave does so much damage. The range is insane on that ability. Cuckoo went for the LSA animation, decided to cancel it.
Universe, can I use your shrine?
Yeah, Universe is like, it's fine. I have Arcanes, I have Purification. Yeah, I don't need
owning, dude. Look at this. Yeah. This Terrorblade hasn't got lasted since you left.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy.
There's going to be the counter Helix's top. Arteezy getting a few spins. Axe, of course, coming in and just doing some nice damage. No call just yet. He is about to hit level 4. Ether Shock from Crit. So, again, they're not putting the most emphasis on Arteezy getting farm, but there's farm elsewhere happening now because of this. You have Universe really just getting free farm down to this bottom lane trend.
Crazy. Mid lane. Smell gets silenced, but he missed the kick. Or he might have died there, honestly. Would have been very close.
Raven is getting dove. Universe had a huge purification. He's got another one off cooldown right now, and it's going to be first blood. Universe just dives, gets a solo kill, and Zai is not needed. Man, this feels like game 1 for Raven.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you think magic damage is going to get TB early with this low HP pool. How about some pure damage? Like, this is ownage. He's doing like half his HP pool per spell or something.
Yeah, Raven definitely doesn't feel good. This feels a lot like last game. But again, he did come back, so there's still, very early on to this game right now.
And we did talk about how much work the supports did last game, and I guess this is why, right? Because they're very greedy on their supports.
Yes, absolutely. That's something notable for TNC. Rolling Boulder crit's going to be found. They do have the Boulder Smash ready. They actually kick him away.
Nice.
Gets denied. Nicely done from Crit. Just stays right around those Ancient Blight Dragons. He's able to stay long enough in order to avoid giving a kill away.
Yeah, good stuff there. Loses 111 for himself, but at least he's denying that out from his opponents.
Yeah, he's fine. Who cares? It's fine. All right, well, Sumail's still trying to get some good farm here. A little bit behind the Luna, not by much, actually, considering this matchup and how it's gone. But the big thing is Cuckoo and the damage he's dealing to the Tier 1 tower. Is there any living armor? Treant Protector's just level 3. He's holding his 3rd point now, so if he wants to go living armor and start healing this back up, he can. Skewer N was looking for Cuckoo. He tried finding it, but couldn't quite grab the kill. He doesn't have his RP anyways. So
that little bit of damage, though, might have been enough, and I don't know. You can think about a couple right clicks after that skewer and the shockwave would have been kind of close, but I'm a little worried for TNC this game.
Yeah.
The same thing as last time, and they had the Slark, and he caught back up, much like Raven's going to do, gets a D-ward down bottom, but this isn't Anti-Mage. Like, you don't have this kind of trump card like you did last game with this PL and how farmed he got and how difficult he's to deal with. Instead, you have an Anti-Mage that's going to be accelerated more than your standard Anti-Mage, thanks to the Empowers, so you kind of have to be worried, I would think, a little bit about a timer here.
Yeah, well, the thing is they are getting same H some good farms, so if they want to go for that early blink and put some of that pressure onto RTZ, they can. However, he's going to get shackled up. He's underneath the tower. Some spins going through. They've got the Frostbite. The call will go as well. Do they have the damage? The Boulder Smash is there in time, but RTZ still going to work. Sam H getting lower and lower. Stick charges up. Can he get this kill? RTZ stays alive. No Calling Blade. Not yet anyway for the X. He's just almost level 6, and maybe he gets that kill with it, but good turn there for Evil Geniuses. Great shackles underneath the tower coming out from Crit. Damn,
that saves it from them, so they can't pressure the enemy carry, and meanwhile Raven still just kind of down here. Really feeling 25 last. It's almost doubled up here by Universe. Will now come mid. Just ensuring Sumail was going to be okay.
Top lane, Sam H running it again. God, those counter Helix procs. And almost level 6 once more for Sam H. He will get it here. Just needs to bring these creeps down. RTG still getting chased. Tim's, again, he has the Boulder Smash, Rolling Boulder as well, but here comes the bash to come out. Fairy Fire's there. Boulder Smash comes in. Nice swift dodge from RTZ. Blinking, thinking about it, now looking for Tim's. He doesn't have the Mana Void. He needs another blink to get this kill, and he might go for it, but instead they turn their back. They know some heroes are on the way. Battle Hunger will come through. Call is going to be there. Sam H, he's got the Calling Blade, and he will use it. Not once. Can he get it twice is the question. Yes, double kill for Sam H. Just gets the perfect spin. Wow.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
That sends him in towards that Blink Dagger. Very well done.
Yeah, he just bought Tranquils too, and he's back up to the gold he had previously.
Cuckoo's going to leave mid, so they are healing this back up. It was very close. It was deny range, but of course, Treant Protector. So they're going to try and hold on to it. I thought maybe Cuckoo would get a push going too with the Treant dead, but he backed away, and now Zai will be back, so they'll continue that going.
Because there is that pressure mid, they do rotate a couple heroes, and especially Am dying. They get a little bit of farm for Raven, but now getting chased down Zai. Was spotted, yes. The sentry just caught him, and so Raven's like, I need to run.
Yeah. Like 300 pure damage. I mean, that means if Zai walks up, stuns him, and there's a long-range Purify onto Zai, he's just dead on Raven.
Yeah.
He will just go down. I mean, he already had to Sunder.
Look at this. Raven thinks he's safe right now, and he might be. Zai's the only one here, but here comes this Crit Rasta. So he needs to be very careful. Using his illusions to farm. It'll take a while, but he doesn't want to die again. And, well, AM forced into the jungle now. The creep cutting commences for Sam H. 1,700 gold. If he wants a blink, he certainly can get it pretty soon here, Trent.
And they're even glyphing up as Universe will take this tower for himself. What a fantastic start to a game for an Omni Knight. 4,500 gold. Midas secured.
Universe, the offlaner, seems to find farm and kills wherever he can. Top net worth, God, by a long shot. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, they've given him some great matchups in these past two games. The Void into the Slark, and then now this Omni Knight into a TB with these greedier supports once again here from TNC. I mean, often with an Earth Spirit, you want to put as much pressure as possible because you know he doesn't want to spend time in the safe lane, but this is just like a whole other level with the CM being so greedy too. It'll be very impressive if Raven could do the same sort of a bounce back thing. I mean, it's the same strat, right? You get this Iron Talon early on. Of course, you're a Terrorblade, so these illusions start getting a little bit crazy. It'll kind of be on Sumail to go for these ganks and try and shut them down. And Zai to keep shadowing them like that as well.
Speaking of Sumail, Arcane's up to 1,000 gold as well, so getting kind of close to his blink. But guess what? Sam H has his. They immediately TP with Rior. They'll go for the smoke, and they're going to head into the jungle. Universe is the target they ping, but I'm not sure they can bring that target down. They need a couple more heroes in that top lane if they want to go for it.
Well, it's very reminiscent of the last game of the Knicks.
Blink call comes out. There's the silence come through with the rolling boulder. He is pretty tanky. Boulder smash coming out the LSA. And they now finally have the damage. They don't even need to use the calling blade. Universe getting pushed back. Purification. He thought about using it again. GA also up. So Universe has all these abilities ready, but can he save the tower is the question. The creep wave is pushing in. And there is a glyph. Something to keep in mind. But it looks like that's going to be it. As they're maybe thinking about going on Raven bottom. They have Zai nearby, but actually Anti-Mage is blinking away. Doesn't want to deal with this. All right. Good turnaround there, finding that blink kill. And they're going to go again. Sandwich is coming. No word, I think, spotted this. Maybe this one mid did, but I'm not sure. TP's coming in. Raven's still a bit further up. Zai's nearby. Might wrap around and go for a gank. Raven's going to back himself away. He has Sunder, by the way. But won't get a chance to use it. He's going to just stay safe for now. And Sandwich is just sitting mid, saying, I want to kill badly.
Yeah, I mean, this Arcane Aura, so helpful for heroes like this. They even just shrine up on the Lina.
She's just going to see this as he gets jumped on. The rolling boulder is there. The silence is up. The LSA, the call, boom. Sam H, this blink is doing some serious good work here, Trent.
This is what they need. It has to be on the Axe. You know, this game, you look at how this is going to go. It's all on him to set a tempo here with the Lina. Create that space once again here like they did last game with the Nyx Assassin for the Slark. They're doing it again here for the Terrorblade. Zai, gotta steal that bounty rune.
Bash.
Give him the stun, but Riora's here.
Seed. Universe is nearby. Sunder comes out, so Universe will take some damage. They're looking to jump in. Boulder smash.
Nice
the
stop.
silence is there. The frostbite. The call. Sam H is there again. Now Zai trying to get out. Another one. They get the kill regardless, even though the calling blade actually misses. But huge kill. Universe, top net worth hero going down. Just the right place at the right time again for TNC.
Man, it's impressive. I mean, this is what we said. We expect them to have this kind of like first half of the game to have this advantage. So they're getting it done. There's no question, though, that it is kind of tough to execute. Like, there was a pretty deep dive there to get that AM, right? And no rotations came through. No one able to save them in time because of how fast they're bursting people down. It's like reminiscent of what SG were trying to do earlier today with that Legion Commander and the Morphling with the E-Blade and the Ember Spirit. And they're just trying to, like, go and keep it going. But they're actually on pace and on time here for TNC. So... yeah. Impressive stuff for sure. And that Terrorblade, he's doing it, man. He's past the Magnus and the AM. So TNC's strategy here, just sacking Raven, is working out so well.
They've done this multiple times, not just in this tournament, but just throughout their Dota 2 games. Now the smoke is up. Zai will scout things out and will drop a Crystal Nova and D-Ward that sentry real quick. But no luck there getting an initiation from the Axe. So EG will survive this time around. But you're right, man, though. Raven is somehow farmed. And... TNC, they're looking to push that timing that you talked about a moment ago, and they're going to do it into this tier 2 tower. Metamorphosis is back up. It is level 4, and everybody is up here. Even with Living Armor and Glyph, I'm not sure what you could do if you're EG.
And look where the wave is. It's like Crick can't even punish this with snakes or something down here. Just this control they have thanks to Terrorblade. So there's really nothing to gain for EG anywhere else on the map. And they're already going to start rotating people down in the jungle, I'm sure. Try and get some vision back out here. They have some, and the spot Universe maybe they'll come down, but damn, dude, I'm feeling pretty good for TNC, gotta say.
Yeah, they've turned it around. I mean, it wasn't even that bad of an early game. Samich had a great job top lane, and of course Cuckoo just getting all the farm he needed. He has picked himself up a Yule Scepter, and they might go for a defense. He pops the Invis rune. He needs more heroes nearby, though. It can't just be him.
It's you know, like last game, this train did so much work because they only had Slark and PL, so the building hitting was pretty weak, especially in the early game. So it was easy for the train to try and like hold stuff down and try and slow down the overall pace. Again, much like we had in our first series of the day with OG and SG, but Terrorblade's a pretty good counter to the Train Protector, just because of how he's a guy that pops Metamorphosis and he finishes the tower. That's his job, you know. It's on this big cooldown, but it's so much bonus damage that teams, they tend to fully commit when they're going in for something with this guy. So it's hard for a Train Protector to really bring you on back. So they're heading in towards this Roche Pit. Wouldn't be too bad to get some vision up in the surrounding area. They already got this ward up here, spawning out quite a few rotations up and through.
I will say, man, we have yet to see the full impact of Empower and a Battle Fury from Anti-Mage. It's still early on enough that he doesn't quite have it yet, and once that Oh, he might even die here. That's the problem. Unfortunately, they're going to get caught. Magnetize, good purification. The repel will come out. Blink call, but it only catches the Omni Knight. Can they get this kill is the question. Frostbite, they've got the Culling Blade. He gets off the GA. That might be enough. They're going to try to turn this around. Raven, no Metamorphosis. He still has that Sunder. Jumping in, skewers there. Reor is going to fall. Oh, perfect purification from Universe. Sam H misses that call, and now he is all alone. Shackles and EG will turn it right around and pick up 2. Sumail finds himself a double kill, and Arteezy almost dies, but Universe there to save him.
Yeah, and there are the rotations this time, and that is a lot of gold on Sumail. But bottom lane, they will LSA kill.
Yeah, that is a dead crit. Stick charges, not enough to save him.
They have RP Blink, but Sumail just kind of waiting, hesitating here, seeing who's up. Oh, now he's this big, juicy TB.
Yeah, Metamorphosis is ready, but I don't know if they want to use it for just this tier 1 tower, especially. They've already used Living Armor, but the Glyph will come. All right.
Oh, it's so tempting to pop it just to finish that, but looks like Kuku's going to be the one to do it.
Good Yules, couple auto attacks should do the job. Boulder smash there, LSA on time, rolling Boulder in. Overgrowth, they need a Laguna. He doesn't have the mana for it. Kuku gonna fall, and Tim's might be next as well. They still have that RP. He does. He gets the tower. Now he's gonna try to get out, but no such luck. Sumail blinks right in front, finds himself another double kill. And TNC perhaps staying a bit too long again.
And this is where they have to be really careful not losing this early game edge that they have. It already wasn't too much in terms of the overall gold here. It was mostly the experience, but I guess they're both now falling close to 0. Now the experience will actually be edged out over into EG's favor. And we talked a lot about Roche today, but they don't have the best Roshan heroes on the Radiant. You know, you're like kind of okay with a Terrorblade, but he's no god tier. There's no minus armor to work with over here. Not that the Dire have it much better, but of course, whenever you're pressing an advantage, that's the kind of thing you want to look towards. No vision on the bottom shrine as they smoke up, so EG looking to go. Again, still no use of this RP.
He's going to use it soon. He's got a double damage too, man.
That's
wait for it.
Lena.
Sumail is like, I want a big RP or just a big target. I don't really care which one, but we'll see if they can find anybody. They might have to back up. They will see Tim's not really the ideal target, but a kill is a kill. He's underneath his tower now, so if they go for it, they'd have to dive. And TNC's positioning, just good enough.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ward here, no one's showing. They have a wave pushing mid, no one's showing. So they're in here somewhere.
That's a good point. They're behind this tower with Zai, and he sees Tim's.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, so they pretty much know at this point they're shadowing Arteezy, and they'll all just show.
Yeah, they'll just go for the tier 2 tower, which pretty good at this point. They could use some more gold.
Question is, what does Raven do? Oh, he's coming Roche. So these are their options. They could have pressured tier 3, could have walked in here and pressured mid because the creeps are coming, or they can go for Roche. So this is what their commitment's going to be. If they TP in, they're still going to have RP. They have the shrine, but they do have the vision up here.
Can they do this fast enough? They do have Metamorphosis back up now, which is huge. They'll take the tower. EG, are they going to go for a contention? Sumail does not have a TP scroll, which is a bit unfortunate. By the time they get there, Roche should be dead, and they will grab the Aegis for Raven. And now crits.
This is a risky play.
Call comes out. There's the purification. They have Cuckoo still alive. The Guardian Angel used Laguna Blade, Culling Blade. It's there. GA used, and nothing out of it. It's just a defensive GA that turns pretty poorly all of a sudden for EG. And now they're looking for Zai as well. The dust is up. The blink call. Sam H finds it again. The silence is there. The LSA, another call. Sam H again. A double kill once more.
Oh, man. Very aggressive coming out from TNC. Like, you never know. There could have been people TPing to the tower too kind of at the same time, but I guess the creeps just letting this vision be enough and hoping that there wasn't any TPing the trees and moving over, but it pays off heavily. They get 2 supports. Now they move forward. They get another tower off the back of this Aegis, so TNC, as you said, it took a little while there, but with that full commitment down bottom and the lack of TP on Sumail, there was really no hope for them to contest. And he's going for a Force Staff as well, so not going to go for that Shadow Blade that we tend to see. This is more of the item for when they are fully 5-man grouping and you don't think you're going to be able to sneak through. Like, they'll probably have sentries when they're grouping up like that, and your Shadow Blade might be useless, rather than how good it is at split push. So he's going to have to try and make plays with Force.
Yeah, extending that range of the initiation potential from the Magnus. We haven't really talked too much about Arteezy, just that he's getting towards a Battle Fury. He has it now. He's working on what is going to be his Yashi, which is flying out, I believe, as we speak. It's Advanced Style, which should be next. So again, it's one of those, they have the Anti-Mage, they have the potential to come back. It sure doesn't look great right now, but it's not that bad. 5,000 net worth advantage at most. It's more like 4,000 for TNC. So Trent, you have the Aegis. What do you do here? Wait for the next meta and then make a move there?
Well, you really want to keep the tempo up for sure. I mean, again, we talk, but it's AM, and he is Battle Fury. He has the Empower actually being stacked on him now. We're starting to see a little bit more of a connection between Arteezy and Sumail. So Arteezy's GPM is going to start skyrocketing, going through the roof. He'll probably end up surpassing that TV pretty soon. And we all know what can happen when he gets like Abyssal Manta, right? He's just going to blow up any hero of his choice, especially with an Omni Knight backing him up.
Yeah, the Purification will be there. These fights definitely get more difficult. You're absolutely right.
And look at this, too. With no Lina here, these are doing so much work, these snakes.
Yeah, they are going to get close to this tower. I think it is going to just be denied. Looks like it, yeah.
Close, but...
Tower's a tower. Anyway,
yeah,
what else is coming out?
Arteezy takes the top slot.
Yeah, and he might be there for a bit if EG can sort of split up the map and maybe even find a couple of pickoffs for themselves. Keep the bottom wave pushing while this is all happening, sort of threaten that tier 3 tower high ground sort of thing that TNC have to be aware of. But they're already starting Raven to push mid.
I think the biggest thing for me coming out next will be not just the Bloodstone for the Lina, but probably the Blink Dagger for Tims. Really let this guy show his prowess and why he's so good on this hero. It's especially useful when you're starting to get into these high ground territories. You gotta fully initiate commit. He's
already made plenty of plays, and I know that might just be standard for an Earth Spirit when you see somebody like Jerax or something, but no, he's definitely done a great job so far this game. He's found a couple of kills because of him, and because of Sam H combining up as well. But you're right, Lina getting her next item up here momentarily. And does she already have the...
Her Bloodstone just finished.
Yeah, she just got it. I was wondering if she had the recipe, but she does, yeah. So Bloodstone is now up. Respawn timer pretty short. Is she level 15 yet? She is. She went for the 50 damage, as expected. We very rarely see any mid Linas go for the minus 30 second respawn time. Sometimes we'll see supports do. In fact, Trent, you and I have cast games recently where the supports will go for that minus 30 seconds. But the 50 damage as a mid laner is just too much to pass up, I think.
Yeah, I've seen a couple mids pass it when they go like, if there's like a really good Ags game or if they're not getting enough farm for a Bloodstone, you might end up with this like kind of hybrid build where you're almost more of like a magic ganker rather than the walking turret that is current Lina, the new sniper, the new lone druid. Pick your favorite, but yeah, 50 damage is just unbelievable with the Fiery Soul.
Yeah, watch how fast this thing dies, even without meta. 3 stacks Fiery Soul, your tower's gone. But there is going to be an attempt at a trade here from EG. Whether they go for it fully, they'll drop the Serpent Wards. They are committed. However, it looks like TNC do not care. They, again, still have Aegis. They have meta. They have Manta style. This tier 3 tower might fall very quickly. There is Glyph. TP's coming back already very quickly. A lot of damage already done. The Living Armor will go. Zai looking to walk up. More illusions going. Skewer back. They found Raven. Can they get this kill? They've used the Purification. The Leech Seed is up. They get the Bash up as well, but they can't find the kill. Samich is coming in. The Sunder comes out as well, and now he'll continue onwards in terms of taking this tier 3 tower. They've got the call. Crit getting caught. And if the Dragon Slave Laguna Blade just in time is going to be that repel. Jump in. RTZ double mana void. RP. It's going to be on to 2. Good LSA to come through. Can Raven dish up the damage? Is the question. A lot being done. RTZ will fall. He's got buyback now. Universe. GA popped, but will it be enough? Crit already getting dropped down. Tims, no rolling buller. The Silence will get the job done. On the other side, looking for a call. Now Cuckoo going back in. The repel is there, but the damage, it's too much from Cuckoo. Age is gone. They have buybacks on 2 heroes, but the racks might just get cleaned up here, Trent. Well, they try to go for this on
What a
EG's
good call
side.
by TNC to head into the words this. Like, Arteezy's just a little bit late coming back. He saves for that other wave. He wants to apply that pressure, but then there's this really sick skewer in RP, but he's not there to follow up, so the Sunder gets off. There's no damage from the AM, and that repel, it was great too, but then it wasn't there for AM. So he jumps in and applies all this damage. He just dies. Man. And that is a Rex, and they want more. Like, you're here, there's 25 more seconds.
They really don't want to buy back on RTZ, and he might have to, or else they're going to get double Rexed. Raven, again, has been used. He doesn't have his Aegis. Blink Skewer back. They might be able to get this kill. He's low and low, but the call will be there in time. On to 2. Sam H is going in. The LSA, the Calling Blade, the Guna Blade comes out as well. Sam H finds himself a double kill, and
Raven cancels his TP. He's staying. He's sundering Rayor.
He wants to go. He's sundered in, and Rayor's like, that's fine. I've got Tranquils. You guys take that Rax. They've got 1 full set down bottom, and they're about to get another in mid. AM has respawned. The price of not using buyback is 2 racks down. TNC are moments away from 2-0ing EG in the opening series, or one of the opening series for the Kiev Major. Sumel is forced to buy back his RP back up in 27 seconds, and that will be the signal to leave for TNC. Looks like that'll be that. EG lose so much out of that fight. In fact, I don't know if anybody on TNC died there, by the way.
No.
I don't think
they
so.
They did not.
Yeah.
they were not able to grab a single kill throughout the entirety of that. That is just unbelievable. So well played by TNC. I mean, man, that combo coming in from AM as well, too. They, I guess they got reorg once. right?
Did they?
No, that was before. No, yeah, they got that one. That was it. Damn, dude. TNC Dota. I mean, you can't ask for much more, honestly. Out of this lineup and up against EG. Just using this Terrorblade and pressuring. And we knew it was possible with the draft. Like you said, yeah, with these heroes, you could see TNC doing it, but I can't say I expected it.
No, I mean, especially kind of earlier on in the game. Every time we see Raven get attacked, we're like, oh, he's not going to get farm. It might be a bit rough here. At least that's what I'm thinking. And then all of a sudden, they just, like, he finds farm somewhere in the ether. I don't know. And he comes back, and it's great. So, pretty good stuff for Raven this game.
Such a slim window for them to punish, too, because, you know, EG was just aiming for that next Aegis. They get that up online. They can sneak in. They were going to have the medallion on the Treant. In fact, it's done now. And then they would have the Basher up on the AM. They get that Aegis going. They have the Omni Knight, and then it's them who are in control. And they're cleaving and they're fighting. But they found that window, and that's what's so difficult with these drafts. And a lot of the time, OG makes it look easy, but there's a reason they're like the best team in the world. They use this Terrorblade so well, and they pressure in, and it looks like TNC are doing it as well. I've seen Raven kind of own on this hero before, but to do that against, you know, these guys are playing a lot of these Southeast Asian tournaments, and the region obviously doesn't get the most respect, especially the respect that it probably deserves, much like NA can kind of suffer the same problems. We're a little bit of like brother regions in that way, but
I think especially now, there are some, we've already talked about some of the SEA teams, Happy Feet, High Ground, Warriors Gaming Unity, all very solid. Not even mentioning Faceless or Fnatic, or Mineski for that matter. Some exceptional teams in that region, and TNC got some very good practice. They're still, they haven't finished this game off yet. So EG, they're still hanging on by a thread, I could say. There's one set of racks up top of the Tier 3 tower, trying to keep all the waves pushed out. The net worth graph has plateaued after those fights happened. It's 15,000 in favor of TNC. And EG are going to have to come up with some big plays from Sumail, especially, to find a victory here. And Roche is up.
In terms of longer cooldowns, RP is definitely one of them. Does not get held to it by higher levels or anything like that. It's still always going to be 2 minutes. So yeah, you're not wrong. If Sumail messes up and doesn't get quite the right one, or even if they just end up doing some like buyback plays, there is potential for them to just come right back as TNC. And you can see we talked about Diffusal Blade heroes. They are going to grab Crit up here. Oh, actually, it's Crit who's grabbing Tim's rather. But
yes,
can they punish?
Well, now the question is, can they get out? Serpent wards were used. Raven just comes in and blows them away. They don't get the other hero, which of course was going to be Zai, who TPs out and is able to make it away safely. And then they'll get back into Roche, as it was already, you know, half HP as we went in there. I'll seize it up, and Raven will come in and help finish this off. RTZ's doing what he can. He's just split pushing bottom, as expected. I mean, he's got Basher. What else can you get here this game, Trent? What is the item of choice for RTZ? I feel like he needs so much.
I mean, it just has to be the Abyssal, and then, well, from there he'll just have to work on whatever's going on from the side of TNC, but the Diffusal Blade is done up here for Raven, so you can get that going, and not going to have to worry about that Guardian's Angel. Came out in a pretty key moment there in the last fight. Wasn't quite enough to win it, of course, but now not going to be of a concern to the Radiant.
Yeah, Universe with such a fast start, but some unfortunate, I guess, picks that happened to him. Not really enough to stay alive in certain instances. This game has not been on him, by the way. And it's really not been on anybody from EG. It's just TNC has played well. You know, the draft worked out perfectly in terms of the timing they were looking for, as you previously mentioned. And again, it's not over yet. EG still have potential. You know, get a late game AM and see what happens, because it could sort of get things out of control, especially with Empower.
Yeah, we still have to watch out for those wobble combos went out from the Dire team. I mean, the Radiant, we do still have a 10-second BKB sitting on Sam H, so this is kind of their trump card, as it were, just to ensure that they're not going to get totally wiped here. He can just BKB, come in, cancel stuff, as long as he's not totally chained up or anything like that. So Raven hitting that high ground, has the Aegis, standing proud and tall up there. A little bit of a cluster back here in these two heroes, but not exactly the RP of your dreams here. Is Kuko coming from the side.
Yeah, crit. Oh, LSA misses, and because of that, he throws the Laguna Blade, and it won't do enough damage to get the kill. Raven, in the meantime, still going to work. Hex Sumail was looking for that Blink Skewer, finds it. It's actually the Axis. He blinks in. The call won't go. The BKB is finally, they found Sumail, and here comes the Scotty going to work. The Freezing Field is up as well. RTZ, he'll take down Rior. Buyback coming in from Crit. Sunder comes out, and Axe still going to work. Jump in. RP onto 3. Is this going to be enough? RTZ walking in. Do they have the damage? Everybody's low. They'll finally take Sam H. They get the Aegis. They get another hero. It's Tim's falling, and there it is. Cuckoo, LSA, that'll be up under Arteezy. Doesn't have a Laguna Blade. Purification coming out. Raven still trying to do some work here. Skewer back into the shrines. Arteezy solo, but Raven can't find him. They found the Hex up. Cuckoo getting chased down. LSA ready to go. And he gets it off just in time. Purification comes out. Zai solo. One more auto attack gets the kill. And the Yules will come out as well. Can he make it away? He denies himself with the Bloodstone. Also getting out is going to be Raven. However, Rax is going to be safe. The tier 3 didn't go down either. Beautiful defense command from EG there, Trent.
Yeah, it cost crit his buyback, but you can see they're playing so hesitant there from EG as well. Like, Arteezy, he really wanted that kill onto Raven or possibly the Lina, but he's just a little bit too low. Might have been able to get it, but it's just slightly too risky, and just wants to ensure that he stays alive here. So he'll clear up that tier 1 mid with the Manta. He's got his Abyssal Blade, and played exceptionally well that fight. Didn't even have to drop the Mana Void. Just kind of holding it, trying to find that perfect RP moment.
Yeah, I thought he was going to use it there with the RP, but I guess decided against it. I'm not sure. But
and how about Sumail holding on to that for that perfect moment, too?
Yeah, it was looking pretty bad once they got the blink in from the axe, and he just called him. But Sumail going to get spotted now. LSA should be there. Oh, misses again. Cuckoo just not at the right timing and throws the Laguna Blade once more. Auto attacks. Purification comes out. The Greaves as well. Cuckoo, I don't know about this, my friend. This is not worth it. Repel. He goes up to the high ground, and okay.
Getting a little crazy here.
Yeah.
But this is that time. I mean, 25 seconds left until RP. They are not going to be back here quite in time. They have the wave mid. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Raven's feeling the pressure. He's going in.
Metamorphosis.
They got that timer going. 15 more seconds now.
Yeah, they really want to do this. The Living Armor now down. Tier 3 tower with no glyph. It's gone. Now they'll jump in. Arteezy trying to fight Mantis from Raven as well. LSA, Arteezy did have that repel up. Doesn't use the diffusal charge yet from Raven. And they might just back. Here we go, though. Cuckoo coming in. Living Armor's up and ready to go.
And look at the reach of Sumail with the Force Staff. They are very clustered here.
Yeah, this
they need to be
a
careful. They
huge
have
fight.
good vision with this Observer.
I don't. TNC might back here because meta's going to be done soon. Yeah, they're going to just say that's enough of that. Jeez. Okay, well, they got the tier 3. They put some damage under the range racks, but again, there is Living Armor this time around.
Yeah, it's probably time to start heading back in towards the slow burn of things, thinking about the next Aegis, and just trying to get your economic advantage. Just knowing that you've taken down 2 lanes, they're pushing in, they're worth less gold, trying to abuse that on your team, try and get into another round of items that can put you a little bit too high above that dire side.
Well, EG say, screw that. We're going to smoke up, and yeah, Cuckoo would be a great target. That'd be great.
Yeah.
He is Shadowbladed.
There was a gem on someone.
Universe has it. They see him now. Blink, jump in. They found the Hex. The Lincoln Sphere is broken. Cuckoo is more than likely dead. Arteezy absolutely destroys him.
Yeah, that's a Bloodstone respawn, too.
Yeah.
Still 35 seconds. Fantastic. I mean, that's what they have to do, right? They don't really have a choice. They are going to be smoking out, looking for kills, and Cuckoo was trying to use this ward for safety, but the smoke will be the death of him.
All right. TNC will play together. Getting picked off. Not exactly what they want to have happen. Raven working into that butterfly now.
Yeah, and Arteezy sees this too. You know, you're talking about what's his next item going to be. He spotted the evasion already onto Raven, so it's time to go for an MKB.
Yeah. You know, Arteezy might be able to live pretty long now if the repel is there. You know, he didn't have the repel for when he died, and they lost that 2 set of racks disadvantage. But now I think Universe is going to make sure the repel's ready for him. With RP initiation, they could easily find something. When's Roche respawning? We got a while, man. Saddle in. We could be here for a bit.
This is pretty much what it's come down to. Universe is saying, pretty standard item build. If you guys want to play your offlane Omnis, you want that blink to increase your own range. Make sure you're always there for those repels when they're in time. The purifications too. Even just the Guardian Angel, sometimes you got to blink right into the fight for it. And then there's this talent too for the plus 75 cast range, which doesn't feel like a lot, but a lot of the times that's what it comes down to. With this new repel, that 11-second downtime, just such a different hero than he used to be. Tim is blinking very aggressively as they chase his eye.
Oh, they will find him. The call comes out, Laguna, and he is dead. Is this going to be enough to push them in towards this tier 3 and this Rax is the question.
They'll probably tease it a little bit here, but still a little sketch, of course, with Sumail.
Arteezy has to
what's our buyback situation? No buybacks for Sumail. That's pretty
Sumail,
huge.
AM has one, so does Universe jumping in. Arteezy found the first hit bash. Abyssal is ready, but now he's just getting jumped on. There's going to be the jump in. Can they bring him down? Yes, they can. The axe. Huge call there. He has to buy back. Meanwhile, the RP is gone in Sumail. BKB down, and he's going to die to these auto attacks. The Shrine's not in time. Down for 70 seconds, and Arteezy's going to have to do this without the help of his trusty mag. He actually just got enough to buy back. He just gets it, but RTZ might fall again. The silence is there, the LSA. He's not dead yet, but GG is already called, thinking that he might have just fallen. And the racks will fall. It's going to be Megas. Is it actually GG? It absolutely is.
Dota.
Wow. TNC, what a 2-0 victory. Unbelievable start to this Kiev major. Dear God, man.
Yeah, hell of a draft. Again, they see this moment with the Terrorblade and they say, look, this is an AM. It is scary. He's got that in power. He can farm a little faster than normal, but we think we can push the tempo and see how much we can get done in the early game, and they did it.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sand King.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ah.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
Doom.
Radiant team pick. Ten
Praise
seconds
King.
remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Red. Indeed, it's myself and Kevin ready to get going with Liquid versus Thunderbirds. We've just seen the drafts. I'm sure you got a lot you want to talk about, Kev. We've got a final pick Doom coming through already, starting to see a new sort of shape coming out this tournament.
Yeah, he's a hero that hasn't been super popular. He has been picked a little bit. People thought that Doom was kind of killed with the Tranquil Boots nerf. He no longer has armor, and that's kind of one of the things that Doom needs really bad in the early game. So we'll see what kind of ability goes. It's going to be exciting to see him offlane. Usually he's played like a roaming support, so this will definitely be a bit of a different game.
Well, what do you think about the quick reaction at the end from Thunderbirds going in with the Wraith King? Do you think that was the plan all along? Did they see the Doom and that was like, oh, okay, we're definitely picking this as our safe?
Yeah, it's definitely a reaction to the Doom pick. There's no way it isn't. Wraith King can work a lot of games, but he also has a lot of issues. But being able to have a second ulti, which basically negates Doom being a useful skill, that's a really good upper hand to have for a team. So I think the Wraith King's a good pick here, and it also kind of just counters well. Especially if he goes a little bit of minus armor, he'll be effective against Spectre. He'll be effective against the Doom as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the team fight from Thunderbirds is potentially going to be incredibly destructive. Just having the Wraith King slow and then the follow through from an Invoker's combo or Sand King, Warlock, it's going to be an absolute mess, the 5v5. But of course, it's all going to be down to the lanes at the start, with Liquid picking up this Monkey King first. We saw the Beastmaster picked in response. Do you think KuroKy's still going to get a lot done in this early game?
I don't know. We'll see. I feel like Liquid didn't pick Monkey King very much at DAC, at least. A lot of the Chinese teams were onto it at the very start. The Western teams are catching up a little bit. We'll see how his does. But there's been a lot of downtime since that tournament, so I'm sure all these guys are up to speed on the hero.
I see KuroKy already over here on the side of Thunderbird's map. Get some vision, but certainly not going to go for any aggressive sort of play. Misery, Rezo in neighborhood.
Trying to get a ward down? No,
they already got the deep one down, KuroKy.
I mean, they can maybe kill Wraith King here, but I mean, Doom really doesn't want to have to fight level 1, so Devour level 1 is just way too good to pass up, so.
Sax is there as well. Actually going to heal up Resolution, so Thunderbirds, they themselves could look to try and turn. We'll see a bit of a fight around the rune, and in the end of the day, it's going to be the 2-for-2 going either way, and Thunderbirds getting themselves the first blood. They may even be able to get themselves more here. Mana is nearly going to be there for Resolution to have a second Ray Fire Blast. He's clarity up, he's got it good to go, drops it down, and with the Shadow Word damage as well, this should be a second kill for Thunderbirds as they block Mind Control off, give a bit of gold as well to Weeha, perfectly done, and Liquid all a bit of a mess down there.
Yeah, this is way too ideal there for Liquid. They just can't fight at level 1. Monkey King without his third skill is not that amazing at trading. The hero's got 0 armor at the start of the game. He just can't tank any damage. And even like Winter Wyvern and Doom didn't want to skill anything, so they walked in there with basically 1 skill point for 3 heroes. It's just not valuable. So the Doom will start in the jungle. It's not that big of a deal, but giving 2 kills to Thunderbirds at the start of the game is gotta be tough.
Yeah, making sure that they get that Sunstrike hit as well is huge for Weeha in this mid lane. I mean, the mid lane matchup as well, Invoker versus TA. Oh, actually, we'll hold that for because top lane Moon is being gone on, hasn't quite hit level 2. He needs 1 more creep to die to get that XP for the Burrow Strike, but it looks like he's not going to get that lucky as Liquid will take him down and punish him. You know, obviously getting that first point in the passive, you need it, but if you can't hit that 2 in time, you're always going to be vulnerable.
Yeah, that was pretty greedy by him. If he did hit 2, he probably would have been okay, but he probably felt overconfident against a Winter Wyvern Spectre. It's not really the best dual lane, but definitely some decent slow. He'll be okay from here on out. In terms of the mid lane, like we were talking about, Invoker's historically not good versus TA, just low armor kind of stuff. You can't really break refraction super easily, but depending on how early Miracle goes to the jungle, it should be okay for Weeha. So most of his gold acceleration is just going to come from Sunstrike kills and just typical laning stuff. So really it'll be a little bit more about how his team sets up kills, and they can do that easily with Wraith King in the safe lane. So that's going to be maybe the hero we watch, is whether or not Doom gets combo killed, or maybe even Monkey King too.
See Mind Control, after picking up that first creep in the jungle, coming back into lane and getting a bit more aggressive. It has picked up the toughness aura, and I guess that's, as you mentioned, Tranquil boots, they've been taken away in terms of the armor, but you'll be able to pick it up in the form of an aura, and you can head back to lane.
I mean, he's got an Alpha Wolf here. This is really the ideal in a lot of ways.
For sure.
It's like 30% damage bonus, and you have a 20% to double damage crit. So that's by far the best neutral.
Top lane again, Moon being gone upon. Spectral Dagger is there. Matumba fairly low, and Moon will have another Burrow Strike in 5 seconds, but with KuroKy jumping in, it's not going to be quite enough. They'll try for the chase down. Moon actually turning around with the aggressive Burrow Strike to hold Kuro back. Sax is there as well to make sure the Liquid can't get any damage done. And in fact, at the end of the day, KuroKy himself is going to be walking away very low on life. And also Matumba in this top lane.
This is the hard thing about Monkey King right now. His armor's just so low that if you go Poor Man's Shield level 1, then your other support has all the items and you don't have that much regen. And then if you go Orb of Venom, then you have no armor and survivability. So when you do get hit, you lose like 300-400 HP every single time. So there's this weird place for Monkey King now where in the early game you have to be a part of a lot of kills, or you have to get some pulling done, because if you don't, you're going to get under-leveled and you're not going to accomplish very much.
And it's a very hard lane really to kill the Sand King in, it feels now at this point, because you've got all the slows, but that's about it really. You don't have any huge amount of burst damage and you don't have any stuns.
Yep, yeah, exactly. So it's difficult to actually make a big lane impact on the hero. You just have to be kind of like a roaming playstyle. Show up at the right place at the right time, get the kills, and let that try to accelerate your team. But now that they rotated Warlock up here, it's even harder for them to kill Moon Meander. On the bright side, though, that is going to give more space for Mind Control in the safe lane, and he's already picked up level 3. And in the mid matchup, if that continues to go well for Miracle, then overall this will be all right for Liquid. But but they've got to give some space here to Wyvern, who's going to die, and Spectre.
Yeah, ticking out to the Shadow Word. He came forward trying to interrupt the pull that was being made. And Moon, actually with the next Burrow Strike onto Matumba. Matumba himself incredibly low here. Saxa has got a Shadow Word if he can get himself just in range. And Matumba, he's going to be taken down as well as Thunderbirds get a second double kill for the Warlock on the off lane. And Liquid looking after a really rocky start in this lanes.
Yeah, it just looks like the typical thing that's been popular since DAC. Pick really, really strong laning heroes and let that carry you into a good part of the game. And I think Liquid maybe this is part of the problem with grabbing heroes like Winter Wyvern sometimes. The heroes kind of inconsistent in the lane, and Spectre is definitely the same problem. So their picks maybe is going to work for them better late game or maybe the mid game as well, but it's looking real iffy right now.
For sure. I mean, one of the lanes that's going very nice, of course, for Liquid is this middle. Already the CS, as you anticipated, Miracle with the TA, certainly riding on the advantage that he has on this hero, and even more so, in fact, by Lizard. 23-12 against the 11 for 7, and also that little play from Kuroki, not getting the kill, but forcing Weehaw out the lane. I mean, Miracle, he is going to hit those item timings, and if he gets himself a good Blink Deso, he is going to be able to help these side lanes out that are struggling.
Yeah, he can actually help a lot against heroes like Warlock and even Beastmasters sometimes. If you can go on those guys, and especially when they're by themselves, that way they can't just ulti, it's a pretty easy kill. Those heroes don't have very good control. It's basically just what, Wraith King and Sand King, but he can actually deal with both of those heroes, especially the Wraith King. So I think TA is going to be instrumental here. He's the best hero at dealing with the Wraith King, just tons of physical damage and minus armor. That's the best way to kill Wraith King really rapidly twice.
And already as we see there, the ancient stack.
Moon might be in trouble top. Never mind, just being a little harassed.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tumba 27 CS to the 34th Rezo, so not falling too far behind, considering the amount of harassment Moon and Saxo being able to force onto him. Moon, the strike isn't going to connect. Has to be a little careful. Kuroki is in the neighborhood, still just level 2. But no point in the boundless yet. But, Moon, very, very aggressive, feeling confident with the backup of Saxa. But Liquid, can they actually punish it? I mean, we already talked about how hard it is to get Moon, and he is able to do these sort of plays and positionings. And with 3 heroes there, he doesn't feel too scared at all.
Yeah, I love the Treads build he went as well. It's not something I've seen before on a Sand King, but
that's true, actually,
the attack speed that he gets from it, that's an extra Caustic Finale proc on every single thing he attacks. The extra attack speed makes a huge difference in the laning stage here. Not to mention, it did just get buffed, gives him a 200 HP difference, which is massive early game. And the tread switching.
10 stats, is it?
Yep,
yeah.
10 instead of 9. So small buff there, but the attack speed is huge, and the tread swapping in the laning stage, it's actually super valuable here. It's going to be, in a lane like this that already has damage problems, if they're going up against treads unexpectedly, things get even harder. So I really like this choice by Moon here. Really affect the lane.
Some mind control there, pick up an Invis, and
they're
eyeing up middle. He's not quite level 6. Does have the Shockwave nuke, but it's going to be top lane where the action again is happening. Moon moves in onto Kuroki. The Cold Embrace will be there. Moon, though, revs up the epicenter. He's sticking around for the Monkey King kill, and he'll get it. Brings down Kuroki. Matumba in return, trying to find Saxa the stick charge. Just about keeping him alive. He'll still fall down as Matumba dives in deep, but Resolution coming in with the rotation, looking to hunt down Matumba. The Sal's there. Matumba not quite enough mana for another dagger. He does have a mana. He's got the mana for TP. He's going to go for it. He's not going to make it. Resolution hunts him down just in time. And with a good few crits, he should be able to get this. I mean, Matumba's speedy with those phase boots.
He's still map hacking.
He's been duped. Resolution's still looking for him in the trees. Matumba just cuts across the lane, gets out. And meanwhile, whilst the attention was being drawn up there, mid lane, Liquid went full in and took down Weehaw.
Oh, Misery's going to find him accidentally.
Matumba, this is not the route you want to take.
Does he see him?
What?
All right, now he sees. They might get him.
Okay, he's fine.
No, okay. That was really close. I think Rezo didn't anticipate the phase or something, because he just sat there and auto-attacked. Yeah. Probably expecting the kill, but had to be a little bit more careful with that. So, good escape, but still costs the Spectre a lot of time here. In the meantime, Moon and Meander pressuring the tower. Yeah, this should be a dead kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, they didn't stack the stuns. They're holding on to the Brave Fire Blast. They don't even need it for GH. Or maybe they did. GH gets away. He lives, and Moon goes down. GH will finally pop. But now Liquid with the 3-man reaction straight in onto Resolution does have to reincarnate. So he's going to have that second life to go, which will almost certainly be popped as Mind Control tries to chase it down. Can they kill him a second time? Doesn't look like it.
No.
They have to back off, but still, that's a long cooldown to be put on.
Yeah, no kidding. 240 seconds is huge for this hero, especially if the first reincarnation you use doesn't produce a kill. It puts you really far behind, actually, because now you're just this squishy hero that has a stun, and until he actually picks up something like Armlet, his damage isn't even that incredible. So definitely a bad place to be in for him.
Mind control will get the deny on the tower.
Losing the safe lane is so big, though, at this point. 8 minutes and your safe lane tower's gone, that's insane. Because now Spectre doesn't have a safe place to farm, and if he does sit in the lane here, it's really far for his allies to TP to a tower and support him. So this should give a huge advantage to Thunderbirds, especially with heroes like Beastmaster. They can just push out the lane, invade the jungle, and now they have an extra couple camps, and it's easier to gank the Spectre, who's still insanely far from Radiance. He literally has just got his basic items.
Timber can certainly pick up a bit of action though with the Haunt now online. If Kuroki's able to set up for some sort of a play. I mean, between the two of them, if they catch someone their own, you just having the phase boots and the chase down with the Desolate damage, they can find someone. But it's always going to be risky because we've seen already how both teams in this game are very quick to react and make sure that no one's left alone. But mid lane Miracle, he's fairly deep. Kuroki comes in with the Boundless to cancel the Epicenter charge up, and Matumba haunting in, as mentioned, able to be involved in 2 quick kills. The Roar will be there just to hold them back, but no follow-through from Thunderbirds to find anything in reaction, and that's brilliant. You know, Spectre that was suffering in lane suddenly turns up, gets involved in a good slice of action.
Yeah, super good rotation there. 2 kills and a mid tower, that's insanely good. And all it took really was the Boundless Strike on the Epicenter. That turned everything around. Invoker would have been fine otherwise. And he still doesn't have Midas yet, 500 gold away from that. Now all of a sudden things are looking a little bit rough for Thunderbirds. The last like 2 to 3 minutes, other than that top tower going down, has been kind of weak. I mean, Wraith King did that early TP to the top lane. He didn't get a kill for that. And ditched the safe lane. On the bright side, Soxa hits a fast 6 and gets Arcane Boots, but I don't know if that'll cover for it fully.
I mean, with that 6 online, do you think we can expect to see Thunderbirds very keen to go for a play? I mean, they're smoked up. They want to try and find something, and as you know, they want to do something big with this ult, and getting the tier 1 in return down mid would be perfect. Finding someone like Matumba would be even better. You know, the Haunt's not going to be there to help him escape. But can you get the jump? You've got no Epicenter
really
for
hard.
this.
And they don't have Aurora either for 20 seconds, which is fine. By the time the smoke ends, it'll be about up. So, but they didn't bring the Warlock with, and them starting fights is a little difficult right now. Because if they go on the wrong heroes, it's just not going to work. Because if it's Doombringer and he turns on his Scorched Earth or something like that, it's going to be a tough kill. Picks up the Cloak Aura, surprisingly. Not sold on this. It's only 5% magic resistance for heroes, but probably just did it because he wanted to eat something. He's probably really hungry.
Sure, yeah. You're getting that bonus gold. Top lane, Thunderbirds finding the place to put a bit of pressure onto this tier 2. What Liquid want to do, reaction, they are starting to make their way up there. Matumba Man still 30 seconds before the ult is back available.
That's one good advantage that that Thunderbirds has, is that Liquid takes a very long time to set up. Their heroes are all pretty slow. They're not super mobile. The exception of Spectre ulti, basically. They are a lot better at split pushing. And Crow can just split push in the mid lane as well. So, alright. Who picked up the Midas here? Oh, Doom's got a Midas, damn. Is that the only one?
We've got the Midas on Invoker
okay.
as well.
Invoker just picked us up as well, but Mind Control getting at that time is really good, actually.
Got Midas into drums looks to be the plan here for Mind Control this game.
Okay. So, no Tranquil Boots yet. Probably will just not upgrade his boots, I'm guessing. That's probably
I guess
fine.
there's not too much detail. I mean, when you get a bit of extra speed from the Scorched and...
If you don't get armor from the Tranquil Boots, it's probably okay to pass it up. Even though the extra movement speed is still really good on the hero, I feel like he'll probably just wait. And early drum is super effective when you're having a little bit of teamfight problems, just because it's an extra, 14% attack speed or something like that? Or 40% movement speed, 25 attack speed, I believe.
A big buff to have early on for the entire team.
So now the teams are getting a little bit passive here. Miracle's farming aggressive, which is good because that way he can rotate into a lane if they need a kill. But it's not as easy for Thunderbirds to do that because it's basically Invoker, right? So he's going to sit on his Ancients and hit creeps, but it's so much more dangerous because heroes could actually get wards down. There's Monkey King that could scout him out. So I feel like at this stage of the game, Liquid's actually sitting really good after they got that double kill mid with the tower. It killed all of the early tower advantage that Thunderbirds
bottom
had.
lane, they just go for the quick and easy kills here. There's been a bit of a downtime, but the action picking back up as bottom lane Sax are caught out.
Almost no way that he survives there. And this is really nice thing about the Monkey King Spectre. The laning was really rough, but now it's just so easy to find a hero. And if it's somebody like Warlock that can't defend themselves, easy every time.
This could be nice. 5 seconds until the Boundless strikes. They don't have the initial stun follow-up, but they've already got 3 touches onto Weehan with the meld damage. It's more than enough for Liquid to pick up the Invoker kill. A massive one to find. That will be the goal for Miracle, to have the Desolator complete at a very respectable timing, 13.5 minutes in. Resolution actually moving out aggressively in the mid lane. He does have his ultimate to rely on, so he's feeling fairly confident and safe. Knows that the Horn isn't there.
And he doesn't walk over any traps, which is very good for Thunderbirds, because he could have just been revealed here. They're going to maybe try to kill Doom here. It's a possibility it'll work. Still has the Cloak Aura, but no Scorched Earth for 20. And they don't even do that much tower damage just yet. Basically just simple right clicks. He does have Armlet at least on the right king, so that'll help a little bit. Liquid pretty heavily controls the middle of the map. Slightly surprising due to things like Beastmaster, but I feel like we haven't really seen Misery do a whole lot this game so far. AFK jungled a lot, did a couple of early rotations, but they were pretty reactionary. We haven't really seen him start tempo and get a kill.
Do you like the decision of Resolution this game to go for this armlet and then into the Blade Mail straight up?
It's a very good build, actually. He definitely needs extra armor this game. I think that's probably the main reason it's good. Because if you're against a TA with a Deso, armlet alone isn't going to cover you. You need to go really heavy into armor, and that's one of the better builds to do so. There's just going to be a lot of damage happening in the fight that can't be stopped, like Doom Scorched Earth. You can reflect back towards him. Things like fighting the Spectre is pretty strong. Fighting TA once his refraction's gone is great too.
Just going to see a smoke up here from Thunderbirds, ready to go. They have all the ultimates at the ready. See if they can get the wraparound jump. No one towards the mid lane really at the moment. Only the Wyvern general neighborhood.
Yeah,
he's already heading himself out of there.
Basically, Liquid's just paying attention to this. They know that their opponents have really good team fights, so what they're going to do is just avoid fights. I don't even know if they can get this kill.
G8 should be fine. Still has the Cold Embrace to rely on to get the heal off when he's far enough away. Kuroki's coming across, mass TPs. They want to make something happen. There's the Horn. The Boundless strike onto Resolution. The Golem's been dropped in return though. Thunderbird's trying to use it to buy themselves some space to back out, but they've already lost the Warlock. Resolution being surrounded by the 4-mana Liquid, but Moon comes in with a beautiful epicenter burrow strike, but is it enough damage? The Golem's been taken out. Matumba Man's low. Resolution has the Ray Fire Blast, finds the kill. They've lost Miracle as well here. GH has to get himself the hell out of there, and Mind Control could be in trouble as well. The Ray Fire Blast connects. Moon is going to have the Burrow Strike to find another. The crit comes through, and Thunderbirds end up taking the team fight, and they may not even been done yet. Moon still hunting down GH. GH tries to hide in the trees. He's not going to get out. 4 down on Liquid. Thunderbirds. I mean, it just kind of I really want to give credit to Saxa there. Even though it didn't look great at the start, just drops the rock, and that allows the space and time for Thunderbirds to kind of reposition themselves and turn it around into a massive win.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to win that fight. It looked really bad for them, but Reincarnation at the same time as the Epicenter actually made a huge difference. Maybe Kuro, you could blame him for not ulting earlier. I feel like maybe he should have dropped his ult, but I don't think he felt like he needed it, and the Epicenter kind of came out of nowhere. Yeah,
I mean, that 3-man Burrow Strike epic combo, absolutely perfect.
And the Doom was a bit weak as well. They didn't really need to Doom the Beastmaster. Got him out of the fight, but he had already used Roar, so at most, level 1 axes, no call the Wild Boar. Kind of an effective usage by Liquid, but I thought they were going to win that fight. I think they felt confident with it as well.
Great fight for Thunderbirds. I mean, it's just kind of rocketed. Resolution now on par with Miracle, who was keeping himself a little bit ahead with the speed that Miracle was farming at. But that fight has leveled the ground between the two of them. Miracle halfway towards his Blink Dagger. Resolution off the back of that, of course, Blade Mail complete. Yeah. And will be queuing up the Blink himself, so an extra bit of chase that's going to be pretty crucial, and we're seeing these sort of fights, and it's never really everyone dying in the midst of it all. It's whoever can chase down those extra 1 or 2 kills at the end of it that comes out on top.
And it's not even just the chase; it's also the fact that he can initiate is huge on Wraith King. Being able to go in first, force your opponents to actually cast spells on you, use your ulti, or maybe you have to use Winter Wyvern ulti to save like Monkey King. That could absolutely swing a fight. So, and if your ulti goes off, you can blink out sometimes. It's going to be really effective here.
What do you think about the decision from Moon, actually? Something I feel that we don't always see on SKs, the blink into Hood.
I've seen the Hood a few times. It's so good when you pick it up. If there's a lot of magic damage, it actually makes Sand King so survivable. I think the last time I saw this was actually a Genting where DC at the time actually did end up winning the tournament, and Moon was building it, I believe, at the time. It's really effective for overall survivability. It'll be really good against things like Doom, Scorched Earth, against Radiance when it comes out. It's a good item. I think it can really make Sand King way more survivable.
Talking about the Radiance as well, the progress from Matumba, 3.4k gold, so very close to having that relic. We'll see if he is able to close that small little window on this first big jump towards the item without being punished by Thunderbirds. And he looks like he'll be okay, unless this goes really badly for Liquid. They themselves are looking to fight here. Moon on the high ground, great position though to dispel the smoke and immediately blinks out. Looks like Liquid won't find the catch that they wanted to with that movement.
Really good play by him. I think their observer did spot them smoking. They were around that area when they ended up smoking, but either way, still really solid play. They'll try to turn this into a Roche kill though. TA is one of the best Roche heroes, but can they get there?
On the side already, Epicenter coming out from Moon as he bursts down Kuroki and immediately eliminating one of the members of Liquid will force them to back off, and that brought Roshan down to half health. Thunderbirds themselves, they could try and take this kind of without the Monkey King. They don't feel too much threat around the pit. They need to be careful about a good ult from GH.
I mean, Thunderbirds messed up really bad there. Misery summoned the Hawk. The Roche clapped and killed us. They don't have vision. This is going to be hard for Thunderbirds.
The Horn coming in straight away with the Winter's Curse. The Radiant will get Roche, and they do still get the Aegis. Liquid aren't able to stop them doing that. Matumba falling incredibly low, trying to get himself up to the high ground, but the Sunstrike, not quite enough as the damage is split with the creeps. Matumba's still on the run. Weeha, can he chase this one down? They themselves don't have any vision there, Thunderbirds, so Matumba man will be safe with the initial attempt to juke, but the TP's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. There's no way this man gets out. Surely not.
No way.
No way. No, oh my goodness.
Holy
okay, they've not
crap.
seen... He's still got 20 seconds of
No, they assume he's gone.
Oh my goodness.
You don't keep looking at this point. Oh, I haven't seen him in 40 seconds. Maybe he's still here, guys. Maybe you would own. I'm not sure if they would.
He's getting out.
I think he is going to get out. I mean, he did lose a lot of farm time here, but the fact that he didn't die was
and
helpful.
it still was not great, of course, for Liquid.
At all. I thought that Liquid was going to take that fight pretty well, considering that they had Thunderbirds had no vision, but it worked out. The Rock came down at the perfect time. They were able to get Roche kill and Aegis still. That was a huge grab.
Yeah, it's crazy. And Thunderbirds now able to turn it into another bit of an objective on this bottom lane with a tier 1 push. Liquid, they're in the neighborhood. So they will do their best to slow this down. But Resolution with that Aegis, with Reincarnate.
He's got Blink too, so if they see an opening, he's going to go.
He's thinking about it. Miracle with a click Blink.
I like how he did that. He doesn't want to gamble a Blink stun. He'd lose too many resources, but just testing the waters. Throw the Hellfire Blast out.
We'll still get the tower. There's the jump forward, straight in onto the TA. GH and Mind Control there to try and hold him back, but the Blade Mail's pot. Resolution continues to charge forwards. Can actually bring him down once. That Miracle touches him and says, I'm out of there. Does not want to commit for that. Knows that there's backup as Saxa, Weeha, Misery in the neighborhood as well. And Moon, meanwhile, diving the tier 2. Tried to make a play with the Epicenter. Doesn't really get too much damage done at all with that one. But just a zoning one, just to try and assert his domination on the game, Purge.
Yeah, losing and trading that for Monkey King ulti, I think it's completely worth it here. Because now Monkey King's kind of a worthless hero. Not worthless, but he's not good.
Look at this aggression from Rezo, just diving in. Knows the backup's going to be there with a Burrow Strike and a Sun Strike. The double strike combination to bring down GH. 15 to 10, Thunderbirds moving on to yet another tower. Matsuma man, how's he going for him? He's doing his best right now. He knows that he can't turn up to the fight. He's trying to get that Radiance finish. He has got it. Once there as well.
Might be too late.
Absolutely. Against the items and the stage that Thunderbirds have reached, these fights are not going to be easy at all for Liquid.
Yeah, especially with the Hawk. It's spotting where their supports are standing, and then it's so much easier for Wraith King to jump in and stun, or Sand King. They can make perfect decisions basically with Sunstrikes and get those crucial support kills. Like if Winter Wyvern dies, that's most of the team fight for Liquid. They basically got Haunt, they've got Monkey King ulti, and they've got Winter Wyvern ulti. Obviously Doom is great, but you need some AoE control to try to combat things like Warlock and Invoker and Sand King. So the vision game is huge in this match. It's almost everything, really. Miracle hoping for a solo pickoff, but
with the AFK strats here,
he can maybe kill Warlock, but even Warlock has a buckler right now.
And if he does, I mean, he's almost certainly going to be in risk of being punished by Thunderbirds.
He could actually kill Invoker, maybe. Invoker's probably who he's hoping for, but
I don't know. Quick reactions from Wee could get him out of a good tornado.
They spot that.
Yeah, but they're going to haunt in. They want to fight. Mind Control gets the Doom on to the Sand King, but in response, Taxa's there. Drops the Golem. Already Liquid trying to split. GH with a decent curse on the backlines, managing to lock down the Invoker and the Sand King. And in fact, that's going to be it for Liquid as they get the 2. They've popped the Wraith King once. Can they do it again? They've lost Miracle, though. The Golem's still alive, pounding through Liquid's lineup. And Matumba man trapped amongst the Ancients, trying to get himself away, but he's ticking down low. does actually manage to survive. Resolution tries to hunt him down with a blink forward, but it's going to be off the point. And on the back lines, they were able to take down Misery as well. Resolution ready to come back in. He's going to try and go for the one-man cleanup. Oh my goodness, that crit! They said Doom had a lot of health. Not anymore. That one shot from Resolution bringing Mind Control straight out of the game.
He even skipped the, he got the health perk as well. 275 health is kind of hard to pass up, and it doesn't quite pay off there, but...
Reza, I mean, he's got no way to break this tree. Okay, well, Moon, that's the burrow strike. They still don't have any vision to get this Monkey King.
He's got force. He could force here. Oh,
he needs to break the trees. Oh, I didn't break the right ones.
Just a little bit too late here.
They know that they can't get the monkey. Oh, okay, well, if he comes down off the trees, they might... Oh, no, Kuroki just with the bait, but the Sunstrike's there! They've got him this time. Thunderbirds able to outplay Kuro at the end of the day.
And the pressure's on. Wraith King's looking really good this match. He actually does counter a lot of the Liquid heroes, and you're seeing in that last fight, just does a lot of right-click damage. It's very hard to kill, survivable, and it's not going to stop.
Misery with the roar onto Matumba. Matumba does have backup, and this is right by the shrine. So Liquid straining with the reaction, but oh, Moon on the back of it all with the Epi straight onto GH. Sunstrike setups there. As they'll take the Wyvern out the fight. Mind Control just being pulled apart from his team. Moon may go down, but Mind Control, can he survive? Cold Snaps there is the Wraith Fire Blast. Double kill for Weehaw. And again, another trade where Thunderbirds are coming out on top in terms of numbers.
Yeah, all the cores on Thunderbirds keep getting more and more farm here. That's the big thing. They're not dying in the fights, so Weehaw's going to eventually get to something like a BKB or an armor item. It looks like he's going to go Lincoln's Blink BKB. Got it all planned out. And at that point, he's just not going to die, really. The Spectre's got his Radiance. He's picked up a Vid Booster, but I mean, he's still going to be vulnerable to the Wraith King at most of the stages of the game. It basically comes down to initiation. Can Liquid go in first and kill off some important heroes like Warlock or Sand King or Invoker? I don't know if they can this game. It's tough. I don't think the Monkey King has to play safe, basically, because he always has to worry about like the Hawk or some other person having vision on him and blink stunning him. So like their vision advantage that they're maybe supposed to have is very difficult to actually facilitate and give their other team members advantages.
Absolutely, a very, very tough position for Liquid to be in this moment in time. To 15, 25 minutes in. Miracle's still up there in terms of net worth, but the fact that there's a Boca and a Wraith King on level with him has got the BKB complete. This is an absolute necessity against this lineup of Thunderbirds.
It's definitely good to have, but it all depends who goes first. If he gets chain stunned, he's dead, 100%. And they're going to go in first on him.
Let's see what they can find here. Resolution. Ooh, quickly though, as the blink outs there from Miracle. There'll be a haunt from Matumba. Matumba's actually gone right into the midst of it all. Mind Control jumps in with the Doom. Very nice. Make sure there's no chaotic offering this fight. The Winter's Curse is there to control the Wraith King. Kuroki's looking to Moon on the sidelines. Miracle's chasing down Wii. They've brought down the Invoker. They've taken Wraith King down once. They may be able to do it again. He'll jump forward. He's looking for the crit onto GH. He isn't going to be able to find it here. They surround him. Resolution almost certainly going to go down a second time here. And Liquid doing it there. And you've got to give hats off to Mind Control, getting in with that Doom without the chaotic offering, which has pretty much been the key component in the last few fights. They couldn't quite do it, and they may not be done yet. Kuroki looking to Moon, and there's going to get out the courier though, just sitting there with the AC completion recipe and the armor. Oh my goodness, and there's no AC now for 3 minutes. What's happening? Thunderbirds are just a swing around.
Yeah, they didn't expect that fight to go like that, but if you try to initiate to stun a Templar Assassin with a Blink Wraith King stun, it's just not going to work. It had to be Sand King going in first, and that was the crucial mistake there for Thunderbirds. If Sand King initiates first and they fall up, they win that fight. But instead it was them retreating, getting doomed, and then everything going badly.
Goodness, Moon. Trying to slow down this push here with the Burrow Strike. Tier 3 already down to half health, and Liquid certainly going to be riding on a newfound bit of confidence after that bit of play. Miracle suddenly 2k ahead at the relevant cause on Thunderbird's side. As he will look to build into the Bloodthorn as his next time to have that extra bit of lockdown and damage. And as we're seeing, these silences, these Dooms are just huge against these heroes that rely on getting the ultimates off in these team fights.
And they're building the right items. And there's a lot of survivability things. Soxa picking up the Buckler still. Still on a Buckler. Someday he'll build a mech, but he is definitely the hero to Doom, though, especially with a mech.
Absolutely.
But he will be protected against silences later in the game, at least. He'll have that going for him, but they've got to have the good initiation. It's all about that this game.
Straight into the pit. Don't have Horn, of course, Liquid. Still down. I'm actually saying that only for 5 seconds, but it looks like the speed that Thunderbirds can take this is going to be too quick for Liquid to have the chance to contest. So, they do want. Matumba, he tries for it. Not quite there in time. The burst strike in reaction. The combo ready to come through from Weeha. They're actually probably a creep there. Kuroki drops the ult in the midst of it all. They're bringing Weeha and Resolution down low. They've already found two. They'll pop the Aegis on Weeha. The bashes coming through from the Wukong's command, knocking the Wraith King down. Also, the bashes again on Weeha. A second bash from this Wukong's, doing huge amounts in this team fight, and they'll clean up the 5th as well. A perfect ultimate there from Kuroki, and Liquid, they don't get the roast, they don't get the Aegis, but they get the full team.
I'm actually so surprised they didn't do better in that fight. They got the Golem off, they got Fatal Bonds. I mean, I guess they did waste Necro just killing the Roche, but... And the Winter Wyvern ulti was crucial there. It actually guaranteed the kill on the Sand King, and he's actually going to go in.
He's trying for someone here with the Epi Moon straight in, and with the Sunstrike, it will bring Mind Control down very low, but the Cold Embrace is there to top him back up. It will slow down the Doom's aggression. The rest of them still standing fairly strong. They will back up now, with Thunderbirds coming back into the game. Yeah, these last 2 fights for Liquid showing incredible potential.
Yeah, he actually picked up the Devour Ancients skill, and he grabbed the, I don't remember what it's called, the new purple one that has no magic resistance. He's got the Petrify thing, which roots for 2 seconds, and he's also got Desecrate. Now, Desecrate's pretty special. It does 200 damage, which is quite good, but it also lowers your base armor by 50%. So if anybody has a lot of stat items or naturally high armor, it can be really effective. So that's possibly part of the reason that they're shredding so fast, because stacking that on top of Templar Assassin, for example, could really amp your damage. But most of the fight still comes down to killing the important heroes and preventing their team fight from coming out. And once again, Thunderbirds got initiated on. Even with the Aegis grab, it wasn't enough.
Matumba, well, is certainly going to become more and more of a trouble to deal with, Manta style, and with that Bit Booster now looking to build it up into the heart, so just tanking up against this huge amount of burst that Thunderbirds do have when they get the jump. But now, once he has that heart, you've got to ask, are they actually going to be able to kill him in that initial burst? And with the backup of GH and such, Liquid have got ways to keep that Spectre alive and allow him to turn and fight. And
the other thing is that Thunderbirds haven't been scaling as well on their cores. Like, Wraith King's been sitting at these same items for a long time. It's not just because the courier was sniped. They've lost 2 Roche fights in a row now. It was like the team fight by enemy shrine, then the Roche fight. Resolution hasn't scaled into his next item in a long time, and he's also built a hybrid armor item. So yeah, it's going to increase his damage, but it mostly just makes it so that TA doesn't like 4-shot him or something like that. And because that got delayed by like 5-10 minutes, now they're just, like you said, they're tanking up Spectre. They're not going to kill this guy rapidly anymore. They're not even close to that.
We got Liquid. We've seen them win the fights outside of the base. The high ground siege becomes the next big test. And looking at both lineups, really, for neither side is it necessarily going to be easy. Lots of ways to fight from the high ground. Both teams this game. Understandably so. We're seeing Liquid respect that. Not going to go for any sort of high ground play, as they will back up for now. Kuroki just cleaning up the top lane.
It's too dangerous, and they're safe to do this anyways. Just send Matumba Man far away from where they know Thunderbirds is, and you can always haunt in. It's pretty straightforward. He continues getting farm. Grow can split push the other lanes that are being pressured in just because Monkey King's so able to get around rapidly. It's looking pretty darn good for Liquid right now. Mind Control changing up his creep, picks up the Granite Aura. 15% extra HP for him and his team. Look at his items right now. His HP items are Drum and BKB, and he's got 3k HP. This is actually insane. And he's obviously got the HP perk, but this is a really cool build. I really do like that health perk. It just got buffed so many times. 275 health on a regen-based hero like Doom. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, 20. If he hits that 25, I imagine you take the 48 H regen.
Infernal Blade damage is hella good, especially against a hero like Wraith King, but kind of hard to say. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, this game at the moment, 32 minutes, it could end up going on. We could see some of these 25s come out. It certainly doesn't feel like a game that's going to be over just like that. Both teams have lots of ways to keep themselves in the game, split the lanes out, and both have pretty good late game potential. I mean, the team fight from Thunderbirds is always going to be massive. You've obviously got that Invoker that's going to scale incredibly well, and then vice versa. On Liquid side, you have Matumba, and then you have, I mean, even just the Wyvern, someone that can use the enemy's advantage against them.
That's huge against Beastmaster as well. Especially if you grab somebody that isn't like Wraith King. Pretty much any other hero is definitely a threat to dying this game.
Summer Man will be gone on here. The Manta Star, though, causing initial trouble for the Raw, but it still comes through in time. With the Golem shots as well, they'll chain stone him up with the Horn. Tries to get his way out. He's not going to make it. Boundless Strike will be dropped. Mind Control in the front of his all. Croaky questioning if he wants to get himself involved. Miracle is now coming across to try and join Mind Control. Tornado EMP trying to split Liquid up. Burrow Strike from Moon to hold back Kuro and GH. And with the Deafening Blast and Meteor combo, they'll find one kill. They may even get a second. GH trying to get himself out with the Winter's Curse and TP, and he does make it. Neat little play from himself, but overall, Liquid getting punished heavily there as they were just split up. Matuma Man being caught out and chainstone like that at the start was a perfect way for T-Birds to jump in.
Yeah, I didn't really see the framing at the start of the fight, but I'm confused that Matuma Man was there. Like, he's the guy that's supposed to react to the fight with a haunt, but instead it was him getting gone on. Maybe feeling too comfortable with his HP levels. I mean, they definitely blew a lot on him. It took like a Hellfire Blast into Aurora, into a Golem, but against a Spectre, the tankiest guy when he's by himself, that you do that every time.
He's actually going to buy back as well. They really don't want to lose a set of racks. They want to make sure that they keep control of their base, but costing him the buyback, it is going to prolong that heart.
Yeah. No, what's special about that is it wasn't just the base, it was about that shrines right there that they protected. Because if that tier 3 tower falls, they can clear the shrines, and then again the vision game changes again. So it is still about initiation. If they lose their shrines, it's easier for their opponents to grab gem, close off the map, and just outfarm.
Yeah, that's true. And in a game as well, where it's, you know, no one's really leaps and bounds ahead, those shrines are very important for specifically like Roche control at this stage as well. That's going to be huge as this game goes on. As we can see, there's only a 5k or so difference. So, as you mentioned, for that reason alone, certainly see why the call was made to buy back.
So Wraith King queuing up a Monkey King bar next. They can hit the Monkey King more often.
There we go, Purge.
Does that prevent him from auto-attacking?
It should. It should take away his weapon, you know. Picked it up.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mostly stops the Radiance, Mischance, and potential Butterfly pickups for either the TA or the Spec. So I think it's a safe pick. You can actually lifesteal from it, by the way, if you didn't know.
Oh, what, from the extra...
From the procs,
yeah.
Yeah. It's magic damage, but you can still lifesteal from it. It's kind of a cool interaction. And I think he could get away with the 20% Vamp Aura at 25.
I think he can this game.
I don't think he needs to worry about mana drain.
Yeah, for sure.
Hypothetically, Spectre could get like a Diffusal, but it's very low chance. So.
I mean, that could be the play, couldn't it? Wait until the rating hits 25, gets the lifesteal, and then hit him with a 70-minute Diffusal Blade pickup.
That could win them the game.
It could win them the game.
You never know.
It could win them the game.
You got to think about those things, just in case 1 out of 1,000 games that happens.
For sure. I mean, with Manta and a Diffusal, you lose that 900 mana pretty quick.
Yeah, that's true. It could actually matter. Goes for strength over attack speed on Wraith King. It's probably the right choice. He will catch Kuro, though. This could be really dangerous for him.
The Sunstrike and the Burrow Strike. Again,
yeah,
clean combo from T-Birds.
Dangerous, definitely. Looks like Invoker going for a Shiva's Guard next, most likely. It's a good choice.
Very nice, yeah.
Really limit the attack speed of Liquid. A lot of their heroes don't buy that many attack speed items. Usually Spectre sometimes goes more tanky. Heroes like Doom don't buy attack speed very often.
It's really good as well against the Monkey King. You know, when he's trying to get these ults off and Kuro's trying to be in a position, maybe the other side of a tree line or such, suddenly the vision's there.
Yeah, that'll
get
help.
him out. Get him out.
Figure out where he is and actually kill him.
Yeah.
They think they see the Spectre. It's pretty obvious it's an illusion now.
Can
Nobody would
I
stand.
don't think he'd go on Mind Control. That's too big for him to go on his own.
Okay, he definitely knows the Spec's to the left now because he saw the camp retreating, so he's going to try to find him. I don't know if he will, though.
You have got the rest of Thunderbirds making their way up here. But Matuma Man, yeah, he's playing it safe now. Realizes they're off the map. Almost certainly being hunted out as he comes top lane. So straight back out for him. And I imagine we'll see Matuma playing a little safer after that. A bit of a debacle around that Ancients of Radiant.
Yeah, he can't get caught again. He's got tons of HP, but his survivability is not insane. His resistance, things like that. T-Birds kind of looks like they're considering smoking. They're grouped up as 3. They just know that they can't separate because so many of their heroes just get killed solo. If Monkey King finds a single hero and Spectre haunts, that's a dead hero. They've got to stay grouped. It's really going to hurt their farm levels. Whereas Liquid feels like they can be more mobile. They've got more Blink Daggers. And they've got Monkey King. So.
Back up. I mean, in terms of teams taking it, as we've seen, both sides can struggle because of the AoE team fight that each opponent has.
Under attack.
Both teams are aware of the status of Roche. So control of this area is going to be pretty key. Liquid trying to get as much as they can down bottom as well. A bit of an illusion push. Pressure being put on by Matumba, and now making it across from behind on the mid lane.
Yeah, that's so sick what they did. Miracle came mid, pushed the wave, which means T-Birds has to move over and push it, which lets them initiate.
They're going to go straight in here with the Haunt. And yeah, looking for the backliners, making sure that there's no chaotic offering for this team fight with the Doom dropped as well. They'll take down Saxa. Resolution now being focused, has been split up from the team. Weeha comes in with the Tornado and EMP to try and hold them back. Kuroki has managed to get the Wukong's command off in the high ground, so they'll bring down the Wraith King once, and they'll go for a second time. Boundless Strike immediately there. The damage from Miracle coming through with the Bloodthorn finds a second, and now Misery's in trouble as well. Matumu's out of mana, but he's there with the chase down. They've got the trap slow. Liquid find a third, only losing GH for that fight. Weeha and Moon are still in the neighborhood. Trap slow onto Wii, holds back Kuro with the cold snap, but mind control straight in on his face. Looking for the chase down onto Invoker. Again, the Boundless Strike from Kuroki, slowing down Weeha that little bit more. Did get the dust stop, but Moon's there with the Epi Burrow Strike to hold back Kuroki, but it's not enough damage. Miracle quick with the Bloodthorn, tries to go for the chase, but Moon's out with the Blink, and the Sandstorm should be safe for now.
The way they approached that fight start was amazing. Just push the lane, sit everybody to the right, and as soon as somebody comes to push it, they look for the back lane. And once they didn't want to go on the Wraith King, but they knew where he was standing, and because of where he was standing, they could make assumptions that their supports were on the back line. So that was insane play by Mind Control, because as soon as you doom the Warlock, the fight's won. Spectre just haunts, jumps in on the Warlock, and kills him. And if Warlock had buyback there, whole fight changes. But without buyback, Warlock's out no matter what. And that means that Liquid can actually pressure and take a fight well. And they definitely got advantage there. It wasn't insane. They didn't get Roche as well, but that was maybe the one good thing that Thunderbirds did, is they really delayed the fight. Maybe that's why Weeha stuck around, tried to get them to chase him, so that they could prevent Roche from dying. But if he just ran away, they would have just taken it instantly.
And the big items coming out as well, as we just saw the Butterfly now complete on Miracle, Heart complete on Spectre, and an interesting one here from Kuroki this game. He's got the Diffusal Blade coming out for himself.
Yeah, interesting choice. We almost never see this on Monkey King, but more mana drain, and it also applies to your Wukong's command, so those are also going to drain mana. Not to mention, just does a lot of damage.
Yeah. So. And Andreso, as I said, he's level 23, but because he's a bit dumb, the end game's not great. He's only got 800 mana, so it could definitely been burnt out. There's the Horn, Misery being looked for first. The Chaotic Offering did come out in time, and in fact, Moon comes in with the two-man Burrow Strike. Thunderbirds trying to finish off Miracle. They'll have the Roar to hold him. The damage from Rezo, the crits is not going to be quite enough. Resolution, the evasion is destroying him. He can't get the hits in onto Miracle with the Butterfly, and the Solar Crest buff from his team fighter. He's fine. 3 dead on Thunderbirds. They'll come back in with the Epicenter, but it's not quite enough damage. Matuma Man just absolutely losing no health at all with this Heart. They can't kill him. They're found 4. They're going to be able to find 5 as the bash comes in from Kuroki. A Meld Strike straight between the eyeballs of Moon.
That was a really good fight for Liquid there. The Monkey King ultimate just controlled the fight so well. And even GH, I think, played amazing. He ultied a BKB hero. I think it was the Invoker on the backline. Didn't do much damage, but the important thing was that it really limited what Wraith King's initiation did. He landed his first stun. There was a little bit of follow-up, but it just guaranteed that it was just Wraith King slapping away all fight. And almost every time he got somebody sort of low, it was just Cold Embrace from GH to ensure that Wraith King didn't do enough.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of feeling like he went too defensive on his items here. The Armlet Blade Mail was fine, but I think he maybe should have skipped AC and gone even something like Radiance, perhaps. I think that might have been the better move, just to guarantee that you standing there does a lot of damage. It's hard to say, though.
I mean, for sure, the physical damage limitations of Thunderbirds are certainly showing at this stage. I mean, it's just Liquid have just seemed to scale a lot better. They did suffer early on, but at this stage, just the farm that they have and the way that they're executing these team fights just seems to be a step ahead of Thunderbirds. And Thunderbirds, even when they get their ultimates off, it's not quite enough, and then you kind of ask yourself, well, what is going to be enough? Maybe it is Wraith King getting those items, but he needs a lot of time, and in that time, Thunderbirds are going to continue to just struggle to keep up with the pace that Liquid are farming.
Realistically, it's still about the team fights. Like, items will definitely matter, but it's more likely the reason is because Thunderbirds have been losing fight after fight, and that's because Liquid have been having really good initiations. So maybe we can talk about the AC, but it's realistically, they shouldn't have lost fights. That's the bigger problem than what item he chose. So that's what they got to do. They got to take good fights. They can't get their Warlock doomed. The last 2 or 3 fights, they haven't gotten a rock out of the engagements. It's just always doomed, killed.
Yeah, Vlim Miracle. Have that DD. And Resolution actually going to jump down to the low ground looking for the initiation. But again, Solar Crest is on Miracle. He just can't hit him. Miracle just walks it off. He's A-OK. The Hawk comes through, and Liquid, they're ready to rock and roll. Straight in onto the high ground. Miracle bursts down one, takes down Misery, turns towards Resolution. They'll pop the Reincarnate. The BKB up, ready to look for more. Resolution will get the blink out. Being forced away from their tier 3. Liquid will force out in turn the fortification. Definitely still ready to go aggressive. Not feeling too scared at all by the potential of Thunderbird's defense. First strike back to safety from Moon. The Rax in the mid lane, sure to be going down, as Liquid looking to be borderline unstoppable at this point.
They want to chase and fight this, but it's so hard against Solar Crest and Aegis on Spectre. Any engagement they go on has a low chance of actually succeeding. So now Thunderbirds is in a really bad spot. They're just not able to combo their disables well enough. Their cores aren't going to scale nearly as well. Wraith King's their carry, but he's not even the most reliable late game. So with offlane Sand King who's going utility items, they're just going to run out of damage really soon. They have to have a good team fight now or very soon or they're going to lose.
If they find Matumba, that would be nice, but he does have friends around the corner. And he's such a big target to go on. They will try with the jump in. Liquid's going to come back. He responds again. Mind control, this time with the Doom straight onto Weeha. So Weeha is out the fight. Can't throw any Tornado or such in to break it up in response. And Liquid, they can continue to chase. Diffusal Blade from Matumba Man used to slow down Resolution. Does have the Reincarnate. He's actually going to fall on the mana. Might not even have mana for it. He does just have enough mana. But Liquid, they're almost certainly ready to kill him a second time. Weeha will come in with the Meteor, trying to save Resolution, but it's not going to happen. Kuroki with the Bash chasing down for more, and Thunderbirds tap out. They've had enough, and Liquid really pulling it together and showing us some very, very impressive play this game one.
Yeah, I think Mind Control and GH especially really pulled together in the mid game fights. I think Mind Control played amazing all game, but kind of everybody really did actually. Kuro's Monkey King ultimates made a huge deal in the mid and late game around the Roche fights. I mean, this game was definitely within a win possibility for Thunderbirds, but their fights just went a little too bad in some of those cases. And it's really amazing how much it comes down to, does Mind Control get in there and doom the right target? And for like 2, 3, 4 fights in a row,
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick.
Bristleback!
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Arc Warden.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Red. And indeed, this draft, we saw the reaction from the panel there already here in day one of the Swiss format group stage. We're getting a lot of excitement. Thunderbirds finishing with a Bristle that we assume is going to be mid. I mean, they could switch it around. And then the Arc Warden in response, Purge.
That's the second Arc Warden of the day, by the way. It's a decent hero. I think the Bristle is a really good pick, though. His opponents, there's a lot of low armor heroes. It's like, Arc Warden has really bad base armor. Monkey King has really bad base armor. CM does, with the backing of a Tusk behind him in case things get a little bit iffy, and Caudle as well. I feel like he can do a lot of good stuff this game. It'll be interesting to see how it works. But previous to this, the only team that really has been picking Bristle a lot has been Complexity, and they didn't end up making it here. So we'll see if this one's mid though.
Wow.
They were playing carry.
Wow,
in the past,
Bristle.
so I think it could be really effective this game. I've been playing the hero, randoming the hero a little bit lately. It's quite good, especially when Liquid is really weak on disables. They've got silences and stun. Silences are pretty effective against the hero because he does need to stack up quills, but I think this is a good game for him. I think it could be really effective.
I mean, yeah, this mid lane matchup, one that I want to say I don't think we've ever seen before in Pro Dota. Arc Warden versus Bristleback. It feels like this is very new territory for us to be stepping into, Purge. But I mean, how do you expect this 1v1 matchup to go between these these very kind of unorthodox heroes to the mid lane?
Well, with a little bit of cover, I think Bristle can do really well, but I do think Monkey King will roam on him, obviously.
Okay.
And it's very dependent on how much mana he has, because once he gets a bottle, it'll be fine, because he's going to have more than enough mana. But to go for a kill, you kind of need to cast all of your mana pool in Quill Sprays. So that part will be important. How well can they deal with the Monkey King roam is going to be a big thing, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, talking about the other cores as well, Thunderbirds getting that Terrorblade, as mentioned in the draft, that hero itself is going to be pretty strong against the Lightning as such. KuroKy does manage to get the nice little steal there at the bounty ring, so Liquid will secure themselves the 3.
That's huge for Monkey King, actually, because getting up to either a Stout Shield early or something like that, some kind of survivability is a really big deal. So 100 gold puts him a little bit closer to trading better in the laning stage when he still has regen. So I really like that steal for him.
And looking at the side lanes, looks to be, well, as expected, we're going to see potentially a bit of aggression coming out from Thunderbirds, bringing the Keeper of the Light down here, so Misery can back up Moon. Already, though, KuroKy with his eyes on Misery. Misery did spot him jumping between the two, and did try there to catch him off. KuroKy quick with a jump to the side. So running these dual lanes, Thunderbirds, and Liquid leaving Mind Control up on his own on the top lane. And in fact, he's been trapped in by the shards. They're trying to go for the kill here with the extra damage from the Metamorphosis, but it's not quite enough. Mind Control, able to walk it off. Pretty tanky, 660 HP, 6 armor straight out the bank. And with the poor man's, it's a hard kill for those two. Yeah,
they blocked a lot there. The wave is going to push now, so that'll guarantee him some experience, but in the offlane, it's not going as well for Thunderbirds. Keeping Moon Meander in the front is the safer way to do this, because Misery knows that he's the vulnerable of the 3.
Moon, in the burrow and trying to get some Cosmic Finale procs to harass him back. And in fact, yeah, Misery has been trapped up by KuroKy and GH. That's going to be your first blood. KuroKy, brilliant start to the game. We saw him get the bounty, getting the first blood. This is huge for Monkey King.
Yeah, he's going to take some damage here, though. The creeps plus the Sanking. He might be able to get this kill.
That's close, yeah. I mean, the Cosmic Finale, if he gets one more touch, he could have done it, but the open wounds is there to slow him back in return. Has got a man going to Burrow Strike, which he is going to need. In fact, Burrow Strikes in aggressively looking to try and get GH. Matuma Man look to chase down Moon. Hasn't quite got the movement speed to find him.
Nice.
KuroKy jumps back in on Misery, who did get the kill there with the Illuminate, but pays with his life as Liquid do find him in return and make sure that they keep this trade down bottom as a 2-for-1.
I think that's pretty valuable. A little bit of gold there for the Coddle. Level 2 as well is not bad to have. Zanking gonna...
He's got another Burrow Strike.
Yeah,
again, I mean... The choice to Burrow Strike back in, is it not good for him to just Burrow Strike away and create distance in that situation?
Yeah, he's playing very aggressive right now. That one was definitely a mistake for sure. There's just a little bit too much to disable, especially with the Orb of Venom. It's just very difficult to lane against this, and he got overconfident for sure. Back on the mid lane, looks like things are pretty even. Weehaw's got the same last hits as the Arc Warden. He's got his bottle finished up, so he's going to be able to push a lot better than Arc Warden can as well. So pretty consistently, I think Weehaw's going to have a decent time, and it should really lower the amount of time that he can even be ganked, because he just pushes the lane, grabs the rune, and should be fine there. So I think the mid lane might even be just a little boring. Come down more to how the support rotations go now that the Sen King goes to the jungle. See what those guys do. The Monkey King, the Crystal Maiden, maybe they'll get active, maybe not.
For sure, I mean, with the start of the MK God as well, it's scary. I mean, KuroKy 3 minutes in and just a blades away from a phase boost. That's pretty quick for this monkey.
Yeah, that's a huge grab, actually. Especially if you can find heroes without boots, and he's got phase boots already. I guess Coddle's already really fast, but... Maybe a gank here on Weehaw, but... No creeps, there's no way they can dive towers.
No point in the passive yet for KuroKy. Get the second point in the boundless for that play down bottom. Weehaw, yeah, taking a lot of harassment here from Arc Warden. Just laying down those wraiths. Keeping him zoned out of the lane so that may start to be able to get a bit of a lead in this 1v1.
They also did see that Moon Meander was here by the shrine, so now they can maybe make some assumptions of gank patterns on that. So I just don't really see Thunderbirds getting a lot of kills right now. It's pretty much down to what roam that Tusk might do, but it's just better for him to prioritize levels right now, because if he doesn't gank somewhere with like Sand King or the Coddle, there's almost no way they get a kill, because their lanes, their cores are just not super gank heavy. It's like Bristle and Terrorblade might as well be the same hero. It's just right click heroes. They do a lot of physical damage, but they don't have good disables, so the lanes should just be passive for Thunderbirds. So not feeding is definitely their big goal here.
Mind Control coming in with a good bit of harassment under the cover of night. Attacks it, plays it safe, rolls himself away. I mean, Mind Control, During this first night, can he himself get much done in terms of rotating to overlays?
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. I mean, he can be somewhere with Monkey King and do something good. Gank coming in mid.
Yeah, trying for the TP out is not going to make it with Kuro being there as well. Miracle getting himself a nice bit of a cash bonus.
It was a good try on the TP. A lot of Monkey Kings. Some of them don't grab Boundless Strike at level 2, but Kuro doing the safe, smart thing, grabbing Boundless Strike for the stun. So that's the kill that they've been looking for. But I mean, it's only Misery's. Oh, it's actually his third death. I don't remember a second one, but yeah, he's really the guy that just can't die. But it's very difficult for him to actually play in the offlane here. Normally he sits on trees, blasts the wave out. His opponents won't see him coming, but against the Monkey King, he can't do this as safely. Like even right now,
GH is hunting for him, and Misery has been caught out again. This will almost certainly be the fourth death here from the Keeper of the Light. Mass TP's coming through, but with the Boundless, they'll find him once again. Saxa and Moon. See if they can get anything in response. Ice shards are out. Kuroki still in the safety of the trees. He hides up top. Moon trying to find him there. Cuts through one. Gonna get him initially. They're hunting. If they can get him. GH very deep as he himself as well hides in the tree line. Will be successful by the looks of it with the TP out. Kuroki still has to be very careful how he jumps about here.
Yeah, that was really smart how he did it. He saw Tusk cut the tree, or Moon Meander cut the tree, but he actually didn't jump. Because because a typical Monkey King player would just jump instantly when they see
panic,
one. But that actually reveals you a lot of cases, and it makes the tree move. So if he just stood still, then it was just Moon Meander moving on to the next spot. So Mind Control at this point has really not done that much in his lane, but he has gone level 5, which is pretty solid here. Maybe kill Resolution, but go under tower.
Yeah, that's a lot of armor on Reza.
So the nice thing that Mind Control is doing is that he's just being a nuisance in lane, basically. Is that Rezo can't do everything that he wants to maximize his farm.
He's still getting decent farm, though. I mean, he's still on par with the Lifestealer.
I feel like it could be higher due to having illusions and things like that. Lifestealer's also been in some kills, so Lifestealer's definitely getting more right now. So I think Thunderbirds is in a bit of a vulnerable position right now. They're going to need to take some fights with things like Bristleback for this game to kind of come online, because they really don't have very much tempo to set. And the heroes that they do have to set some tempo and to get efficient plays is basically like Coddle, and he's just super countered in the offlane by the Monkey King. So they kind of put themselves into a bad spot with their opener, in my opinion. Or maybe it was just because their mid didn't make up that ground. So we'll see if it comes together better. I mean, remember last game, Liquid had a relatively rough laning stage, but once they started team fighting, it got really strong.
And it'll be interesting how they plan to bring it together with running this mid lane Bristle. It's not a hero that's going to be able to jump and surprise you, but it's a hero that's going to be very strong to add to a push. Having him on the front line with his defensive capabilities once he has the Vanguard complete, and then just being backed up by Rezo on the Terrorblade, you've got the components for that very strong and hard to stop mid game push.
Yeah, that's really where it comes down to. Or maybe a fight where the Liquid overextends and he's able to TP in right on top of them. That'd be really effective as well. So, but for now, they're gonna maybe try to pressure Resolution. They spot Misery at least. That's the guy they want to go on. Yeah, I think he's dead right now.
Again, the easy kill for Liquid. And they keep it alight. Nice Boundless as well to catch the TB off on the back of it. There will be a snowball as Thunderbirds trying to find something in return, looking towards GH. They'll get it. 1-for-1 trade. Will occur.
Actually, like the Tusk pick against Monkey King could really work. I'm not sure if you snowball a Monkey King, does it destroy the trees before he gets stunned? I'm not quite sure, because it might do a good stun. At the least, though, the Frozen Sigil can be used to scout, which is really nice.
You're going to catch him, yeah. A lot of potential.
So at least they do get a response kill, though. That kind of stuff is really needed right now, especially if Misery's in the experience area. He's got to catch up in levels here.
And if they can transition it into a tier 1 push, that would be great. But there's a lot of heroes from Liquid coming up for the defense. Thunderbirds, they are going to try and move forward. Boundless Strike onto Saxa. Gets the snowball off, in fact. The Void still on cooldown from Mind Control. Look for the chase down. Saxa trying to juke this one out, but Kuroki up in the trees, giving that essential vision to allow Liquid to have that clean fight. Managed to find the Tusk. GH suffering a bit with the creeps here, but Kuroki will be there to get them off.
So this isn't going super well, but on the bright side, Weehaw's going to have a little bit of time to farm Ancients. He's going to have a 3-stack here and an Arcane Rune, so I don't know. It's not going the best for Thunderbirds, but definitely not out of the realm of winning yet. Although I would say Bristle's farm is actually quite low compared to what Miracle's got, but that's Arc Warden. Double Midas. It's pretty good stuff. And in some ways, Arc Warden may be one of the heroes that did get buffed with the Midas change, because it gives more gold but less experience. So that's maybe something that his hero can really benefit from.
The Timberman, with the help of Kuroki again, getting some action on the safe lane as Mumiander's caught out. I mean, Kuroki just making all the rotations, perfect rotation. 305 involved in all 8 kills before the 10-minute mark. This is textbook Monkey King play.
Yeah, he's playing amazing, actually. He's using all his skills perfectly, too. Very difficult to make sure that you make everything happen perfectly on that hero, usually. You're going to try to kill the Mimic thing.
Yeah, let's see as the backup from GH is
or
there,
just the hero.
trying to save Miracle, and it won't be good enough. Thunderbirds managing to take him down. In response, though, Timberman already charging forward. Moon, again, with these very aggressive Burrow Strikes. Burrow Strike down to the low ground. Won't be punished for it, though, so Liquid do back off. But, crucial kills to get. We saw a good Midas timing. We know that Arc Warden's farm can get out of hand. And this is great for Thunderbirds as well. Space is given up top with the pressure that was put on mid in that kill. Resolution has the space to get some damage done to this tier 1.
Yeah, that's very good movements for them. Arc Warden just didn't seem like the best pick in some ways. Like I get that the hero has some value, but against a hero like Bristle, he has very bad control. Like, yeah, he can pick up a Shadow Blade and all, but if you're just walking next to an ally, his flux skill doesn't work, and Bristle's just going to chase him down, and this might just happen here again too.
Oh, if they kill him again in quick succession, that's going to be brilliant for Thunderbird. Straight in onto Miracle with the nasal goo, the Walrus Punch slow as well. He'll try and get himself to the field, but that's not going to save you against the magic damage, the Quill sprays as well, as they rip through him and the illusion.
Yeah, like Bristle just literally runs at him, and he can't do anything.
He doesn't care about that field at all.
Yeah, like it's going to be a while until Arc Warden feels survivable here. He needs like a Force Staff or a Shadow Blade or something, but he's always going to buy Midas first, and then you've got to wait for the Shadow Blade. I don't think those heroes match up very well, but I'm not surprised that Miracle does not have a lot of experience. Maybe Liquid didn't anticipate the Bristle mid or something, or they thought it would be okay, but that matchup does not work so hot. At least not until later. So that's the one lane that's not going so well for Liquid. It's definitely the Arc Warden now. Those 2 deaths in a row were big. The first one as well, his Midas is off cooldown, so definitely costing him a lot of gold. Yeah.
Bottom lane, Moon trying to finish this tower off, but Timberman is there to start to force him back. Kuroki again ready to be in position, but doesn't get the stun off in time yet. Moon with the immediate Burrow Strike into the Illuminate. It'll be Thunderbirds getting the first kill, and now Matumba with the raid still on cooldown could be in trouble. Immediate invest to get that burst heal, but the chase down will be there with the slows, the stuns. Thunderbirds get a second. They'll get the tower. Again, Thunderbirds, after suffering early on from these Monkey King rotations, now reacting really nicely and getting Weehar active across the map.
Yeah, this is how they make the hero work really well. Just a simple rotation, you walk over, but the big difference between Bristle and a typical mid hero is that he's insanely hard to kill. He basically just constantly slows you, and especially with the Coddle using Chakra Magic, it's a guaranteed super valuable use of that skill. So it makes Chakra Magic normally used just for mana. All of a sudden his Quill Sprays just stack insanely fast, and he can just win a whole team fight by himself in that way. Like, it's not like he goes all in casting Laguna Blade on one hero. He gets in that fight and he casts Quills until everybody dies and hits everybody.
Interesting decision as well. I mean, a lot of the time it feels like on strength heroes with these mana regen talents, it's kind of laughed off, and normally the other is better. But it's totally understandable why we take that in this situation over the strength.
Yeah,
because of the aggression.
Almost always Bristle, at least when I play the hero, I almost always get the mana talent.
Yeah.
The only time I don't is if I have a CM on my team, I think. And a Coddle, you might argue maybe it's worth it, but you know, Coddle can't be everywhere. And the more you cast Quills, the more heroes die. That's the straightforward way to play Bristle here.
You're not wrong there, Patch. Resolution. Dragon Lance complete, ready to work his way towards the Manta. And this is a man that he's not really being prioritized in terms of Liquid's movements, have they? He's been given a bit of space now in the top lane.
He was certainly pressured in the laning stage by all means, but the last couple minutes of rotations from Thunderbirds have been way too strong. Like, he could dive Miracle right now, maybe. Like, they had to TP right there because there was a real chance that Weehar dives.
Yeah, for sure. With this DD, Weehar is ready to get aggressive. GH will lock him in under the tower. Kuroki's there from the high ground with a beautiful Wukong's command. Can they kill him though? Yes. With Resolution Metamorphosis, they'll find it. They'll get Kuroki down, and they'll try and move in for more. Moon with the 2-man Burrow Strike onto GH and Mind Control. They'll pick a second. They should get the third as Mind Control surrounded in the tree line. They'll find that surely he's tanky. He's big. He's strong. Not quite strong enough as he finally goes down, and as a bonus, Rezo and Saxa were able to chase down Miracle, getting 4 kills in the mid lane. Thunderbirds, again, they have just stepped up their team fight massively from what we saw in Game 1. The execute, it just seems a lot tighter.
I think the big difference is that Liquid's lineup is not very good at stopping Thunderbirds from running straight at them, and that's the big advantage they're getting. They're going to take Roche super fast as well with the goose stacks here, and Resolution on the end of his Metamorphosis. But Crow's going to be able to go in maybe.
Steal?
Yeah,
Can they go for some sort of big play? Yeah, the Thunderbirds are respecting this.
They have to. They made too big of a mistake going in like this.
Okay, thinking about going in, but the burrow strike again. Moon with these plays catching out the monkey before he can do anything. He's almost certainly going to pop. He does get the boundless strike off in time, and they did kill Misery. And with Weehan Resolution wrapping back in from the bottom, they'll take a kill in return. Jump forward from Moon as he finds GH. Matumba trying to play around with Moon, but he can't with the Sandstorm and the Burrow Strike. He's fine. Miracle's still there, laying down a lot of wraiths around this pit. Weeha has to be careful. Mind Control in with a Crippling Fear. Void onto Sakta, bursting him down low. Miracle continuing to try and zone them back with the Wraith spam. There's the Snowball from Sakta, who very nicely tries to get himself up to the higher ground, going towards the Ancients, but for some reason it doesn't quite close the gap. Moves back in though with the Epicenter onto 2. Matumba Man Rage still on cooldown for 5 seconds. Resolution and Misery looking for the chase down. Matumba trying for the TP out. He's not going to make it though, as Thunderbirds will take down the Lifestealer and move themselves back into the Roshan pit.
And now Roche is going to have no armor from the Solar Crest. They finished Roche. I can't believe they're able to take that fight. I mean, Liquid did the right thing. They needed to pressure there and actually stop Thunderbirds, especially because they were so low, but that's the power of Bristle, man. He's just always regenning HP, and he can play around the fight. And one of the big things I saw in the Liquid draft when the Bristle was picked is that they don't have a lot of disable. Like, they've got all these like weak disables. They've got Flux for slow. They've got Void for slow. They've got Frostbite. But in all of those skills, you can turn. The only thing that they can't, that can prevent turning is Boundless Strike and maybe a Basher. So basically, every time they go in the Bristle, he can always turn around and stop 40% of all damage flying at him, which is a huge advantage to have when you're already tanky. And at this point, he basically can't die. Liquid needs all of their heroes to actually focus on him or to chain stun him when he's looking the wrong way.
And also, I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, but they fluffed up the fortification there, popping it after the tier 1 went down.
Did it come back up? There's they fixed that. Or they changed, remember? It's like if you, you mess it up, it refreshes. It uses it, but it refreshes it.
Got you back, Liquid.
Yeah, that's to help all those high ping players, right? Absolutely. Or the bad ones or something.
Here we go. Thunderbirds smoking up, but it was under the ward, so Liquid
doesn't matter.
Unlikely to be caught out.
I just feel like no matter what, as long as Weeha's in the front, they're going to be... It'll definitely waste the smoke, most likely. I'm sure they'll prep for this. Yeah. Miracle, this could be really bad, actually. They don't have vision.
He's gone. Surely he can't get his way out of this one. With 3 heroes surrounding him, he's dead.
That was a huge mistake. Like, they definitely saw the smoke.
They definitely.
Just Thunderbirds took it the right place. I just really don't think that Miracle was expecting it to be over there. And by the time the smoke broke... But that's the problem with Dark Ward. He can't get away fast. He's pretty much committed. Like, if smoke breaks... And Moon reacts like that. Oh, smoke broke. I'm going to blink the high ground. Let's see if I can get somebody. So they needed somebody who was more defensive on the mid lane, I think. And maybe they were thinking Ember, like Ben was talking about in the draft, but he's more survivable at least. Like, they definitely have equally bad time in lane, most likely. Maybe worse on Ember, but Arc Warden just feels so bad right now. He just doesn't feel useful. He's just dying repeatedly. He can control the area, space very well, but he doesn't feel like he's contributing anything to this game.
I mean, we've got the Maelstrom done now and picked up the recipe trying to go for that Mjolnir, but Weeha is obviously eyeing up a BKB. And once this man has a Vanguard and a BKB, the damage just isn't there from Liquid to do anything about Weeha. They have to ignore him, but at the same time, because it's this mid, Core Bristleback in a great position, and he's going to have a lot of damage to offer. The team fight kicks off. Misery with the Blinding Light knocks them back. Mind Control on the front lines taken down. Now the chase down from Liquid as they'll look to try and get a bit more potentially from Thunderbirds. Miracle with the Tempest double, trying to zone back Weeha, but who was seeing this, the Flux just pretty useless against this 5-man that T-Birds are now pulling together. It's a spell that's just made entirely redundant.
Yep. If you're standing next to somebody, it doesn't do anything. Actually does nothing. So this is one of the big problems with Arc Warden. If you get behind and you're trying to team fight against opponents, a lot of times that skill does nothing. And then you're like, well, I hope I have a stupid amount of items, because otherwise it's just a magnetic field caster. I mean, that's about all you do.
It feels like with this build against this play, you can't really turn up to fight against the 5-man. The only way you can play it is kind of farm up and split push, surely, because
that's one of the
effect
things
that you have in these fights is so low.
And if your opponents have better gank pressure than you as well, then you're just not really accomplishing that much. They are going to go for the CM kill. They even scanned for that one. Thunderbirds were expecting somebody, like they were hoping for a Monkey King kill, but found CM instead. Ooh, can they get the follow-up?
Miracle.
Like, what does he do here?
He tells Kuro to pick another hero.
He got another Ice Shards, too, because of the Coddle. That was cool. He can cast that twice. That's a 14-second block with Ice Shards. That's insane, actually.
18 to 11. Thunderbirds, at the moment, doing their best to bring this series to a 1-1, which, of course, wouldn't mind. We get to see another game between these two teams, and both so far have been incredibly entertaining. Now T-Birds thinking about the high ground break. Weehart goes for the turnaround AFK strat. It's pretty strong with the Bristle. Moon jumps in with the Burrow onto Matumba, forcing him back. A BG Boundless Strike onto 2. Saxa falling very low. The Birds will have to back up and themselves back together before getting back in on this, as Liquid are full up and ready to hold. And indeed, Thunderbirds respect that, and they'll leave for now and look to high ground push another day.
That was a great CM ulti, but nice blinding light there to push the CM away. But that's really their best damage right now, I think. Yep. It's basically Crystal Maiden Freezing Field.
I mean, how's Matumba doing at the moment on this live stream?
I'm sure he's got good. Yeah, he's got Midas, he's got an Armlet, he's almost got his Deso, just a 600 gold away. He can kill heroes really fast, but he's got to get on top of them. Yeah. And the way he did in the last fight was Night Stalker ran in, basically. So it's a good way, but it doesn't get you there instantly, and your opponents aren't necessarily disabled when you jump in.
They'll get themselves a bit of a freebie here, Liquid. Quick rotation onto Saxa to bring him down. And, I mean, kills like that, it is pushing Mind Control very close to having his Aghanim Scepter. Yeah,
that's going to change the game a lot, because it's gonna hit the timing when Thunderbirds picks up their Ags on Misery on the Coddle as well. Yeah. It's about 500 gold away, so once he picks up that, and they can just spam Darkness all the time, then it's just going to really limit any vision advantage that Thunderbirds was supposed to have. So when you have these lineups like Bristles and Terrorblades just hitting buildings, vision is huge for pushing, because it does let you swing around, maybe catch the one hero that's by themselves. You can always know when your opponents actually have all 5 heroes there. So yeah, the Night Stalker is going to be a huge thing in this part of the game. But even still, I don't know if I have faith in Liquid's cores this game. I don't know if the Arc Warden is going to be strong enough. Will there be a point in the game when he actually is able to take the fight to Bristle? I'm not sure.
Maybe if we see kind of the game kind of continue to stay at this pace and not rocket too far down for Liquid, we could definitely see a similar situation to Game 1 where Kuro's able to get his items, and the Wukong's command becomes a massive part in holding these high ground defenses.
Yeah, that's true. That definitely could matter. And he does have the Midas, so you know, he's on his way, I'm sure. The levels will help as well, and he can always just split push out bottom. But will it be in time before the edges comes up?
Down, and he's found Miracle, but the Burrow Strike's already been blown. So Miracle will be able to get himself out. Okay. Very close to being caught, though.
So he's doing his best split pushing, but I don't know. I just like right in the meantime they defended that, and Weeha's still hitting a building. That's how confident he feels right now. Feels like he can be anywhere. And the big save from Soxa. That was so sick.
Matumba Man's just wrapped around from the back lines and immediately looking into Misery again. Good Wukong's command into the 3-man Boundless Strike. They'll take down well. They'll get the Saxa as well. Weeha forced to put the BKB as he's trying to run himself away. Liquid, they can't deal with that BKB Bristle. They'll have to leave him.
That's okay. They got 2 kills.
2 kills.
Soxa did a great job trying to save Misery there. Blocks him in with the Ice Shards. The Lifesteal has to walk around, but Matumba making a perfect choice. He saved Rage there. Unlucky for Liquid. No Roche up just yet, but maybe they can grab Weehaw here. His HP's still a little low. They've got the Ags on Night Stalker as well, so they know where everybody is. The target is Moon Meander, if anything. Prevent those epicenters.
Let's just see if they can get some sort of a wraparound here at the moment. Resolution already backing his way out of the jungle. In himself safe on TB. But definitely a thing to account for is what it feels like. In terms of the cores, you say you doubt kind of Liquid's potential, but surely the same for Thunderbirds. I mean, the Bristleback, eventually there's going to be a point where his damage output is very much limited. He's not building any right-click items other than the Solar Crest.
It doesn't matter. This hero actually... Yeah.
You think the Quill Spray stacks are just always...
His ulti is real strong. Every spell you cast, you get 30 damage. Who needs items, man? Like, you could even go the build that Moo was doing consistently was like Blink, Echo Saber, Vanguard with Ags. That way, he could just cast Goo even if nobody was around. And then he would blink in, and he'd have like 8 charges of his ulti, and he'd like 2-shot somebody. It's actually, there's a lot of interesting ways that you can build Bristle, and you just need a mix of some stats but also survivability. And he did definitely need things like Solar Crest, Black King Bar, but I think from here on out he may go maybe if he goes Lotus Orb. I don't know. I'm not sold on that build this game. Oh, free Courier, that was a gimme.
Same time, Liquid were able to find Misery in the jungle, but for sure, Thunderbirds in the favorable trade. They'll put the pressure onto the tier 2, force out the fortification. Now, this time the float's coming into play. I'm going to see Weehaw say, come and stand next to me, boys. I'm taking a bit of damage here, and it looks like they're keeping themselves away from it. Moon will try and come in with the Burrow Strike, but with the silence onto Saxa. Saxa, he's out and down. Boundless Strike onto Weehaw. He'll put the BKB, try and get himself out. Matuma Man has to back away, though. The Quill Spray stacks, building up. Mind Control will get taken down. Again, we're seeing at the moment when that BKB is popped, very little that Liquid can do to bring him down, and Thunderbirds turning back in for more. Godlike now for Weehaw as he picks up the double, and with Resolution turning up, they're ready to power down the mid lane, take a tier 2, maybe even more.
Hits for 300 damage right now, and that's just from casting spells. So strong. And he's level 19, of course. That part helps a little. Continues to buy utility items, though, and Resolution on the backline is going to probably be able to do the damage his team needs. Maybe kill these, whatever, Tempest double thingies.
See, of course, with the field, Miracle making it very hard to hit the tower. And Weehaw will be baited in close, but Timmerman trying to go in onto him.
It's daytime, though. They got heals now. This is the big thing that T-Birds are waiting for, and this almost guarantees a Rax in some ways. Although losing the Resolution's ulti, the Metamorphosis,
yeah,
that's going to be a big
deal. A lot
deal.
of damage gone. Yeah.
And not necessarily the damage, it's more about the range ability, because if they can just sit low ground and keep hitting the building and continue to get these like 500 HP heals from Illuminate, that's where the value is. But unfortunately for them, that fight was forced, and it wasn't like a tower siege. So I think what the smart thing that Liquid could do is try to force fights that's going to get Resolution to use his Metamorphosis, and prevent him from just using that to siege. Because if it's daytime and they've got Metamorphosis, it's going to be pretty straightforward for Thunderbirds to eventually take a tower. But running out of that there absolutely shut down their push.
Roshan is back up. Something that Thunderbirds for sure will want to look for, but at the same time, we know that Liquid can do a lot to hold on to it. We're seeing just the power of the Monkey King around the Roche pit. Big plays potentially from Kuroki to come through. If it does kick off around there, he's very close to having that Basher complete.
That's going to be huge.
Yeah, that with the ultimate, we saw it last game, just how disruptive it can be around these confined positions.
With that said, though, if they know where he is in the fight, I think Terrorblade's going to be able to deal with it really well. Super ranged hero, he picks up a Dragon Lance, so he's going to be able to kill the Monkey King.
And the speed
as does Bristle. Like, Bristle can just run at somebody. Like, Monkey King can't really stop Bristle. Well, I mean, he could just ulti, I guess. That would do it, but with a Basher. But it's difficult for them to stop Thunderbird's heroes from running at them because they're all fairly tanky, and they've got good heroes backing them up with the Caudal and the Tusk and the Sinking. The Scotty coming up soon, though, for Terrorblade. That could be really huge against heroes like Lifestealer. Just get permanently slowed. And he went a little bit more of a greedy build, Midas into Desolator, so he's a little bit more damage heavy than typical Lifestealer, so he actually might die really rapidly in some of these fights. And pretty consistently, teams that pick Lifestealer almost always ban Terrorblade, so that should kind of tell you what kind of a place this is looking late game.
Thunderbirds, 26-16, and yeah, just looking at those two cores net worth, a clear 2,000 in respective between the mid laners and the safe laners of both sides. Tier 2 going down. Thunderbirds.
They got 30 seconds till nighttime.
Looking incredibly strong in this game too. How do they stop this siege? Deal their best efforts, trying to make it go on to Weehaw, immediately with the Lotus Sword, trying to remove some of these debuffs. He's brought down to half health.
Doing good damage. They got a shrine at least. Oh, Crow on the backline gets caught. That's a huge grab for them.
Oh, and he doesn't have buyback as well, so yeah, no Wukong's command for this defense for 40 seconds.
Man, that's so tough for them, actually, because they were like 15, 20 seconds till nighttime. I think he might have forgotten about the Caudal Eggs. Or Misery was hunting him the whole time, also a possibility. But grabbing Crow is massive. 30 seconds without that? At least the creeps are a bit cut. That helps them.
Mind Control? See if we could get a grab onto Saxa, but quick with the blink.
Yeah. Guess they're going to give up on that one. Somebody must have pushed out mid, or just happened to be pushed. I'm not sure, but
I guess maybe Miracle had one of the Tempests out there.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I was wondering about this. Where's the gem for Thunderbirds? They picked it up just now, and now this should give them a lot of map control. They weren't able to kill a tier 3 there, unfortunately, so no shrine kills, but they've got to offset what the Night Stalker is doing, basically.
Weehaw, feeling very confident. I mean, he is on his own, but definitely has the capability to do so. And I do like his decision as well. You kind of touched upon it earlier in some other builds the players do on the Bristol, getting the Aghanim's. Having that, being able to, as you say, max out the stacks, and just providing that slow and armor reduction to really allow the Terrorblade to hit home on these heroes.
Yeah, not to mention every time he casts it, somebody's armor is going to be lowered by 2.2, and that could hit Night Stalker. That guy's not going to be magic immune. You know, using it against Lifestealer will be a bit unpredictable. You don't always know when you'll be able to cast it, but the damage amp, the AoE slow, all that stuff's going to be really worthwhile. What I'm really curious about is what he gets at level 25. Is that the 30 health regen or the 25 cool stack? I think you go for the cool stack
I
here.
think you go for the cool stack.
It got buffed
I mean, he's
by
not dying,
25%.
Yeah.
And there's a coddle, so he's going to cast more quills than average.
Yeah.
You do insane damage with this.
No, I'm not
You go
saying
from
go for quill
36 quill stack damage to like whatever that is. Is that like 61 or something? Yeah, 61
That's right, you did
per
the math
quill
there.
stack.
Perfect.
So that's going to add up real fast. We're talking like
That's-
400 AoE physical every 2.5 seconds or whatever the heck it is, 3 seconds.
Yeah, it just really feels like he just does not need that regen. He's able to frontline the moment with these items, with Vanguard, Lotus, and Solar Crest BKB. Who needs regen?
And the disable threats that his opponents have, he can always turn, almost always. So we'll see what he does though. He may not end up committing, but there's a lot of mediocre armor heroes on the enemy team. And that's basically everybody but Lifestealer right now.
Simba trying to do his best to hold off the push. As we are very, very confident in the front lining. The mass TPs coming back in from Liquid. Will look to do their best to hold. Be going in on the Briss at the same time. A bit of a split push coming out from Resolution's Illusions on the top lane as they work down that tier 3. Once again, in on the front, we falling low, but the bait potential as Moon comes in with a burrow strike, but in response, Kuroki looking to get the tree down, the Wukong's command out, won't quite reach Weeha on the side of it, but they get the 2 on the front. Moon and Saxa punished for their over-aggression.
Ooh, they lost the gem as well, I think. Must have been on Tusk, perhaps? Or Sand King? No, it was on Sand King, definitely.
Yeah.
That's a big loss, and this is basically the Night Stalker counter, is what it feels like there. He didn't actually even need to use his ulti there, but I guarantee that if Night Stalker wasn't in this game, Thunderbirds would just wait till daytime, then they would do that.
Oh, and a freebie
big
for
kill.
Tumba, yeah, just a solo kill on Misery. Will knock him out for 45 and no buyback. And there's that pickup that the panel talked about, having someone with the Silver Edge. Now they're on Miracle.
Yep.
So now there's that extra chance to bring down Weeha.
2 chances. Both
Two
him
chances,
and his
two,
Tempest
yeah.
double are going to have it, which means that they can use Silver Edge for, what, 10 seconds in a row if they want. And now the game's just so weird because Thunderbirds should be just closing out Arax easily because they have a big advantage, but the nighttime thing is causing so many issues. They don't have this like overwhelming heal to keep the Bristleback healed up. Like his items are covering some of those problems, but they want to be getting these 500 HP heals every like 5 seconds. That's when they can just end the game and get a Rax or 2. But they're just not getting that opportunity because of the Night Stalker counter pick. And Thunderbirds are forced into doing these like high ground pushes or attempts at them at times where they're not going to necessarily be full power because they feel like they have this timer. Resolution maybe gonna get caught here.
Does need to be a little careful. Liquid, 3 members in the neighborhood. Thunderbirds, TP reaction are holding on. Mid lane, Weeha, a bit aggressive, but has the haste ring. Again, feeling safe. But as we're seeing, in a game where Thunderbirds were taking the vast majority of team fights and really keeping the pressure onto Liquid, Liquid's still able to turn it around if mistakes are made by Thunderbirds on these high ground sieges.
Yeah, absolutely can go both ways. And as time goes on, there's literally 5 Midases on Liquid, so
Damn, the 5 Midas strat.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah.
For the late game implications there. Just everybody's got a golden hand. So everybody's gonna have a lot of gold on the Radiant side, which could mean a super late game victory here. I think Liquid's goal is Turtle, don't let them take a Rax. And here's an opportunity, it's daytime. Night Stalker no ult. They've got 3 minutes.
Tried to go in onto Saxa, but Saxa quick with the snowball to hold himself back.
This is the best window that Thunderbirds has had all game. 3 minutes here. Well, it's actually 50 seconds until Night Stalker uses ult, but they've got a good 2 minutes of total window time here. They need to take a Raxer, at the least this tier 3.
Fortifications out. Miracle getting ready with the silver hedge hit. Will get it onto the Bristleback. Mind control being focused here by Rezo and Weeha on the sidelines. Moon has managed to find the stun onto Kuroki, so making it very hard for Kuro to get off that Wukong's command. He does find
he's getting bashed.
gets the bashes out. He survives. Kuroki finally goes down, but that Wukong's command there, buying the time, hitting the bashes to allow them to get the triple kill for Miracle. I can't believe he got that off, and it did so much in that short second that he had it. The bashes were instant.
That was all about this medallion purchase on Monkey King, in my opinion. The difference of 7 armor there meant that Terrorblade doesn't just like 2-3 shot him, but they're going to be able to get the Night Stalker and a gem possibly if they can grab it in time.
GH and Batuma eyeing it up with the shards, keeping them away from him. Man, you got the damage to bring down Weehaw. Well, with the freezing field, it's going to be close, but Weehaw still able to run it off. Batuma has to be careful of how heavy he goes in. He does have Miracle moving across as well to help. Saxa with the blink away will survive.
Okay, grabbing the gem definitely helps a lot. It's really tough for Thunderbirds though that they died there. That was the window. They did get the tier 3 at least, so they will be able to kill the enemy shrines, but I'm sure they were wishing they got a Rax. And yeah, the Monkey King staying alive just long enough to get quadruple bashes off or whatever the hell crap happened there. That made the big difference.
Yeah, so it's looking scarier and scarier for Thunderbird, considering that they had this lead and they haven't been able to take ground. 35 minutes in. Bottom lane, the Tempest double. Might even be taken down, actually. Miracle will keep it alive long enough for its timeout.
Very wise to not feed those. They give a lot of gold right now and experience.
And you talked about the medallion. It's now a full-fledged solo crest, so even better.
Yeah, Resolution's queuing up a MKB, but he hasn't started yet. It's definitely pretty late at this point. Maybe should have grabbed. No, I think he's doing the right item progression. It's just kind of a bad timing that you have to deal with as Terrorblade. And Roche going to go for Liquid here. Not too surprising considering that they put the pressure on their opponents recently. But
and do you like the decision as well from Weehaw, considering the situation? Not going to go for the Axe this game and has switched it up for the Assault Cuirass.
I think that's the right move. He's insanely survivable now. It basically means that Matoma Man doesn't really touch him too much. I mean, I like the Ags idea, but the timing wasn't quite right. And the fact that he bought Lotus Orb basically ruined his chances of getting Ags. It was basically Lotus Orb or Ags. It'd be his whole like survivability thing would be way too delayed otherwise. This will overall give him a lot better right-click damage anyways. Just the other one's better tankiness against like nukes and stuff, and better teamfight disruption kind of stuff. I mean, the man's got like 40 armor with the Solar Crest. I think he's going to be super effective like this. Ooh, Arcane Rune.
That would be nice. Get something done with it.
Okay, they're going to use Arcane Rune on Terrorblade, probably, for Metamorphosis.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Makes sense. They can make use of it here in this time, but they will be pushing, of course, into this Aegis. So it'll be questionable how heavy Thunderbirds try and go in during this time. I mean, do you feel that Thunderbirds, because of kind of that 5 Midas pickup from Liquid, are they running out of time, or do they have the heroes to continue to scale?
They definitely feel like that, and I do think there's some big worry about that.
Well, we'll find a free Crystal Maiden there, GH, behind on the top lane. Down for 60. It's a minute that they can try and abuse this one hero advantage, but essentially Liquid, of course, still with 5 with that Aegis second life, one of their cores. They'll play it safe, get the shrines, continue to find what they can get. MKB now done though from Matumba. This man is certainly going to be able to start chomping through these heroes, especially if you factor in the Silver Edge and the Bloodthorn picked up on Miracle.
Yeah, it all comes down to 4 staffs. Things like Snowball, keeping those heroes alive is a big deal. God, Miracle is actually getting really farmed though. Yeah. Double Midas pays off. Bloodthorn's going to be huge.
That's true, actually. I mean, technically the 6 Midas strap from Liquid.
Good point. He's queuing up Scotty afterwards. He's basically to the point here, especially... It's 25, he's going to have 30% lifesteal as well. He's going to deal with the TB quite well at this point. I think this is the main reason they picked Dark Warden, because they knew they needed like a ranged Mjolnir carrier of some kind. That way they could actually clear the TB illusions when they go high ground. So they really did draft interestingly for that.
Jump here, Liquid. Can they respond to this? They'll look towards Moon, bringing him down very low. Infest, the nuke damage is enough to bring him down, but in return, Thunderbirds, they'll find mind control. Kuroki quick with the jump away and now on the retreat. Tummerman and Kuro trying to get themselves out of there. Saxa with the shard block onto Kuroki, tries to hide as a tree. It's not going to fool T-Birds as they take down the Monkey King as well.
Bottom a fraction of a second, but only so much.
Tummerman will be saved though, so it's kind of a little bit of a silver lining, but still, Thunderbirds getting 2 kills. Is of course just a question of, again, how much, if anything, they can get done in that 40 seconds for both, because Miracle, just look at the pressure, bottom lane and mid lane shoved entirely in onto the side of map of Thunderbirds, and in fact, he's going to go for a 1v1 here. He is inside the bubble, so the evasion isn't there for the Tempest double.
Ooh.
Miracle's out. The Flux will bring Rezo very low, though.
And that's just a Tempest double, man. He almost died. Fight goes in, though. Lifestealer, this is a huge kill. Okay, Aegis. Can they get the follow-up, though?
Miracle's hanging around. But this is going to be a 3 versus 3 and a scary 3 on Thunderbirds with Weeha ready to be on the front line. Saxa will go for the easier kill. Looks towards Jace. Do they have the detection? They do indeed. They'll take him down through the Glimmer Cape. In response, the Bloodthorn, the Flux bringing Moon very low. T-Birds are ready to try and break high ground once more. There's no Aegis, there's no Crystal Maiden for a full minute. Matuma focusing on zoning back the Bristleback. The Bloodthorn's down onto Rezo, bringing him down to half health. Weeha straining on the high ground, has to be careful. This Mjolnir damage bringing him down low, but the BKB's out. But then again, another Wraith dropped up onto the high ground to continue to just zone Saxa back. Mind Control has Matuma inside him. They're ready to try and chase for more as T-Birds desperately scatter and back away from this.
They're gonna chase. Here comes the blink.
Yeah, Mind Control.
Oh, good
immediately
stun.
turned on. Yeah, the Burrow Strike in response comes through. Matuma now in the front. Resolution's just going to turn and beat him down. The Boundless Strike is there trying to save Matuma. Can he get his way out of this one? He can't. He's down. Miracle has the Tempest Ball, looks towards Rezo, but again, TB with his own BKB doesn't care about the Lightning. Kuroki trying to 1v3 here with the Wukong's command. He will take one down. The Bashes keeping Thunderbirds back. He'll try and lifesteal his way back up, but they've got the Burrow Strike. They have the control. Triple kill for Resolution as Thunderbirds will end up taking the convincing team fight win.
Dude, that fight was saved by Sand King Burrow Strike there. Just being able to instantly disable the Night Stalker makes it a little bit harder for Lifestealer to make a decision. And killing him basically means that even the Lifestealer can't run away because then he's stuck in the guy that's stunned. So that Burrow Strike is huge. Allows Resolution to get a kill without even having to commit Metamorphosis. He'll use it now, though. Time to take a Rax for Thunderbirds if they can.
And he's absolutely massive. As was the BKB making huge effect in that last fight. He's got an MKB as well now. Miracle scouting out the situation with the Tempest double. And will look to put a bit of a harassment down onto Rezo. But with Moon and himself, they'll turn and bring it down. Good. But again, you can't underestimate the damage that this double can do before it goes. But the space is there. Top and middle racks being pressured by Thunderbirds. Miracle trying his best to keep them alive with the field, but Weeha simply steps into it and will allow them to bring down the melee racks on the top lane. Mid lane looking fairly exposed as well. Few seconds, Liquid will have the full lineup back up. Resolution still with the Metamorphosis, so the damage that he can offer, can he bring down a second set? Though with the fortification, BKB forced out on Rezo, now looking to get out. Liquid looking for the chase down. Can they get anything out of this one? Kuroki jumping forward, hits the Boundless Strike onto 2. Mind Control into the midst of it. Finds Rezo, hits the Silence and Void just in time to bring down the Terrorblade. And now the shards. Oh no, they've actually trapped in. We have the epic Burrow Strike from Moon onto 3 as he comes back in. A buyback will be there from Kuroki, but Matumba Man's down for 80 seconds. Does not have any buyback available. And Thunderbirds, even after losing Resolution there with a fantastic fake back as they come in with that Sand King play.
Yeah, it was such a fun little dance to see. They wanted to get close to the Terrorblade to kill him, but if they get too close, he sunders and he's going to be able to fight at full HP. So they just played it out until they finally had enough to disable. They get the kill, but the crucial epicenter there from Sand King, guaranteeing the team fight wins. It's not over though.
Kuroki from the high ground again with these Wukong's commands, but Saxa's forced out to safety. Weeha as well, shoved down to the low ground. Can they get him out? Miracle trying for the chase, but being very careful about how they step out the base now.
Misery.
They do respect the turn potential of the Thunderbirds.
And they also shut down the Wukong's command ult again, pushing him out instantly with the blinding light. And it's daytime. 1:28 until night. Night Stalker does have his ulti, but the heals are coming. And they got to shut this down pretty soon. I don't even know if they can stop this though. With Matuma Man dead for 25, it's tough. They do make it nighttime, so no more heals here, but they've even got BKB.
And they kill Weeha.
They can get him low, definitely.
Yeah, it's so hard, especially with the backup. You know, Moon ready to jump in with a Burrow Strike in case anything's get too dicey. Weeha just pots the BKB. They want to go for the Megas. There's the jump in the Burrow Strike onto 2. Saxa trying to focus down. Miracle's out and down for 100. It's almost certainly going to be over unless they can get some big kills in return, Liquid. They found Moon. They'll get the Void onto Saxa, but he's shoved down to the low ground. The Sigil slow, keeping Liquid back. Saxa takes a Boundless Strike to the backside, though. Kuroki will bring down the Tusk. Matuma Man with the quick invest play. Can he keep himself alive? He's hiding in the opponent's creeps here, but Kuroki Monkey being chased down back to the fountain by Resolution as they've lost the Monkey King as well. Buybacks coming out from Thunderbirds. They know that this is their chance to close the game off as they'll turn their attention towards the tier 4, and GG is called. We'll be taking this one to a game 3 as Thunderbirds bringing it together, and that's a man who's just played a mid-Bristleback and won a game.
Oh, yeah, it was a fun game to watch. Really cool strat from Thunderbirds. I think the Bristol was definitely the right hero for the game. And on the other side, I think even the Arc Warden was definitely a very solid pick. You could really see how Liquid's draft fit together. It was counter the high ground push of the Coddle and the early game of the Coddle with the Monkey King and the Night Stalker. And then the late game, they had Arc Warden to stop towers from being hit. They could always make it night, so it was hard for them to push with Illuminate. It was a really cool draft that came together, but the laning stage in the early game of the Arc Warden was really weak in my opinion. So it was really cool what Liquid did.
Pudge.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Naga Siren. Dire Team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Earth Shaker.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Morphling.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Thanks very much, Reddit, indeed. This very exciting Game 3 coming up now between Liquid and Thunderbirds. I'm ODPixel, I'm here with Purge. The drafts, yet again, we're getting a lot of excitement already today, Purge. We're seeing some new heroes. We've got a Puck, we've got a Furion. What's going on?
Some of these heroes have been kind of buffed. We've seen a lot of patches in the last couple months, ever since 7.0 came out. So there's a lot of mixing up of heroes that have maybe gotten buffed 2, 3, 4 times sometimes in a row. So excited to see these heroes picked up. Puck actually did start trending a little bit at DAC, usually in combo with Enigma, but this is a bit different. It's going to be a mid Puck. No offlane Puck this game. But the Nature's Prophet is maybe the most exciting pick here. That's another hero whose talents may be some of the best in the game. He gets some incredible value for every talent tree he gets. But very good laning hero, very good at split pushing. But like Merlini said, he's semi-countered, and there's not a lot of things that they have to deal with the Naga Siren other than the Morphling. I think the Morphling can be really effective. Puck can be pretty good too, but it's going to take some really good execution by Thunderbirds to control good tempo and make sure that Naga doesn't get too out of hand too fast.
See already, Liquid coming up with this aggressive movement. They have 3 heroes ready on this top lane around the rune spot. Did you want to try and contest? And it looks like they'll head away. Actually, Trent's been sent across from the bottom half of the map there just to zone him out. Also, mind games make Liquid think that there's a 4th hero in the neighborhood.
They want them to think that the Prophet's going to the top lane for sure. Because I think... Actually, I've laned this, I think, just a couple, like last week, I think, when I was in DAC. Prophet versus Naga. It's a little tough for Prophet because Poor Man's Shield blocks so much of the damage, but it can also be alright. With a little bit of spore rotation, I could see some advantage. Ooh, big D ward here by Sox, actually. He almost caught the
was so
Monkey
close,
King, too.
Yeah, chopping down that tree. That will still have the telekinesis up to the high ground, and in fact, Kuroki will be cliffed. Misery can't get in range for the rot, but Kuroki with his magic stick, of course, can get in range to hit him back. So Misery has to just get away from there. There's not a lot he can do with that level 1 rot.
He'll leap out.
It's actually going to be the Fisher onto Resolution that's causing trouble. The Sunstrike doesn't connect, though. Little off point with that one. Kuroki will be able to jump his way down. No one to fall yet, but kicking off on this top lane.
Unfortunately for them, they have to keep doing damage to Monkey King to prevent him from jumping on a tree, so... Doesn't quite work out, but went okay for them. Decent start. If Resolution would have died there, that would have been catastrophic for Thunderbird.
So close to hitting that Sunstrike combo. Just the wrong side of the Fisher.
They got a first blood on Miracle's Invoker. Ooh, that's like an instant game loss, I'm pretty sure.
Try and make another bit of a go here. Even though they're not getting these, because they are putting a lot of pressure on Resolution. This lane is not going to be the easiest for this Morphling to farm in.
Yeah, absolutely not. They're pressuring super well here. He does bring another set of tangos out, but just between like Crystal Maiden, Earthshaker, and Monkey King, they've got a lot of disable here.
Look how low Resolution is as well. The Sunstrike's going to come through. This time it connects, and Resolution, he's going to try and morph his way out of this one, but Kuroki coming around the corner. He's out of mana. The Fisher's there from Mind Control, securing Liquid the first blood in this top lane.
That was my predicted player with the least deaths. That didn't work out for me.
The Morphling getting punished. Early stages by Liquid. Kuroki's very low. Resolution can't quite find a kill in return though. Kuro will be allowed to walk off, but top lane, we've seen the action there. Other lanes in these 1v1s, how are we seeing it pan out at the moment, Purge? Any kind of lead that you didn't expect, or is this all as planned?
It's pretty much as planned for the other lanes. Prophet's having a slightly hard time. If we check the tango level of Matumba, he's down to his last tango, but he's doing fine. I think when Meander does have level 3 though, so despite like that tri lane not going very well for Thunderbirds, they will see some Prophet TP soon. It's just that Crystal Maiden plus Earthshaker plus Monkey King, those 3 heroes are really strong at level 1 and allowed them to pressure quite well. Whereas if they got Pudge level 2, maybe Rubik level 2, something like that, it would have been a lot better for the opposite side.
Top lane, Kuroki going on to Saxa. Good Fisher block from Mind Control, forcing Saxa to walk the long way around. The Boundless Strike into the Frostbites there, and Liquid claiming a second kill with this aggressive tri-lane that they pulled together.
It's going so well. And with Arcane Aura, now those 2 heroes, Earthshaker and Monkey King, they really are in need of a lot of mana, so Arcane Aura giving them a big advantage. And there's still Sunstrike threats. Oh, he cuts the tree though.
Yeah, Rezo gets the tree hit. It should be a tasty little kill for Rezo in response. Absolutely something that will really help them out considering the pressure that's been put onto that lane.
Yeah, I was super overconfident there by Kuro, especially to jump to that tree semi within vision, like the tower was going to spot it. So big mistake, especially with the creep wave there. Can they pressure mid though? Ooh.
Oh, that was an unfortunate hook from Misery there. Sailed right past Miracle, but it looked like it could have been on target. So unfortunate there for Misery. Won't be able to get the successful gank off. But at the least at the moment, Weeha is keeping the edge here in this mid lane, just slightly ahead of Miracle's Invoker.
Yeah, playing a little dangerous there with the salve phase, but it's going to be just fine for him. Just a little bit of rotation like that will make a big difference, but I think as a whole, I think Liquid's going to be pretty happy with Matama Man getting a 1v1 lane down here with the Crystal Maiden Aura, so this just keeps going well. Prophet does pick up an Orb of Venom phase.
Oh, and again, Rezo. He's able to find the tree as they move in onto Kuroki, throw out the Boundless Strike. Kuroki almost certainly going to be taken down here. Mind Control trying to do his best to hold them back, but he's ended up putting himself in a non-ideal position, and a great hook from Misery is going to reel in a third, and this top lane in a matter of minutes suddenly is being turned on its head, and Thunderbirds getting themselves back on top.
Man, that little death trap up there, they just keep putting heroes in there and they slowly auto-attack them down. It really works out nicely with Lift and Hook. I didn't think they were going to get 3 kills. I thought it was just going to be 1, but
the fact that Misery was there.
Yeah, made a big difference. Even throwing Mind Control up there. They were confident for that one. And if Weeha's laning fine in the mid lane, then I think this looks pretty solid for them right now. Either way, it is going to require Moon Meander to have a good impact on the game. Looks like he's going to go for the Phase Drum build, give him a lot of good early right click, and he's now ditched lane, which makes a lot of sense. If you kill both supports, there's a really high chance that they TP to the safe lane and do a gank. So he definitely has to hit the jungle occasionally like this. But I want to see what he goes item build wise. Phase Drum will be great for overall right clicks early game, and maybe that's how Thunderbirds wants to win this game, just by overpowering and running down their enemies. Pudge looking dead here.
Yeah, he's stuck around in the top lane for a bit of solo XP, but he will be punished. But look at this move here from Thunderbirds, bringing Resolution into the middle lane to punish Miracle.
That's really good.
That is, so, you know, 5 minutes in, bringing your carry to the mid, something that Liquid just wouldn't have expected to happen.
Yeah, and it delays the Midas, and they're going to get some good tower damage up down as well. Especially with Trance, they can actually just keep hitting this. It doesn't even matter that he pulls the creeps. It's one of the biggest values that Nature's Prophet gives. Something to for sure tank the tower.
Someone will come through and do his best to help with the D push here.
Oh, so
deal
huge.
with this pressure from Thunderbirds. But yeah, a lot of damage done to that tower.
Like, it being at 500 HP at 6 minutes into the game is massive. And that's all Thunderbirds really has to do is keep doing these little rotations. And even if they don't have a lot of levels, their lanes are going weak, if you bring everybody, that's a lot of skill points versus one hero. You're going to kill him.
A lot of resources, yeah.
And Prophet can always show up and bring Treants as well. So that's the tempo that's going to change this game, is taking towers really rapidly. Like, imagine if this tower in the mid lane dies the next minute or two, and Invoker doesn't even have Midas yet. Like, where does he even get his Midas? You just start jungling then or something?
Absolutely. And then even if, you know, you can turn to the jungle, but still their access point is going to be open in the mid lane for Thunderbirds to make those moves around. And middle lane, he's being gone on Dream Coil into Moon, turning up with the TP. Kuroki will try and hold them back with the Boundless Strike, but already Miracle's dead. Thunderbirds have the initial burst to bring him down. Mass TP's coming through from Liquid. They'll look to try and find Weeha in response. Mind Control looking for the chase down, but they haven't got the follow-up lock. And Weeha and Saxa TPing themselves back out. And in fact, straight down to the bottom lane, Saxa. Maybe seeing if you can combo something with Moon to find the Naga. But again, this mid lane turning into a bit of a disaster for Liquid.
Yeah, and because all it takes is Soxa to show up, basically. Because Puck's usually going to be there. Soxa rolls in on the Rubik, and Prophet TPs. Like, that's 3 heroes hitting really hard. Prophet's hitting for like 100 damage already. And Invoker dies really rapidly. He doesn't have armor. He's still working on building a Midas. He's very vulnerable here. And eventually it's going to lead to a tower kill as well. That one they played a little safe. We got a little low, but they're getting farm. It's creating, relieving pressure from the safe lane. I don't know where Morphling is right now. He's just on the bot lane right now. And Pudge is getting solo experience top in the dangerous lane. So I think tempo is looking really good for Thunderbirds right now.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting game as well in terms of how the individual heroes are performing in net worth, because even though it looks like, okay, the Morphling's behind, but everyone incredibly close at the moment because of the action that they're getting involved in as a team, and looking for mind control. Misery, we'll get the vision here from Moon Meander's Sprout, trying to line a potential hook, but the Treants are kind of blocking him up. So a little bit of, I guess it's hard to coordinate between the two of them there with a small amount of space in that.
It was kind of dangerous.
But they'll still get the kill by the looks of it with Saxa coming through with the wraparound, telekinesis into the hook. They'll take down mind control, but the deny is there as well from Misery. He'll make sure that Liquid don't find anything in return.
And Miracle can't catch a break here. All of his early stun strikes, almost getting a kill, but not quite. So all these early skirmishes as well, really helping Thunderbirds because of the fact that their supports got wrecked in the lane so hard. But this is going to help them get faster level 6s. It's very integral for both Rubik as well as the Pudge. It'll really help them kill Naga Siren, for example. And Resolution's still definitely very behind here, but you know, a couple more kills. Couple more rotations, maybe some tower kills. It's
very close between the top few people on the board. I mean, the Naga, of course, is the one to watch out for. If he continues to sail ahead and does manage to hit a good relic into Radiant's timing. But there's still a fair few minutes before that happens. But still definitely good news for Liquid in the sense that Naga still is sitting at the top.
Another 100 damage on the mid tower. Not much longer and this thing's going to be gone. Miracle's still 1,000 gold away from the Midas. And they go back to pressuring Naga, maybe? They're looks like maybe they want to take mid. I guess that is the big one. If they take the tower, it's huge here. Pudge going to get caught.
Yeah, trapped up here by the Fissure. Anything he can hope is for some sort of deny, but it's not going to happen against the burst that Liquid have. As Miracle this time will get a bit of a better break to get the kill.
But that was not much gold. I mean, that's the least farmed hero on all of Thunderbirds, so losing Pudge when he's level 4 doesn't cost him a huge amount. So I feel like Thunderbirds are just farming so much better right now. Jungling on Nature's Prophet. They have a hero in every single lane. This was a Pudge, but that was some rotations, time spent. I mean, the only thing I'm looking at that really looks scary for Thunderbirds right now is Naga. That's by far the scariest thing.
And Matumba's getting that space.
But they might hit this like timing here in the next like 5 or 10 minutes when Thunderbirds just death pushes. Oh, a gank on Prophet in the jungle. Got him.
And it's a quick one.
Really nicely done. He walked from the high ground, went in for an Echo Slam combo with the Sunstrike. Really nicely done. That's a huge kill, actually. Because that basically means no gank for 20 seconds as well.
Mind control as well this game, keeping himself pretty much on par with that of Rezo's farm on Morphling. Halfway towards that Blink Dagger. Very nice if he does manage to get that good timing. On him. Missouri, Smoke will dispel, he knows that Matumba's close and personal. Doesn't quite have level 6. They will have the telekinesis follow through, but the sleep is available. As Matumba should be fine here. Yeah, goes for the straight TP out in the sidelines, and nothing that Thunderbirds can do to stop it.
That's not even that bad for them though. Like, he uses Song, he TPs away from the lane as was expected. They weren't expecting to kill him, I don't think. He's gonna get Song off no matter what. You've only got Lift, so. But he leaves. Now you're going to be able to take the tower and give Resolution more space to farm without it having to be in the safe lane, which is generally more dangerous. So all the rotations right now are really good for Thunderbirds. The only thing they left indefensible maybe is the mid lane. If they can hold this though, they just got a huge advantage.
Moon, and it's going to come through with the Sprout setup, looking to find the follow-up hook. Just doesn't have the reach to grab him. Just the quick chop through the trees and escape from mind control will save his life.
Yeah. Perfect timing. A little bit too late from the Pudge, but they did coordinate that quite well. Just super fast reaction from mind control mostly.
Oh, in fact, talking about mind control, back in with a Fisher, looking to try and set up Miracle to go forward, but he's been silenced, being brought down low, can't get himself out. It's a 1-for-1 trade that Thunderbirds are going to be very happy with, and it's not over yet. Zooming forward, Resolution picks up a second. Kuro's dropped the Wukong's command, but already Thunderbirds are out of it. They'll sprout him up. Bam, a zap from Saxa to pick up a third. Resolution might not be done yet. He has another waveform. He's looking for GH. Won't get the magical nuke damage, but with the massive chase down, I believe the stolen cold snap from Saxa as well, just helping out. Thunderbirds are, again, giving us these sort of performances that we were seeing in Game 2 at this stage of the game. Very, very cohesive plays as a team.
And their lineup just looks, it feels so strong. It feels like a Drow lineup to me. They're all very long-range heroes. They're all right-clicking really heavily. Monkey King just felt kind of bad there. I mean, maybe it was just the context of the ulti usage, but they just feel like they can right-click anybody. They can use their spells effectively, and their opponents are all like squishy Monkey King, squishy Crystal Maiden. They just all feel so countered.
Hiding in the trees here. Coming from the high ground, Kuroki. He's going to jump in on this one. Again, this stolen cold snap on mind control, causing issues for the Shaker. They do lose Saxa on the Rubik. Kuroki jumps forward. Has to be careful. Weehar's got the Dream Coil. Drops it straight away on the Monkey King. They'll move forward. Kuroki trying to play his way out as he goes under the cover of the tree, but he's not going to make it. Zip forward from Resolution. Misery's there with the wraparound. Chomps in good and hard onto the Crystal Maiden to pick up a third. And again, Thunderbirds are just breaking apart Liquid in these fights where Liquid, it seems almost like they're panicking.
They kind of have to try to stabilize a bit because Thunderbirds are going to be so good at taking towers with the Treants, but they're just facilitating all of their heroes so well. All of their heroes are so good at fighting right now, including Morphling. Like, you normally look at Morphling as a super hard carry, late game kind of a thing, but if he can just safely right-click and cast Waveform repeatedly, he's actually one of the better carries in the early game, just because he can reposition himself, he can nuke, he's going to stay alive in so many of these cases. But all it takes is just diving with Treants and Puck setting things up, and Morphling feels like a really strong early game carry.
One thing, of course, that is continuing to happen is this is essentially space for Matumba Man. He is out of these fights, he is working towards the Radiance, and he's nearly got the Relic complete. Yeah. So that's maybe kind of Liquid's game plan at the moment, just go all in on these fights, leave the Naga out of it, make sure that Matumba is just ignored and can get that timing that he needs to be able to swing the game back around. At this rate, it's going to be quick. Top lane as well, looking for Rezo. Massive kill for them to find there. Beautifully done. Fisher into the Wukong's and an immediate Sunstrike, bursting down a hero that, you know, normally in this situation, it is very hard to catch.
Yeah, it's not able to morph fast enough. No treads on him. Looking like he's going to pick up a Boots of Travel in a second, just so he can be more mobile. But yeah, kills like that definitely matter. And yeah, the Radiance is coming really fast. It's going to be a problem for Thunderbirds, but the important thing that they did was kill all the tier 1s, so that if they do actually want to pressure the map a little bit and try to kill heroes like Naga, it will be... he'll have to use Song more often, basically. So I think they did the right thing, because them taking their heroes and trying to repeatedly gank Naga with the start they had was going to be very difficult, because they had few disables. The Puck Waning Rift wasn't going to be maxed out until about now, 15 minutes. So it was difficult for them to actually heavily gank the Naga Siren in the safe lane. I think their target towards towers, I think, was the right way to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So now they just got to try to control the map and play like a late game sort of style. That's where they've got to play now.
Able to find anything that smoke Thunderbirds. Yeah, Matuma Man, relic complete. In for that recipe, and yeah, absolutely on par to hit. Very nice Radiance timing, considering how the team fights and the objectives have been going. With Thunderbirds definitely hitting the stride a little harder at this stage of the game. 15 minutes in, claiming the tier 2 down bottom. More money into the bank of Resolution.
They're setting up.
Top lane, I mean, see if they can catch anyone out here. Matuma Man's there, but looks like he's already backing up.
Yeah, just in case he keeps pushing. I do like the Miseries ahead of the game a little bit. If they did end up doing a little bit of a tower pressure thing, then they'd be covered. Just spotting for Monkey King as well at the Illusory Orb. But Liquid nowhere nearby. They're not ready to do this. They don't feel comfortable. Mind Control will be looking around for some soul kills, though. They spot GH. Could ulti him.
I just want to play around this one for free. Finds the CM, hook won't hit, but the orb will.
Nicely done there. Much better way to do that, especially with Arcane. Save the ulti. Looking for the Earthshaker, but took a really good path.
B, because he has Kuroki is at the moment. Sentry's down at this point at the map.
Yeah, they got nothing.
Yeah. Looks like Kuroki can't really set up for anything on his own. And Resolution forward on the mid lane. But yeah, no one really around him to do anything. And looks like they were actually aware that that invis was picked up as their self-scan.
Yeah. They saw him grab it in front of their eyes. So he might get a soul kill, though. Oh my god. That was perfectly casted. Right in the middle. There's 5
so they all beat
Wukongs
down
hitting
on
him.
Moon's actually come in, but he can't quite catch this monkey. Oh, with Weeha he can. Jump forward, and the Dream Coil. They will find the punish in return. But it did cost the Dream Coil, and it was just the one for the Rubik loss. So no Dream Coil for 60 seconds. And something that, I mean, how big of an issue is this Naga Siren? I mean, it really does feel like he's about to hit that Radiance. He's got it. And 17 minutes in, you've not done anything about the Naga at all. You've looked elsewhere and it's been going great, but the Naga Siren, it could come back to haunt them. You know, Liquid knew what they were doing with GH on the Naga at DAC. Matumba, arguably, if not just as strong as a player on it. It's got to be scary.
It is. It's kind of similar to the DAC games, really. You have to be afraid of the team fight setup. If Thunderbirds ever clumps too much, it could just lead into like an Echo Slam combo into the both fissures, the Boundless Strike and the fissure, into Invoker combos. Like there's that huge threat actually. But as long as Thunderbirds keeps just poking and prodding around their map without forcing 5v5 team fights, I think they'll be fine, at least until Morphling gets farmed.
Okay.
And then he'll be able to deal with the illusions really easy. Not to mention the fact that he can just use Replicate to try to get himself his own Radiance. Roche is spotted, so they're going to be less confident, feel less confident about this now. But much rather grab a kill first before they commit to this. Especially because of the Radiance timing. This is the worst time for them to lose a fight. Like Theban pointed out in the last game, they kind of fought Liquid on their strongest point, and or at least that was game 1, I suppose. They've got to make sure they avoid that here.
Smoking up desperately, looking for that kill before they go back into the Roche Pit. Weeha jumps forward, gets the Dream Coil onto Miracle. It's a little too deep though for them to go further in. T-Birds won't find the initial kill that they were hoping for. In fact, in return, Miracle lands the Sunstrike onto Moon, who's being focused by Matuma Man on that bottom lane.
Yeah, Naga Siren is super good against Nature's Prophet.
Oh, mid lane as well. Liquid, they find themselves a second. Weeha getting caught massively out of position as a second to fall. Misery trying to go in onto GH. He's going to miss the hook, though. GH with a freezing field, zoning Misery back. Saxa will turn, bring down Kuroki, but pays with his life as Miracle finds him, and Mind Control's there on the high ground with the control, allowing another Sunstrike for Miracle to land. And now you've got to be very worried if you're Thunderbirds. You managed to get those objectives early on, but Naga's getting big, and you've just lost a team fight massively.
That was a series of kills after kills. 4 kills for 1 there. I mean, Saxa grabbed 1 at least on the backside, but losing 4 kills like that all of a sudden, changes the game a lot, especially when Morphling goes a build like this with Boots of Travel. He commits 2,000 gold to an item that just helps him walk faster and show up to team fights. If the team fights are going crap and he can't even be there, then he's definitely not farming as fast as his opponents are. And Naga's going to kind of blow him out of the water for a while. This is really scary, especially Weehaw getting picked off. It's very difficult to be aggressive on Puck until you get phase shift maxed out, because if you do make a mistake, you're a lot easier to punish. And they're still in that window here. They gotta initiate, coordinated. They basically needed to get the Invoker kill when they smoked forward. They probably should have just backed off and played it safe afterwards.
Yes.
I mean, looking at what Matsumo as well, if he, at this rate, gets a good timing on the Manta, in terms of Thunderbirds catching him.
That's a great point. It's going to be really hard at that point. Maelstrom pickup for Prophet, so he's not going to have Disable either. It's basically just Rubik Lift, Puck disables, and Pudge ulti, I guess. But yeah, like once he gets Manta, stops all the silences. It's going to be a while until Morphling gets an E-Blade because he's building Lincolns first. It's going to be a long time until they can deal with the Naga perfectly.
Looking to kind of group up with the Naga. Liquid up on the top lane. Ready to make a 5-man push happen. Already, as we can see though, Lucian's just used there to really slow down these pushes that Thunderbirds, up until this point, have been pretty successful with. Moon has to be careful. Straight in Echo Slam. Good hook from Misery though. Saves Moon from the Sunstrike. And Thunderbirds will get themselves out of there.
That was perfect reaction. Prophet was 1000% dead if that hook didn't come at that time. I was waiting for the Force Staff. That's Pudge. That's what he does. Force Staff level 2. And he picks up the Midas recipe actually, so this is going to help really help Pudge scale well. With Echo Slam down though, that was by far the best setup that Liquid has. They'll have to rely on Blink Enchant or Fissure Enchant. Now things get a little bit iffy for Liquid, but I think Thunderbird's pretty happy with saving Prophet.
So at the moment, Liquid just trying to get Resolution out of their jungle.
But they got a Radiant solution. It's dead though.
There is that Midas, but as you said, yeah, just kind of gearing up for the fact that this game is not going to be over anytime soon. For sure, they need to have some sort of scaling capabilities against what Liquid have with this Naga Invoker.
Plus Pudge just doesn't farm very well, obviously, so it's nice to be able to grab a Midas, that way you guarantee your levels and your gold gain. Because items on Pudge are actually fantastic, like things like Force Staffs, Blink Daggers, Aghanims, Aether Lens, all those things make a big impact. Even the Blade Mail builds that we've been seeing pretty recently, those builds are really effective on Pudge as well. So, a simple Midas, yeah, you delay your Blink Dagger or your Force Staff or your Aether Lens, but it also makes you a lot more effective in the late game. Gets you to level 20 faster too, that's even more GPM. So in the meantime, Prophet just hitting creeps basically, as Prophets do. Keeps telling his team, go do something, go start something so I can show up. Oh, and Rubik with a fast hood.
Say, do you like this bit? This is something that I don't think I've seen before. I mean, I guess looking at the lineup from Liquids, it's understandable. But
yeah.
I mean, I imagine surely he goes straight for the full pipe.
I think he will.
Rather than just the hood at this stage.
Yeah, because I mean he
need to complete it for the team.
Partially, yeah. I think he's definitely buying it because otherwise the Naga or Radiant solutions are just too hard to deal with. But by grabbing the pipe, yeah, it just really helps protect his team. Limits a lot of the team fight advantage that Liquid has there. They might catch Puck or Resolution.
Resolution already into the trees. We are being eyed up. Will be able to get himself away with the blink drawn, and yeah, there's still too deep for them to chase for.
Those Radiant wards as well, they really want to know where anybody is in their jungle. So occasionally they'll show up here and try to get them out of there, but Thunderbirds did not fall for that one. Invoker's got a Blink Dagger, so he's thinking about going for a solo kill, but I don't think Morphling's the target. He's hoping for like Rubik, Prophet, something like that.
See what Miracle wants to play out here.
Everybody's going to get hoods on Thunderbirds. And they've also got Rubik Ore as the other big thing, so it's a lot of magic resistance.
Cool. The play here is going to walk straight into Misery. Misery, usually with the blink out as he spots Pudge in the neighborhood. Blocking himself up there with the Forge Spirits. Micro. Miracle. It'll be fine with the Ghost Walk. Causing a bit of distraction. Yeah, Misery's down to half health. Drop the Tornado down with the Sunstrike. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. Quite. Misery will survive, but be forced back. And now Liquid actually bringing the rest of the team up. And oh! Kuroki! just gets the vision as he jumps up to the tree line and slams down the Pudge. And they'll find a second as well with Saxa being caught off. We'll see the Hood keeping him alive a little bit against that Radiance burn, but more than enough damage from Liquid to find a second.
Miracle's, all of his patient waiting actually pays off in the end. Just enough damage. In the meantime, Prophet cutting the wave, TPing out instantly. It's going to be close. Ooh. It's got to be scary against Earthshaker, who has a blink force already at 24 minutes, and against a Monkey King who can move around really rapidly.
They've got, yes, a really good catch from range. It's going to be a hard game to wrap for sure. I mean, no, bo3 as well with the Tornado. Lots of ways to cancel TPs from a distance.
With that said, they got great heroes for it. Rezo doing a lot of damage on the mid lane. Oh, he doesn't get the sprout off. TPs to the wrong place.
The Moon comes in. Got the dust, and okay, Miracle takes the ult to the face.
He does have the waveform. He's got it, I think.
Oh, he's done it. Rezo takes down Miracle. GH and Kuroki looking to punish with the freezing field. The jump forward, Kuroki. Does he have the boundless strike? He does not.
Great.
Will escape. Dead. Hook is down.
I don't think you can hook and sleep anymore. So Pudge can't save him yet. And they're just going to body block.
He's gone, yeah. He's surrounded in Moon Meander. He'll try and run, but the Frostbite comes through for GH. Was picked up, and they're not done yet. Fisher onto Misery. Jump forward from Kuroki. Saxa with the Storm. Fisher holds them back for a little bit of time. Telekinesis as well. He's trying to do his best to survive. But again, Liquid move forward and surround him. And they may not be done yet. Oh, Kuroki tried to jump, but Misery hooks him mid-jump. And they will punish the Monkey King. Resolution looked to push Mind Control away, but Matuma Man just moving in aggressively with this Radiance. Now looks for the TP out. Will make it. There's no sort of cancel. GH tries to get away. Won't be as lucky. But that did cost the buyback of Weeha to make those plays happen.
Well, that said, I mean, Resolution is still getting a lot of kills, and he's got a Midas of his own. Everybody buying Midas now, apparently. You nerf the item, and it just keeps getting bought. But he's 1,700 gold towards his E-Blade.
All right, and we just found a courier. And that did have the ultimate orb on of Matuma Man, so that will be the Manta style, slowed down for 3 minutes.
That's actually huge. He's completely ready on it. So Silence is still valuable here. And this is the value of the BOTs, basically. Summon Treants, and Morphling can be there. And he even went for the +4 Treants. Got lots of Treants this game.
Another really back and forth game so far. Thunderbirds having that early game control, starting to slip a bit to the Naga Siren, but now getting Roshan as well by the looks of it. Will bring them back on par. But still, of course, those two big cores of the threat, and Resolution, a lot of weight on his shoulders to carry this game on the Morphling for Thunderbirds.
Yeah. I think he's going to be fine, though. Not only does he have the Midas, he's also got the 12% cooldown reduction. That means more Midas gold.
It's true.
Pretty good place to be in. And Soxer realizing mistake, says, pipe? No, Midas. Coming out.
Back for the Midas. Absolutely. Sure that he can keep himself in a very relevant position, and we're seeing already, you know, he's not necessarily managed to get the big plays in the team fights, but a few little steals to try and halt how smoothly Liquid can get away with these kills.
You know, I think what happened was Thunderbirds went to their talked to their coach after game 2, and they're like, "Do you realize your opponent's bought 5 Midases last game?" And they realized they made a mistake. They need to do that every game now.
4 Midas, yeah.
So they're
and Liquid
stealing
not doing it.
strats.
Are we going to see 5 Midases come out from them? Well, not on Matuma Man.
Yeah,
no way he builds it. GH might, though. Also,
No,
is he still looking for the Glimmer?
Yeah, he went Glimmer. I don't know if he'll go back. If you get too far behind on Crystal Maiden and then you buy a Midas as well, then you still just extend the part of the game where people kill you. So,
but you've got a Naga. I mean, you're fine with this game going 8 minutes, aren't you?
Yes, but he will be in fights at some point, and ideally he'll be able to save his allies. So I think if he doesn't get Glimmer, then and Morphling picks up an E-Blade in the next like 5 minutes, then he's just going to get one shot every single fight, no matter what. So he's got to go for some survivability here.
Liquid can do with his smoke. Looking to kind of bait it out with Miracle potentially in this mid lane, hoping that Thunderbirds would try and make a jump. See if the bait is successful as they move forward. A little bit of time left on this dust, but sorry, smoke it's pretty much gone now. They'll get themselves up to the high ground. Sentry's down, but know that they've got this good position. Where's the lead in? Actually just looking to go in on the stolen illusion, making sure that Resolution doesn't manage to free farm with the Radiance illusion of Matumba. And they will kill it.
Yeah. They got to do that every time, basically.
Yeah. It just speeds up his farm so much if he gets his hands on it.
Yeah, it's way too good to have a free Radiance. It's only like 60% value. Oh, are they going?
Yeah, straight in onto Weeha, looking for the Chainstone with the Boundless Strike as well. Can they find it? No, they don't have quite enough damage to kill him. A Miracle's been taken down in return. Already looking a little bit rocky for Liquid. 2 TPs out, 3 TPs, but it's going to be cancelled by Wii on Kuroki. And they find a second Mind Control. Looking to jump in, but not quite killing that Weeha. Even with a huge amount of Chainstone, with the Boundless Strike, the Fissure Echo Slam, it wasn't quite enough. And the fact that Miracle just caught off out of position in the mid lane before he could get his combo out.
Yeah, that was incredible. He lived there. The 175 health perk from Puck here really paying off this game, and the Treads as well. Treads wand. He built tanky, and it paid off big time. Derek Curry does get sniped, at least Mind Control doing something in the meantime, but this is really bad for Liquid, actually.
Yeah,
because
no Invoker, no Echo Slam, no Freezing Field, no Soul.
Yeah, all on cooldown for a little bit, and they grab another Radiance here. Maybe this will go okay, Fissure works.
See what they can do to stop it, and Moon coming in with those Treants. Resolution falling very low, in fact, zips in, and will blow up the Crystal Maiden. Feeling confident with the Aegis. Now the song's back online. Just Liquid trying to do their best to buy time so Miracle can get back in. Once the Invoker's back, they should be able to do a pretty good job at holding this back. They have the fortification. Can they change some Resolution up? Doesn't look like he's too worried about it still. With that Aegis, feeling strong, Saxa with the Stolen Fissure back onto Miracle. Liquid will hold by the looks of it for the time being, keeping that tier 3 alive.
Yep, they'll finish split pushing bottom, and then Resolution will get out of here. Everybody TPing push lanes. Very effective pressure and push from them, I think. Mid tower's down to 500. This kind of looks like what you normally expect from a Naga team, actually. And as a whole, just the Radiance doesn't feel that effective in most of these fights. I mean, if they don't kill the important heroes like Prophet, Puck, maybe Morphling, then it feels like Liquid can't win a fight. And maybe it's just how mobile they are, perhaps. Like, Morphling and Puck, you're not going to keep them within the Monkey King ultimate. That seems kind of clear. Like, Monkey King hasn't felt very effective this game. And they have the damage and the mobility to actually counter him. So maybe that's the Monkey King counter. Highly damaging, highly mobile cores.
Yeah. Ideally, they need to just make sure that you have Mind Control on the front lines, pretty much stun locking multiple heroes, allowing that Wukong's command to get a couple of punches for.
I could certainly win
pretty
fights.
impossible.
Mind Control picking up a Glimmer Cape as well. They just... Oh, that's not going to work.
Messing up the chain stunning there between the two of them. Man's still there behind. A Resolution. I mean, look at this man's confidence. His team is starting to follow up, but he's just heading straight for Liquid. And Liquid, they're respecting it. They back off. The song will be there from Matumba. Can they actually chain stun the Puck? They need perfect timing, really, to make a go for it. The Fissure, it's going to be late. Weeha gets the phase shift off. The Wukong's command will be down. Kuroki, falling low, looks to juke into the trees, but he's down and out. GH as well. They've lost 2. And Matumba, he's now in trouble. Tries for the TP out. Is he going to make it? No, he's not. The Yules is there from Weeha, cancelling the TP. They find a third Thunderbird, and they're not done yet. Mind Control, again, another TP unsuccessful as the sentries dropped. And bottom lane, Nature's Prophet doing it old school with the rat-a-tat-tap. Moon Meander finds the bottom racks, moves across to the mid. There's no buybacks here from Liquid. And Liquid are looking to be in an absolutely dire position now, Purge.
Yeah, it's looking like a 2 racks for sure. Almost nothing they can do to stop it. And if anything, Miracle's got to be careful. If he gets hooked or something, this could be his death easily. But tier 2 on the top lane at least, so they won't get a triple racks right now, but 2 racks at 32 minutes in the game is really tough to play against when you're playing against Morphling and Puck and Nature's Prophet. These guys are so good at split pushing right now.
Resolution just looking incredibly huge now. Scardy Gold pretty much there. Pipes being completed by Saxa. We saw him with some big plays in that last fight as well, stealing the Wukong's command, making it very hard for Thunderbirds to fight back. Liquid to fight back.
Made it really hard for me to pay attention to the team fight. I spent like 20 seconds like, which tree is Monkey King? I kept clicking around, and then I finally realized it was a Rubik ulti.
Saxa just playing around it. He's still got his hands on it, so they may be able to get another utilization out of it. Obviously, doesn't really do the huge amount of damage on the, but it's
no, the damage is by all means good. It doesn't do good disable. Like
no,
it's not like you have a bash. And maybe it's time to buy Basher.
But it kills a few frames, So
it does, yeah. If you gotta interrupt those
technical plays,
you puck ulti them, you lower their frame rate, and then they can't dodge the hook as well, right?
Smart plays from Saxa. Rubik Master. 1927. Liquid, of course, they do have good ways of pushing these lanes back out with the Naga Siren. It's certainly not a position they'd hope to be in. If they could kill Resolution, I mean, that was, yeah.
Yeah, they're a little on edge here.
That was a tilt play.
I mean, it's one of those things. Mind Control just shouldn't have committed to it, most likely, because it was very tough, and especially in that position. You don't gank a guy right under the shrine.
No.
When he's this farmed, it's really tough. He's got 2k HP just sitting.
I mean, yeah.
He's not even playing aggressive or greedy. If this is like Sumail or something, this guy would have 1 strength right now, 100%, but he's sitting on 2200 with the Lincolns. Doesn't have buyback at least, but...
And again, I mean, Resolution.
Yeah.
The amount of times he's got himself a free Radiance Naga.
It's almost impossible to stop, because if he uses any Manta Illusion split, there's going to be a Radiance. So pretty much every time, it's almost impossible for him to prevent this, and as a result, it's just always a Radiance or Resolution that he can just keep on the front line. Just makes it pretty straightforward.
The original Illusion against the new one.
Well, the originals, or the replica one's way better. It takes way less damage. It doesn't take any bonus, I don't think.
Yeah, Liquid have got to pull themselves together at this stage. A lot of pressure being put on them. Octarine gold nearly there for Miracle, but of course we're at the state where you want to make sure you have buybacks, as the pushing power from the Thunderbirds is huge. As we've seen, you know, with Moon on the Nature's Prophet, a lot of pressure can suddenly just come out of nowhere. Desolator into the AC, fully going for this kind of building hitting. You know, as we were kind of talking about earlier, Purge, there's a lot of builds you can do on the Nature's Prophet, but Moon, he's got it absolutely down what he wants to be doing this game, hasn't he?
Yeah, the BKB was pretty much perfect timing as well. It's the point of the game where you're having trouble controlling what people are casting on you, so as long as he doesn't get super out of position, he can just make sure the magic spells don't affect him. I think he went for the right talent tree as well. He's made good choices here.
Yeah, Saxy just popping the ult. It's about to go, so why not?
Break the frames.
Have a bit of flair.
Yeah.
The taunt, the BM.
I feel like it's really difficult for Liquid to actually take a fight. A lot of their heroes have trouble keeping people within a certain area. Like, I feel like they kind of need something like a Puck on their team. That way they can just Puck ulti and Wukong's on top of it. But instead, what's happening is they're kind of reliant on Earthshaker, but he's not exactly the best AoE disable hero. He's great if they're all clumped, but if they're not clumped, he can't really chain disable a lot of people and keep them in the same spot. So it's like all of their game kind of feels all in on Earthshaker doing Echo Slam solo target kind of stuff. It's
a lot of pressure on mind control. I mean, what kind of item we're seeing go for next? Okay, so he did get the Glimmer Cape is certainly going to help in terms of getting himself, well, not just out of there, but into position without.
It's mostly for the E-Blade combo stuff. Like
that's true. Yeah,
that's why they all pick up Glimmers. They need them. Otherwise, the Morph's just going to keep getting one-shot kills.
With Resolution having a BKB now on top of the Skadi, he is. It's very hard for them to kill him with that BKB.
They will be able to ensnare him. That's about it.
That's something.
Or
a little bit of disable.
I mean, maybe they can waste his BKB with
Roshan's back up.
things.
Mind control. Jump in onto Misery. Shoves himself away. Misery tries for the hook. Isn't going to get it. Into the pit. Weehar getting bashed immediately by Roche. Looking to Jawn out. Onto Kuroki. Good Dream Coil. Onto 2. The Hex is there as well. Onto Mind Control. Miracle Amateur Man coming in for the sidelines with the combo. The Song will be there to slow things down. Allow Liquid to rearrange. They do have an Echo Slam available. They'll drop the Wukong's command. Misery being slowed up. Jump up to the high ground from Weehar. Will end up finishing off the Monkey King. Misery's taken down in response, though. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment. Moon trying to man up against Matuma Man, pops the BKB with a Mion in the desert, doing a lot of damage, not quite enough. GH in the trees with a freezing field, bringing Weehart down low, but the vision is there. They'll get the kill. Mind Control still hanging around, doesn't have the mana for the Echo Slam. Now he does, but Resolution, can they kill him? There's 3 of them working towards him. Weehart comes back in, picks up the triple, and he's not done yet. Potentially, Matuma Man tries the TP out, will just make it. Ends up being a 3-for-3. Both teams keeping their 2 big cores alive.
It's a pretty good fight for Liquid. They set up their Wukong's command well, but the same problem just shows itself. The Puck's able to jump wherever he wants to. He's able to kill the Monkey King on the backline. I'm not really sure what the best solution is. Monkey King needs a BKB really bad this game, though, and I don't even think shaving off like the Midas would have made a big difference. Maybe he should have rushed Basher this game because they had this tempo problem at the 15 to 20 minute mark, but...
Oh, Miracle just got popped.
But that's the issue in the fights. They cannot touch this Morphling. They can't even get close to touching this Morphling. He's like, in no way are they a threat to this guy.
Yeah, this Resolution Morphling has just been pretty insane. I mean, we know it's one of his strongest, you know, and that just historically, Resolution has had some brilliant games on the Water Boy.
I'm a little surprised he went for this perk. 50% replicate damage. Makes the right click from the Naga Siren do about the same damage as what Naga's actual one is.
Is it the only the right click? It doesn't amp up the radiance?
Does not.
That would be exquisite. But there's the jump in. The fight begins. Roki
he
just
stuns
about
himself.
saved, but yeah, the coil, it still ends up stunning him. He'll get the jump off. There's been a buyback from Miracle for this fight. They've lost Matumba though. He's down for 70 seconds. They need to do something big. Saxa will be taken out, but Moon, we are ready to wrap back round, looking for GH, who did get the freezing field off, but they have the vision. They'll surround him with the treants, bring down the CM. A buyback will there be there from Kuroki. Miracle has to do something absolutely miraculous really to hold off this potential push that could come in from Thunderbirds. Roshan is available. They may choose to take it safe and go for it. Oh, he's going to miss the tornado though, and they jump in from Wee with the Hex. Mind Control does manage to get the Echo Slam onto 2. Can they actually kill Wee? No, he phase shift dodges the Deafening Blast. The tornado will connect onto Misery. Kuroki coming in with the Wukong's command. They brought down Weeha. Misery in trouble as well. He's trying to get away. Resolution looking to blow up Kuroki. Found Miracle as well. They've lost 4. None with buyback on Liquid. And Resolution may not be done quite yet.
Ooh,
the Adaptive Strike, bringing Mind Control down low.
If you got the range perk, you would have gotten that kill.
But look at top lane. What's Furion doing? He's there. He's
Furion
on the
thinks-
racks. He's pushing in.
Moon Meander's been right-clicking a lot this game. He's doing a lot of damage. He's just got a 3-shot GH here as soon as the Frostbite ends.
Mind Control, he's so low, but he wants to do his best. They want, oh, maybe they could kill him. Matumba Man's there as well. And can they get him? Yeah, they will. They'll kill him. They'll keep the racks alive on the top lane.
It's a drive-by hit right there. Did you see that?
That was a lovely little kind of drift, yeah. 26-36 Thunderbirds doing incredible structural damage. And Liquid trying their best to hold on, but it really is going to be one of those games that it's going to be insane if Liquid can actually end up pulling through a win, as Thunderbirds are just in a brilliant position. Resolution looking towards a butterfly as well. Leaps and bounds ahead of Matumba's Naga still at this stage.
They already have trouble killing this guy, and imagine with 35% evasion on top of that. It's insane.
Done. Interesting though as well, look at the Shaker. He has his Aghanim Scepter.
Okay. He's going to start hopping around.
Hey.
It's 2 Monkey Kings. You know, they're actually very similar heroes when he gets eggs. They actually resemble each other so much.
Yeah,
just hopping around.
Q, that's basically the same spell.
Pretty much. Now the second skill, same spell, just jump in places.
If this, I mean, what's the serious plan with the axe? What makes it so good, you feel, in this game? What are we going to see Mind Control do that he wasn't able to do before now?
Escape.
Okay.
Multiple initiation options can be useful. I mean, he's already got Blink Force, so he's pretty set here, but definitely it's very, very difficult sometimes to predict Earthshaker just dunking in sometimes. That part can help. Helps against the Radiance, that's for sure. Unless he just dies.
That may be the case. Ooh! Jump! Boundless Strike! He's out. He will survive. The hook. Oh, not going to quite catch GH. Kuroki up. Look at Miracle here with the wraparound. Tornado. EMP. It's going to land onto Saxa. Matumba Man surrounds him. They'll find the Rubik. Resolution pops the BKB. Looks towards Kuroki. Kuroki's down and down. The X is there. Oh, they've got him. Miracle's down for 100. Matumba Man trying to save him with the song, but with the BKB on Resolution, he powers on through. And then not done yet, Thunderbirds. Misery comes in with the hook. Dismember onto CM. A third member down. Triple kill for Resolution. They have no Invoker, no Monkey King, no buybacks available. They have been raxed. The Megas are out.
Resolution still got Aegis. I don't know if they can. Earthshaker can go, and he's got Echo Slam, but they're not that grouped.
Oh, there's the dunk. He's looking to try and get a position. Will get a good one there as he brings down the Nature's Prophet. Hex again, though. Weeha makes a brilliant Hex plays this game, causing huge issues for the cause. Not going to be enough to kill him. There's the dunk again attempt. The Yules will be there to dodge it. Fisher isn't going to be. Jaunt straight out to safety. And in the base, Resolution looking to man up against Matumba. Matumba looking to turn and fight. Does have this Diffusal Blade. And again with the dunk. Resolution falling incredibly low. In fact, he'll go down, but he has that Aegis ready for round 2. But Kuroki,
it's really good for Liquid.
With the Wukong's command. They bashed him up. Moon will actually buy back for this. 30 seconds before they have Miracle back. They're trying to do their best to fight and buy time for the Invoker to return. Can they actually do it though? The pressure's starting to come back in onto the structures. Hex is there onto Matuma Man. Mind Control tries to help out, but he jumps forward, trying to just draw their attention away from the base. Buyback from the Earthshaker, buyback from Matuma Man. Miracle's back in 10 seconds. There's the dunk. We are falling low and he's down. They've taken down the puck for 99 seconds. Saxa focusing Kuroki with the help of Resolution. They'll take down the Monkey King. Sprout up onto himself, Moon, but the fish is through. Matuma Man, they've cut through the trees. They've spotted out Moomiander. Resolution zips across the sidelines. Miracle gets the combo down onto Moomiander. Moomiander's down. There's a dieback on the Nature's Prophet, but they've lost Matuma Man a second time. It's a dieback for him as well. Mind Control will end up finding Saxa. Misery with the Dismember onto the Shaker. Can they save him? Oh, the Fisher onto Reza holds him back. He needs a beautiful combo here, Miracle. He'll go for the EMP setup onto Resolution, but Resolution turns and he combos down Miracle. Resolution survives. GH the last man standing, and he'll go down as well. Ultra kill for Resolution. GG is called, and Thunderbirds will take this series 2-1.
They made them work for that. Holy crap. Did you watch Mind Control in that fight? He's just hopping around.
Hopping and bopping.
He got to level 25, got the -2 second cooldown. He's just perma-stunning people. He made so much work happen, but Thunderbirds was in such firm control from like the 30-minute point onward. Once Morphling had like Lincolns with the E-Blade, with the Midas, he just couldn't die. They did not have the single target damage solutions to deal with him. It was what? Invoker basically was more
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Soul Warlord.
EG's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Flinks.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Brood mother. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Red Eye, and indeed, hello, I'm not Red Eye, I'm me. Hello, everyone. Welcome to myself and
Sound the
God.
same, yeah.
We do. We're same age, same place, you know, we're all the same, us Brits. How about EG versus Faceless? That final pick, Brood, the panel was loving it. I was just talking to you now, Gods. You feel that this is a great game for a Brood to be picked up 5th pick?
Clinks, it's like probably the worst hero to verse in line is the Clinks. This is a hero that already has a really bad laning stage to begin with, and then you're versing one of the heroes that is best at ruining a laning stage. Their supports don't deal with the hero well with the hero. They could send the Brood mid if they really want to verse Invoker. Like all the heroes get wrecked by Brood more or less. So I don't know what the solution is. Perhaps they just go full on tri-lane with sentries, dust, and hope for the best.
Okay.
But it's such a good Brood game.
And what do you think about this as well? The panel kind of touched on it. The crit support Wind Ranger. As mentioned, a lot of talents do kind of support this sort of play style. Do you like it? And why pick it up in this capacity this time around?
I want to say it's okay. Like I play quite a bit of support myself, but I've never really touched much on the Wind Ranger. I feel it's a hero that does need a bit of levels, but as like a 5-position standard zoning support, there's no real reason why it shouldn't work. But the reason why it shouldn't work here is because you're versing a Brood, and Power Shot, some AoE, but realistically level 1, you're not going to be dealing with a big Spiderling army. It is nice to have an escape spell in the Wind Run to try and get away from the Brood, but very, very tough matchup.
I mean, how if you're EG, how do you compensate for the fact that this safe lane is kind of potentially set up to be a bit of a disaster? Do you just look to crush the other lanes?
Yeah, so the two options. One is you crush the other lanes. You sack a hero up top, in this case the Clinks, and then focus on the other lanes, which is probably not the best idea because Clinks is a hero that doesn't catch up well. It's a hero that's not going to have an impact if he doesn't have a good start. It's not someone that can just catch up in the jungle, just make the most out of a few levels. You really want your Clinks to get a few key items to have an impact on the game. So the other approach is you just full on tri-lane it. So you send Wind Ranger, Treant, both up there, double sentries on Wind Ranger, dust on Treant Protector. It looks like they're going to say, rather than try and win the other two lanes, let's just try and focus everything up top and hope that the individual plays of Universe and Sumail is enough to allow those lanes to go well. The problem is now, XY can completely crush mid lane with his rotations. He can look to rotate bottom and kill the Nature's Prophet. This puts a ton of pressure on both Universe and Sumail because both supports are going to be tied up in this top lane.
For sure. But, I mean, Sumail and Universe, these are two players that they're going to be ready for this.
Yep.
I mean, Sumail on one of his signature heroes, the Invoker, has the potential to be very, very terrifying. And Universe on the Prophet, we're kind of an old school sort of pick. It's something that we're starting to see already in this day one, teams touching upon again.
Yep.
Fury, it seems to be back, Gods.
And you can be ready for it, but at the end of the day, it's still 2v1 lanes because Earth Spirit rotates around. He's already done one roll in on the mid lane. He's already applying pressure there. He can swing bottom and look for a perhaps first blood on the Nature's Prophet. It's so dangerous, regardless.
Can they get the vision of this one here? Yeah,
we did.
We'll find it.
Lane gets a bit tougher for ISS, but he's got another sentry now, so he's just got to place it in such a way that he can de-ward. He doesn't care if he loses his sentry as long as he takes out the dire one and gets that trade.
Bottom lane, ooh, XY. Bit off the mark there with that initial roll in there. Put the Frostbite in the slow from Black with the axes. With the chase down, bring Universe pretty low, not quite enough. Unfortunate there for Faceless. If they hit that roll, that would have been a dead MP. Top lane, Eyesight Sights being gone on, goes for the TP back out to the Shrine.
Fine.
Will just make it.
That's the dust, though. That's the thing. This is like his job. So as a Brew, when you get that full tri-lane treatment, you're not expecting to have that dominant laning stage. You take a little bit longer to come online. You take longer to get that level 3, perhaps, where you get the double spawn Spiderlings. And until you get your Spider Army, you're not exactly doing Brood things. So it's going to take him a bit longer, but he knows his team can make up for that elsewhere. They're already doing pressure in the mid lane. They're zoning out the Nature's Prophet, also level 1. So things are going well right now for Faceless. Realistically, all 3 lanes are going all right for the time being.
Top lane, though, as you mentioned, I mean, Eyesight Sights is definitely just going to go for the D-ward now. This time we'll get it. So there, as you mentioned, securing the sentry coverage for the time being. Crit has got a backup sentry. He's prepared for the
D-ward. Third sentry, yeah.
Of the D-ward. And
can you find it?
They've got it.
Yep.
Again, the battle of the sentry wards up on that top lane. Other lanes, mid lane, the matchup at the moment, 11 for 5 on Sumail. 10 for 3, very close between these two.
It's still like a question, like, is EG, like, you look at the economic investment right now in this detection, that's 300 golden sentries, another 180 golden dust, have yet to get a kill. Same time, Faceless, they spent 200 on sentries, but this is still Eyesight Sights, 1v3, keeping both supports busy, And those supports are not only kept busy, but they're losing gold. They're not going. How are you getting boots right now? They're not really getting pulls off. Bounty runes is all they're getting, so Crit gets a little bit of extra cash. But soon someone's going to have to upgrade the courier. You're going to have to buy more wards. You're going to have to buy more sentries. It's going to be a constant uphill battle to finish any kind of items for the EG supports.
Absolutely. So this decision from the supports, it is making sure the space is there for Arteezy. So you talked about how this Clinks could potentially have a tough time. So at the use of these resources, they are securing the farm for Artur. So both cores at the moment, himself and Sumail, are on par with that that Faceless are bringing to the game so far in this first 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is still the best way to play against the Brood. So as much as I'm talking about the downsides of what's going on right now for EG, I don't think there was a better alternative. The alternative is you roam your support, you leave Arteezy solo, and Brood just carries the game. The other thing is you have to know deep player for Faceless. When he has a good game, things go well.
Deep play on the bottom lane. Faceless hunting for Universe. TP reaction will be coming through from Zai. Faceless very deep here on this bottom lane between the tier 1 and the tier 2. And yeah, XY, he's going to be taken down here. Zai will help the turnaround. Universe getting first blood on this bottom lane. Absolutely perfect here for the Shireen.
With a overextension there and very well played. Universe has been just such a solid rock in this bottom lane for EG. In the offlane, he's always so consistent. He's one of the probably lowest death offlaners in the game right now. And he's just so good at reacting to any pressure coming his way. So the perfect play to have on your team when you're giving him a 1v3 lane.
Mid lane, XY tries for the roll in. Get the connection onto Sumail though. We'll have to just back away. Not too much else you can offer to this mid lane. We'll leave jabs to it, but Sumail with the alacrity, maintaining good control of this lane. And I mean, as you mentioned earlier on, you know, one of the weaknesses could be potential ganks coming in and being successful. But if XY is not hitting the initial roll, it's very hard to catch Sumail between himself and the Magnus before 6. And in fact, jabs, he's going to be getting gone on himself as Zai comes in with the rotation. And then the Sunstrike and Cold Snap, beautifully done there by Sumail. Absolutely perfectly executed.
I think jabs just needs to screw away there. He held on to it. I mean, in hindsight, obviously he should have screwed away. He would have lived, but he held on to it, really tried to just not use up that cooldown and just think he could survive his way through it. But EG managed to outplay him. It's a nice kill, but he did have a way out of it.
Bottom lane, Faceless will get the dive successfully this time around onto Universe. Nuts and Black chase him down past the tower. Oh. Will get themselves Faceless's first kill on the board. Still top lane, Arteezy up at the top of the net worth. We're seeing Ice being able to pick up a few CS as well now. But Zai back up there along with Crit to look to again maintain control of the safe lane and try and keep Ice out of it.
This lane will quickly get difficult for EG. They do have the sentries, and the nice thing about the Trine against Bruise, you just stay invis. Another
lane
kill.
Again,
wow,
XY with these failed rotations, trying to come in onto Sumail, but Universe was there with the TP in.
Top lane, meanwhile, Ice is dusted and brought down.
Arteezy.
He's close to getting a return kill. Arteezy actually, will go down there, so...
Okay. So, I mean, there's the Spider doing Spider things, but of course Arteezy getting the kill beforehand is nice enough. They'll clear up a couple of the Spiders. But this mid lane's got to be the issue, because you are giving Sumail a lot. He was already doing fine in the CS. Now you've given him 2 kills in this mid lane, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, Jab's giving up the initial kill, the really harmful one, but the Earth Spirit like a cherry on top. And they are going to rotate 3 heroes in.
Hasted Crystal Maiden there. Nuts with the eyes onto Sumail.
Like, he wants to fully commit to this one just yet. To be wary that haste does not last all too long, and I do like what Black's doing. He's constantly pressuring this tier 1 tower, knowing that the rotations are constantly coming in mid. His team's like collapsing on mid, which means that EG themselves have to protect mid. So this bottom lane is being kind of constantly left alone. So Black is doing his best to try and take this early tier 1. Problem is, Trine's going to continuously heal this up. So if he wants to take this tower, he needs to try and do so before that living armor becomes like level 3, level 4. And perhaps we'll even see Faceless commit more heroes just to prevent this tower getting healed up.
Top lane, Faceless coming in with a rotation that we yet to see. XY and Nuts moving up and looking for Arteezy on EG safe lane. We'll see if they get the successful roll in. XY's been off a couple of times mid and bottom. This time, again, able to close the gap. Arteezy already into the tree line. They'll pop down 1 sentry, but Arteezy's well out of the range. And it's another failed gank attempt from Faceless. These Earth Spirit rotations not working out as well as they would have hoped in these early stages. And at the same time, bottom lane, Black will be forced back. They haven't got the actual catch, so he will survive. But they really need to make things happen with this Earth Spirit, because EG, they're excelling off these failed ganks.
Yep. I mean, I think there was a lot of confidence in Faceless's draft, but the way it comes down to execution. So far, we've seen a couple mishaps with XY's movements. Ganking a Clinks without dust, to me, having a sentry is fine and all, but like it's unreliable. If your CM doesn't get close enough for that frostbite, you just skeleton walk outside of the sentry range. You don't get that slow onto the skeleton walk. So just some, I think, poor decisions from Faceless with just how some of the rotations have gone down, but Dust now bought by the CM, Earth Spirit also, both supports just suddenly buy Dust after that failed gank, and it's one of those things where it's like, great, they reacted, they're buying Dust now, but it's pretty costly when you two-man smoke top and you don't get that Clinks kill. That should be a freebie.
Zai actually going to get a vision of Jabs here from the high ground. Sumail in the neighborhood as well. Shrine still on cooldown. Jabs will get the skewer back onto Zai. Sumail continuing to move over. Nuts is there. We'll hold back the duo, make sure that they don't get away with anything as they die potentially quite deep. At bottom lane, of course, one of the great things here with Zai, this pressure that you talked about, Black applying, it's being recovered over time.
Yep, that tower was down to like 400 HP and now almost fully healed up, so definitely one of the upsides of picking this tree and protector and why it will probably be one of the top picks here.
Bottom lane, again, the roll will miss, but they do connect the boulder smash. This time, they may be successful with the frostbite, bringing Zai down low. Try and come in with the shockwave, and they do get the kill. Jabs manages to get himself in position at the last moment. Sunstrike in return, though, Sumail. My goodness. Blindly going for that one as well. There was no dire vision on that high ground. What a madman. Sumail picking up the third kill. He's hitting 5k net worth. He is having a scarily good opening on this Invoker.
Very, very impressive stuff, and it's great. The one hero that's probably best suited at dealing with the Brood, at least in the mid game, is having a good game. So they can perhaps use some of that Invoker's AoE potential to deal with the Brood, the split push, pushing out this top lane. For now, it looks like they will give the Wind Ranger some levels, try and get that level 4 power shot up in the top lane, but as it stands, yeah, Sumail is definitely the player to look to on EG's side as far as having a good start and helping give them a strong force in this mid game to fight into Faceless.
Interesting as well from Arteezy. As soon as he hits 6 with the Soaring and Aquila, already moving across aggressively into Faceless' jungle, he's going to be able to swallow this Centaur here with a quick gulp.
His hero doesn't. This is not a hero you want to sit in the lane farming with. And
he wants to fight.
You're sitting in a lane farming against a Brood. It's an impossible ask. So he needs to be in mid lane and bottom lane in the enemy jungle. He'll grab a bounty rune, so XY knows he's here, or at least somewhere nearby, because that bounty rune just disappears, so there's somebody invis in the neighborhood.
Actually choosing up, just trying to find these ancients.
Okay, I mean,
it takes a bit of time.
Why not? It's like farm efficiency. You can't farm up top. Crit's taking the lane. Crit's actually taking a lot of damage to the Spiderling army. It looks like Isis has managed to zone the Wind Ranger. 2 points in power shot, just not enough to deal with the Brood, and it'll be a second tower going the Brood's way. But yeah, I was going to point out XY on the Earth Spirit has no boots. He's bought triple sentries. He just used one. He's buying all the support items. He is really having a poor start. And not able to get all too much right now.
Mid lane trying to make the go on Jabs here with the cold snap. They've got the sprout control, but Jabs immediately out of the tree line. Will be safe.
Good purchase on the Clone Blade. Well. He's gone for the Midas. I saw him saving up 2k. I'm like, is he going for a fast blink? Because that would be very unusual. He didn't get the arcane boots. He didn't get the treads. And thinking this is going to be a slow-paced farming game. Midas on Brood, Midas on Magnus. Only the Troll not going for the Magnus on the Midas on the core heroes. We'll see a successful move from Arteezy. He comes in, gets the kill on mid, just a Crystal Maiden, but ultimately does lead to a bit of damage on the tower. Kind of a small consolation prize for what's happening in the side lanes, though. A Troll getting a tower at bottom, Brood getting a tower at top. Does feel like Faceless is still getting the better of these exchanges. And if not for Sumail's fantastic play and start in the mid lane, this game would be looking very bad for EG right now.
I mean, for sure. The kind of control that EG's going to have to try and keep over their own jungle. I mean, they've got the 2 wards now, but even with that, Ice is going to feel very confident just swarming this jungle. And I mean, that area of the map is just super dodgy territory for EG to move into.
Not only is it dodgy territory, but it's farm being lost. If you want to, you're looking at this Faceless team and you're saying, oh, double Midases, they're farming. You may think like, okay, let's try and out farm them. Well, you've lost your control of your jungle. You can't use that farm. Faceless is just getting way more out of the map. Troll's farming the bottom lane, Magnus is farming mid. They've also still got all their towers, so it's not like you can counter them by taking over the Radiant jungle. You can't really access that Radiant jungle while those towers are still up. All it takes is that like one Radiant ward in the river where the access to the jungle is, and suddenly you're not really getting much farm out of the map. It's only Sumail who's actually finding farm right now. Wind Ranger's getting a bit at the top lane with the power shot, but I mean, she's still bottom of the net worth. Clinks is trying to use that. Clinks can enter the Radiant jungle because he's invis, so he's probably the one hero most suited to trying to counterplay the Brood by going offensive, but it's still very tough for EG to find farm right now.
Mid lane, Faceless, Jabs on the front.
They brought in Brood for this one as well. They really want to take this tier 1 mid. Taking this would completely limit EG's ability to move out on the map and like completely just kind of starve them out. You've lost all your tier 1s at that point, and this is a key tower to try and hold on to, but can you do so? Vlad's on Troll, very good early game fighting presence out of this.
How do you stop this? I mean, on the side, yeah, the full lineup of Faceless ready to fight here. If evil geniuses do come in for us, any sort of defense.
Haven't got good teamfight heroes outside of the Invoker, and that's a hero that pre-Ag Scepter, level 12, I mean, this Invoker is huge, don't get me wrong. Highest level in the game, most farm by a good margin, but you're still not quite at that stage of the game where Invoker's ready to fight, so does feel like EG just want to buy time for at least like the Ag Scepter and a few more levels.
No, I mean, as you said, it's looking at the moment a game where Samael is just going to have to use what he's got and sort of carry EG through this rocky position of the game. Yep. Really kind of hit off the tempo to allow Arteezy to get involved with some action, really catch himself back up on the net worth, because as we can see on the board, very much suffering this game, Arteezy.
He's not farming, nor will he start to farm anytime soon is the scary thing for EG. You think what this Klinks is going to do, and he's got to get involved in kills, because he's never going to farm his way back into this game. He can perhaps be useful as an objective taker for hitting towers, finding kills, but that's really his most useful place on the map.
He's going to live for the courier snap. Nah,
a little bit slow, unfortunately.
Holding back.
Yeah.
Can they make it go on anyone?
Well, they're going to find Ice.
Okay, now with the Overgrowth and the Sunstrike, they'll find the kill.
Nice.
They will manage to take him out. Get rid of that incredibly annoying spider.
Samael even gets the kill too. He wasn't farmed enough as it was, but...
I mean, yeah, this is a 14-minute Midas Ags complete for Samael.
Yep. So, roll in top, Arteezy getting jumped on by the Magnetize, but it's mid lane where Magnus.
I mean, Samael, he's pulling off the show. Gets a solo kill just like that onto the Magnus, and at the same time, though, in return, Samael, he's trying to lift, but Arteezy's trying to pull it back down. As
we got another death pact off.
There we go. The emergency lunge. Is it going to be enough to save him? Doesn't look like it is with the Magnetize. Oh, no, he's
CM.
not. Yeah, nuts make sure that the job is sealed and dealed.
That was like all 6 stones being used for a full Magnetize. Earth Spirit doesn't quite solo kill him, and he does even more off.
That's a lot of damage for an ES with the considering what kind of items he has, which is very minimal.
I think Death Pact at the start, then got a recast off from it, so a lot of juking from Arteezy, but ultimately does still go down.
I mean, as you said at the start, Klink's a very hard hero to recover on. Where do you even start to look to getting yourself back into this game when you've suffered in the laning stage and you've struggled in this early portion where you've tried to move around the map and get yourself involved in action?
Typically, you'd look to go for rotations with either one of your supports or your offlaner, some kind of key initiator, but you're playing a Nature's Prophet, which isn't really like a ganking offlaner in the sense you don't smoke up with like a Blink Dagger and try gank people. The supports is, I guess with Tree and Protector, you look for some kills. Like we saw top lane, the Overgrowth plus Klinks. You can find kills with that and the Sunstrikes. To me, that's really Arteezy's best way to approach this game is finding picks. And also, as mundane as it sounded, it doesn't sound like very charactered, scout for your team. Play that Ricky Bounty Hunter type role. If you can scout and get info for your team, great. He actually is going to backdoor a bottom tier 1 tower. This is good. This is useful from Arteezy. It's not really the ideal position to be in. You don't want to be under farm. You don't want to be kind of sacked as he's been because he's versing a Brood, but you've got to make the best of this situation, which is going to be, ratting some tier 1 towers, scouting out for your team, and just trying to see what you can get out of that. But Faceless will always be looking to take more elsewhere on the map, and again, it's focus on this tier 1 mid.
And also Roshan, Black's in the pit. He's bringing it down to half health. It's a hard time for EG to fight around as well, because Faceless, they've just picked up the Blink Dagger on Jabs.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do to stop this one. I think EG probably thought it may have even gone down earlier. They're not looking to contest it. They want to just make what they can on the side of the map. Nature's Prophet getting some damage at top. Klink's in the bottom side of the map getting some farm. So, I mean, for EG, they're at least getting what they can elsewhere, but Ice needs to be careful. He is alone at this mid lane.
Nice Samael actually with that Sunstrike in the pit, very close to being able to get the steal, but on the kill. Wasn't the case?
I feel like they could have killed Ice 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 on the tier 1 mid tower there if they knew he was alone. They don't, that's the thing. If they went on him...
RTZ gets RP'd, skewered under the tower. Nuts is there for the follow-through control, but Samael, he's going to come in and try his best to save Artur with the living armor as well on the Clinks. RTZ trying to get himself out of here, but he's been boulder smashed. XY with a beautiful stun and silence onto both RTZ and Samael. Sets up for a second, and both the cores going down for EG. An absolute nightmare for them on that bottom lane, losing not only RTZ, who's died a few times already, but Samael, their kind of hope and glory at this stage of the game.
That's really the big one. Slowing down Samael, that's his first fight he's really chosen to get involved in. He's been throwing stun strikes, but he hasn't been going to team fights.
Crits a free pickup as well in the mid lane. Faceless, relentless with their aggression, and now onto the tier 1 in the middle. And this should be a freebie. 3 heroes down on EG. And Black, they have to obviously get it down in one shot. This is one of the tricky, well not tricky, just annoying things against playing a Trim Protector, isn't it? You have to get towers in one push. You can't do half a job.
The big problem for EG this game is they drafted a lineup that was meant to excel in the early game. They wanted to do well in the lanes and snowball from there. Like heroes like Clinks want to get super active and fight early on. Same for the Treant Protector. Use that living armor to play aggressive.
Zai does get the overgrowth onto 2. Samael already working his way into Ice 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 on the high ground. Will take down 1. They'll get the bash and the follow through tornado onto the Earth Spirit with the deafening blast as well. They'll pick up a second.
Okay, finding some much needed kills at pretty key time.
Oh, gods. Look at the build from Universe. He's going phase, drums, and he wants to get that Aghanims online ASAP.
I mean, I think he has to. There's no way at any point in this game RTZ's going to be able to find farm or push out lanes. And that's the thing. You're going to be able to push out lanes against this Broodmother. So Aghanims, Nature's Prophet. Sure, why not? Clear out those spiders. Do some good damage. Let's go back. Ags Octarine. Don't know what year it is, but we're going to see some split bush Rat Dota coming out from Universe. Invoker also pretty good in that area with the Blink, the Ags, high levels. He can split push fairly effectively. Going to be up to the Magnus, the Earth Spirit to find and catch these heroes. This is the kind of game where you want to go into like a Shadow Blade type build for jabs on Magnus eventually, so you can find those pickoffs a little bit easier. Really needs to be able to catch and punish heroes like Nature's Prophet and Invoker wherever possible.
Bottom lane, Universe pushing in 3 members of Faceless in the neighborhood. So they won't be able to catch him quite in time as Universe plays it safe, backs off, TPs away. Black, of course, going for a very defensive build, the Manta style, then into the BKB.
Yes, going for Manta over the SMY, which is perhaps more standard because of the Treant Overgrowth, giving him a way to get out of the lockdown, get out of some like the Invoker annoying spells like the Cold Snap. So a bit more, like you say, defensive compared to the SMY and just reactionary to what is on the EG side of things. Another gank on Ice Ice Ice. He's actually died a few times at really rough times, and they'll find him once.
Yeah, straight around with the wrap, and they've got him. Most certainly. Cold Snap as well for Samael, for a tornado out to the side. Make sure no one's thinking about jumping in. Just potentially wary of a potential Magnus counter initiation. But Faceless themselves, they're miles away. They're on the bottom lane. They're looking to put some pressure onto this tier 2. They will let the tier 1 go. A bit more money into the bank for RTZ, who did manage to finish off the Desolator.
These kills add up. This is one of the, I mean, not maybe the more farmed heroes at this moment, but Brood has been kind of near that top of the net worth point for quite a lot of this game. So it's one of those reasons why I think Brood fell off as a hero. If you go back to when this hero was quite popular, is that you'd win your lane, you get the Midas, you get really high level, high net worth, but then when you die, you give that much more to the other team. The way the comeback gold works is such that being behind and killing a Brood can be really fruitful as far as heroes like Clinks who don't have that much farm. So 3 kind of kills in a row on Ice Ice Ice's Brood has found him not as farmed as he'd like to be, and also EG a lot more farmed than they once were. Is it going to be a 4th in a row?
Now RTZ's got his eyes. Yep.
Doesn't look like they've... I don't think they can do it with the Nature's Prophet alone. No, they're going to try.
They're going to try.
Yeah, maybe they can actually.
With the Sprout
with the
and the Deso. That's going to be a freebie.
Okay.
Universe is already on his way out. RTZ heads straight up to the north. And that's your Aghanims complete. So 21 minutes in, it's a respectable Ags timing from Universe.
Asking what the comeback for RTZ's Clinks is. It's going to be the hero that shut him down. It's the Brood. He is the comeback money. Just keep on killing him. Again and again. And Ice 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 is quickly turning into a liability for his team. They had such a good strong start, but he's just getting caught out, ganked time and time again, and think EG have recognized that he's the easiest hero to kill. He's one of the best targets to kill because he's typically alone. Faceless have this 4-1 split, and I think they need to perhaps look to group up, bait the Broodmother, have the Broodmother join up with the rest of the team. They were showing signs of doing that around the mid-tier 1, but once they took the mid-tier 1, they've since split up. They grabbed an Aegis, but while Black used the Aegis to push some towers, take the tier 2 at bottom, Ice wasn't with the team, and he just became cannon fodder for EG. He keeps getting picked off, and this game is a lot more even due to some really good decision-making from EG, catching him out, finding him numerous times.
Yeah. And as we're seeing just with this Tessa, of course the Alacrity buff as well, very nice for RTZ to just pick tower after tower. Huge amounts of damage, and Faceless just not quick enough with the reactions to do anything about it.
It does feel like EG are outmaneuvering Faceless in a lot of ways this game, and that's going to have to change, and I'd say stemming from jabs on the Magnus. He's got a Shadow Blade now. He can look for those pickoffs. He can start trying to find and punish some of these split pushes. I almost feel like they want to get a gem soon. Oh, Zai. He's going to TP out while dusted. They didn't see him there due to the fog of war. But yeah, Jabs needs to start getting involved. He's not being totally quiet, but I just don't feel like he's set up enough kills. He just needs to start throwing RPs, getting solo kills on cores. You don't have to look for team fights. You just have to kill a core hero. And similarly, I think Ice, the other player who needs to kind of step it up. He's just been caught out a few too many times. For Faceless to turn this one around, he needs to play more around his team or have his team play more around him.
Sentry dropped here by the river with that observer just to spot out any sort of movements from Jabs or Ice.
Yeah. It will be Octarine, at least for now, queued up on the Nature's Prophet, so see that full-on split push, Nature's Prophet reality. And AoE clear is, I mean, Troll with Empower, there is decent AoE clear, but without it, he doesn't exactly do too well. Magnus can, but Brood not exactly excelling in that area either.
Ice this time round should be able to finish off that ultimate orb that he's certainly been trying for a few times with those recent deaths he's had on the Spider.
Yeah.
This time round, he'll be able to get that secure.
This time around, there's supports. It seems like up until now, the support's been sitting behind the Troll mostly, but they're changing their tune, and it's let's sit behind Ice, let's protect him a bit more. Let's play around this Broodmother, who's gone for the, I mean, look, interesting talents. Cooldown reduction over the 350 health. Something that maybe could have saved his life at various points. Manta into Radiance, it seems. He wants to go late game, right-click damage. You get plus 70 attack speed at level 20, and you get plus 8 max webs, giving you a lot of mobility as a right-click carry in the late game, assuming he goes for that. The Spider health also kind of nice, but given the build we're seeing from him, I'd expect him to go for the extra webs.
XY tried to come across for a bit of a warding mission, but ended up walking into the clutches of EG, as RTZ picks up another kill, and is slowly starting to climb his way back up, still very much at the bottom in terms of core farm. Continues to get kills like this. Will certainly get himself back up there. BKB nearly complete. It'll be that little bit harder to get caught out, but again, as you mentioned earlier, it still feels just the lack of the presence of Jabs on this Magnus at this portion of the game. We're not seeing them do anything with the RPs.
Well, that's the thing. You look at Ice and you're like, well, he's died a few too many times, he's getting caught out, but it's also like that wouldn't be happening if Jabs was finding kills, if Jabs was maybe doing what his role is meant to be. So while Jabs while Ice is getting caught out and not doing his role, it's perhaps as a result of Jabs' lack of influence. XY is trying to be his impact. I think XY's done really well. Like, he dies there, but he's playing aggressively. He's scouting out, he's trying to get wards down, he's trying to set up his team. But Jabs on the Magnus is just not as involved as perhaps he needs to be. Similarly, Troll, Black is very farmed, had a great game, but we're not
farm oriented.
It seems Faces don't care about fighting though. They've got all these Midases on the Magnus as well as Brood at least. Seems like they don't have fighting on the agenda. Even CM has a Midas. They've got triple Midas. They're happy just to get picked off as long as they're farming, and it has maintained a gold lead up until now. Recently, EG's actually taken over, so I think they do start to be concerned. Not only are they behind on net worth, but they've got triple Midases. These are not items that add to your net worth, particularly outside of maybe the Brood, who benefits from the attack speed.
Good Jabs. The Shadow Blade, but again, the mid lane catches his attention, and he's just back to...
He's holding the gem now. This is, to me, a necessary item against the Treant, which comes perhaps a bit later than he would have hoped for, but...
Should be another Roche here for Faceless. Evil Genius is already splitting up across the map. In no position at all to contest. So.
You can see on the minimap the little yellow dots scouting around. This is Ice, Spiderlings, trying to see what's going on. He's very good with heroes like Brood, Nature's Prophet at just splitting up those units. getting all the scouting information for his team, and seems like the intel is there, knowing that Roche is a safe freebie for the time being.
Extra bit of gold pushing Ice very close to having that relic done. 2.8k on him at the moment on this Spider. But of course, whilst this all goes on, Sumail continuing to keep himself right at the top of the board, as we saw, has picked up the Octarine as well as the Aghanims now. So he's very much ready to fight, and he's also ready to just continue to farm. Now get the catch onto the Magnus, and he's going to be out and down. He'll pop the RP.
He's going to lose a gem.
Oh, no. Not great news for Jabs and Faceless. Evil geniuses just seem to be just dealing a little better with this portion of the game. We saw at the start where EG, the lanes looked a bit of a mess. RTZ was struggling, that kind of awkward portion where he was trying to find his place around the map, but now it's really Faceless kind of feeling that they're starting to slip behind in these decision making.
It just seems like they're just opposed to the idea of grouping up. Like Magnus getting caught up there, it's like, well, even if he Shadow Blades in and scouts out and finds an EG hero, what's he going to do? He's got no damage backing him up. There's no Troll, there's no Brood, no Earth Spirit Magnetize. He's not getting a kill there. Mid lane, they're going to find a support, just a Wind Ranger. It was just a blink from Troll and a roll from XY. But, oh god, look at the treants.
That's a lot of treants there from the Spiders.
Ice is like, wait,
The
Magnus,
Spiders
I need an Empower? Where's my Empower? I'm scared. The Spider is scared of minions. Like, what world do we live in? But Black doing what he can to try and find trades in the map, but could get punished.
Right, yeah, Sumail with the set. This is the BKB and an Aegis on Black. We'll see if they can pop either of them. Zai looking to move into position on the back lines, but already the sentry's down quickly with the silence, making sure that there's no chance of Zai throwing out anything in this fight. They'll force out the BKB charge.
The triple sentry line in mid.
Oh, bottom lane, look at this. Jabs looking to set up for a skewer, and indeed, Universe sent back into the clutches of Ice. Universe still tries to TP, isn't going to quite make it. They'll take down the Nature's Prophet, mid lane. Sumail, Boulder Smash, could be in trouble here. Nuts with the control, allowing Black to get in close and personal with the freezing field as well. Faceless, they get another kill, and a massive one at that as well, bringing down Sumail on the Invoker. 70 seconds. Yep. They may even be able to force out buybacks here.
Yeah, and that was largely stemming from some good individual play. Black forcing the issue in mid lane, finally taking a chance, and when Sumail comes in, they have the sentries for the tree. And I think Trink got a little bit overconfident because he'd taken the gem away, so he wasn't expecting all those sentries there. There was 3 sentries ready for the tree and Protector. So while there was no gem, they still had good detection set up.
And that play, forcing Sumail to use the buyback. In return, they'll pop Black's Aegis very quickly. They do have that RP though. We'll see if they can get in position to fight. Black has to get out. There's the jump through. Get the 2-man RP. If they can kill that Invoker a second time, they'll be in a fantastic position. Overgrowth trying to hold them back. Sumail, he's got to keep himself alive here. Will just get himself out in time, but Zai pays with his life. But they had to keep, if they lost Sumail there, EG treading on very thin ice. Look at the shackle onto Black. Black being brought down low by the power shot. Good Boulder Smash though. Holds RTZ and Sumail back for the time being. Black goes down though still. The physical damage from RTZ too much. Buyback from Zai. Sunstrike is going to connect onto XY. That's the Earth Spirit down as well. EG hitting back very hard. Jabs. They have vision for him. He'll skewer down to the low ground. Has got the blink, so will escape. But this game, I mean, as you say, Faceless making some mistakes. EG, it's a little bit scrappy between these two sides.
Yeah, Jabs hits a really good RP there, but unfortunately for him, Wind Ranger hit a sick shackle shot at the same time on Troll. If Troll could attack during that RP, it was all over for EG. Sumail was going to die back there. It was going to be a complete disaster of fight for them, but that shackle really salvaged things there because they didn't have damage output onto that. They had the Brood doing some good damage, but without the Troll, they didn't have the real right clicker adding his Empower damage into the RP, so slight turnaround as EG managed to bounce back. Does cost them the Invoker buyback, so they are going to be in this kind of volatile state where if they lose Invoker, they could quickly see this game swing back Faceless' way.
I mean, just look at this pressure that they can put on though with the Treants.
And they know there's no RP, so they're not afraid of the Magnus quite as much. They do still have to respect the Blink Skewer though.
Looks like EG will play it safe. They, as you said, they're playing around this portion of the game without that Invoker buyback. It's very risky.
Ice is cosplaying as Naga Siren. Manta, Radiance, Boots of Travel, Octarine Core lined up. So why not? Says, my team's not going to pick me Naga, I'll just pretend I'm Naga.
It's going to be scary as it goes on. Wow, talking about Ice, they were straight into a shackle shot. He's down for 80.
That's
No
why they're
buyback
picking Argus
available.
Iron. That's Sentry wards lined up. This has been such a big vision battle between the two teams, and ISS has died numerous times because EG's supports have been so good about always having detection laid down and having observer wards paired up with it. Similarly, we've seen Faceless when they win that mid-fight, it's largely because of the detection advantage, so vision for these Invis heroes has been absolutely crucial throughout this game.
And the build for Arteezy as well, full in on this building push. The Desolator into a queued up Assault Cuirass.
Wants to be able to survive himself and try and help his team survive against the right-click. I mean, it's all right-click damage from Brood and Troll at this point, due to the nature of the build. I mean, Radiance, has some AoE damage, but it's much more going to be about the Brood right-clicking through with the Insatiable Hunger and all that.
Universe Octarine complete. So the pressure, the kind of the deep pressure that EG are able to exert against what Faceless have been trying to do on these side lanes is going to be beautiful. The Treants will be everywhere.
It's going to be pretty frustrating for Faceless, and that makes it a lot harder for Magnus to move out, find those RPs. You can Shadow Blade through waves and try and get to the back lines, but that's where what happened to Ice is going to happen to him. If you try and Shadow Blade through waves to find pickoff, you may be walking into a Sentry Ward and feeding away kills. So seems like the plan is just to use Ice to push out lanes. This Manta Radiance is very good at split pushing, and also allows Ice to push out lanes without risking his own hero. And even if he risks his own hero, it's better him dying than a Magnus or a Troll. So he's kind of playing that sacrificial lamb for his team in some ways.
Talking about the Troll, how close are we to having that Skadi on Black? Well, very close to having the money, but we'll see if he does save for buyback as well.
We can rent Arteezy, but there's no detection on the front liners.
Smoke will be dispelled.
CM has one.
Jabs with the beautiful RP there, jumping what I believe to be blindly onto the high ground, and he gets the clinks. That was a fantastic heads-up play from the Magnus, who has been struggling in early situations, but that RP, there was no holding back from Jabs.
Yeah, really nicely done. Got Brood on lane defense against the Nature's Prophet. And the Radiance definitely helps a ton against this Treant army push. And this is probably one of the big reasons he goes this build. The other option is Mjolnir, but the nice thing about the Manta Radiance is you don't have to leave your hero there. You can push out a lane with illusions. So Mjolnir, you have to be there right-clicking, zapping down lanes yourself a bit. And with this build, you can just send Manta Illusions, push out a lane without risking his life. And that's been the problem. He's tried to push out lanes, and then he gets TP'd on by Nature's Prophet, sprouted, Clinks kills him. With this Manta Radiance, he doesn't have to risk his life to push out lanes.
Skadi is indeed now complete for Black. We'll go full in on the purchase, so no buyback for the Troll for this portion of the game. Shiva's Guard, complete for Samel.
I wonder if Troll's going to worry at all about the Sprout and get any items to help him against. He's got the Blink for now, but obviously if you're in the Sprout getting attacked, you're unable to blink out.
He's got the Manta.
I guess that you can roll the dice and hope that you Manta out of the Sprout. Does that break the tree? Breaks the trees with the Sprout, I guess?
Oh, sorry, the Sprout. Sorry, I've got trees on the map. I thought you were talking about Overgrowth.
Oh, no. There's too many trees. Nature's Prophet tree.
No, yeah, you can't Manta out the Sprout. No,
so,
of course.
He's thinking... I don't know if he's worried about that, is my thing. He can go range form and just try and right-click whoever's nearby.
Ooh, nuts.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah, no, I guess it's down to his team, really, to force him out.
Oh, he's got the big tree to go with the real tree.
Oh, has he? Did he get the big tree?
Yeah.
Oh,
Treant's got a little buddy.
Good old Trevor. Trevor the Treant trying to man up against this Brute.
Can't be the Manta Illusion.
It's this Manta Illusion.
Oh.
Poor old Trev. Rest in peace, son. You'll never be forgotten. It'll be a piece of paper in a couple of days. To 13. It's a bit of a strange game, really, between these two sides. I mean,
yeah, it's been EG who've done a really good job of taking matters into their own hands to find kills, and that's kind of slowed down Faceless a lot.
It seems like we've kind of seen stability from both Samel and Black. They're kind of the two forces, as we can see, at the top of the network. But I mean, the XP is just all over the place, but it's very close between these two sides. And the builds as well, of course, Universe bringing in again this kind of that period where we saw Ags Octarine being the optimal build. I believe when the first the kind of change was introduced, we saw a lot of players building it up.
He's even gone Refresher.
Refresher, absolutely, just sticking to the classic. Ags Octarine Refresher.
With that level 25, that's going to be pretty brutal.
Oh yeah.
Brood's got Octarine almost. This is Sky. This is not. If someone told me this was going to be a Brood build, I would have just been like, yeah, right, okay. You also just don't expect it, because like with a Magnus, you're thinking, oh, you go right-click Brood. Like, you have Empower, you have battle trance. Like, you have two teammates who really beef up your right-click capabilities, but no, he wants illusions. You got to push out these lanes. It is an illusion patch in a lot of ways.
Looking for RTZ. They will manage to get the dust, but the boulder smash off point. RTZ continues to run all jabs.
Cancelled it.
He cancelled the RP.
Okay.
But maybe they can still find the kill anyway. They have the silence. RTZ pops the BKB. Shackle shot onto the Earth Spirit. The Overgrowth will hold back the CM. They've brought down XY. RTZ continuing to try and run himself away from Ice. Samael looking towards Nuts. The Frostbite's there to hold back the Invoker, but Samael, he'll move forward. Looks to take down Nuts, who goes for a freezing field, but a quick tornado from Samael will make sure that they find the CM as well.
They're getting kited around by
Jabs
the
is still looking for action. Oh no, he didn't have enough damage for Universe, who was overgrowth.
Wow.
Oh, Universe surviving thanks to Zai. And the rest of them just on the hell out of there. Black tries to escape, will be successful.
Yeah, Ice couldn't hit anyone. They were all invis, and then the really nice plays were Zai. He's got this Quelling Blade with the gem, so all these sentries being planted by Faceless just kept getting chomped up by this Quelling Blade. CM would plant a sentry to scout out Sumail, who was invis, Zai was invis, and then instantly it'd get eaten up, and then Ice couldn't hit anyone. He just kept getting kited.
Black will look to jump in on Tartizi. He needs a bash. I tell you what, it was not getting it at all there. Still with the Skadi, bringing him down low. It's not quite enough. Arteezy survives.
They really need a new
to slow
gem.
down the push.
That a gem, and the problem is you really want the gem on a frontliner like the Magnus. Not sure if that's something. I feel like Faces just have to invest in that. They're being split pushed to death right now.
Jumping onto Samael, boulder smash, catching the two cores, but the shackle shot, quick in reaction onto the Earth Spirit. The force back Samael turns around with a meteor. Black, no BKB, post the Manta, has to get himself back up to the high ground. The overgrowth's there. Samael and Arteezy moving forward, the power shot, bringing him down low, but the force Black out to safety. Jabs, jump forward, gets the BKB skewer onto Samael, putting him back into the hands of Black. Another tornado sending Black up. Samael, can he get out? He might be able to. No, the spiders bring him down. They've found Samael, but they've lost Black. They've lost XY. Arteezy, BKB, mans up to Jabs, takes the Magnus out, now down for 80 seconds. Tornado thrown in by Samael, won't clip onto Nuts, but they've cleared the space open on this bottom lane. They've taken the tier 3. Arteezy, alacritied up, turns towards the racks with the Treant backup of Universe, and they will clear out this bottom lane.
Just can't engage, and there's too many lanes that need to be defended. Top lane, they lost the tier 3 and almost the range racks as well. It's this Treant global pressure.
Look how much money he's got.
He's loaded. I mean, so is some of the rating here. As Brood suddenly gets a huge amount of gold, but
6.3k gold on
he couldn't really spend it. Was the big part of the problem there. He was like, I got to get to the secret shop, my Octarine core, can't really finish it. And he's on constant base defense, dude. It's hard to get that curry out there as well. So EG managed to capitalize and set themselves up to take Roshan now as well. Likely we'll see, yeah, Sumail just bought back. This is where that buyback really pays off for Sumail, because he can now immediately...
He bought back for this? Ooh,
yeah, he bought back for the bottom fight, knowing that it'd get his team the racks, and now it's fantastic. When you can replace a buyback with an Aegis, you're more than happy to use that, because it not only gets yourself an Aegis, but denies it from Faceless, stops the Troll getting another Aegis to try and push off of, so... puts EG in a really strong position.
And of course Black buying back as well for that as well at the bottom.
Yes.
So you're now at a position where you kill Black, you've got 2 lives to do it. And beautiful timing there, both Universe and Ice. Picking up the Dagons. Some kind of gentleman's agreement there. Yep. We'll both grab Dagons.
Something like that. It synergizes really nicely with Octarine, because you've got a huge mana pool, and you've also got shorter cooldown. You know, Octarine is all about lowering cooldowns on some of those items, so zap away. And
oh yeah, what with the 20% cooldown reduction on the Spider. Yeah, they max it up. It's a 9-second nuke. It's pretty good.
Yep. And then, like, Dagon 5 has a ridiculously short 15-second cooldown, and that's before the Octarine influence. So it gets down to, like, 11 or 12-second Dagon cooldown at Dagon 5, so it's pretty absurd. Oh, 9 seconds?
9 seconds? 9 seconds? It was 20% cooldown. Yeah.
9-second Dagon 5 cooldown. That's
good. I mean, you're going to get a bit more money to get there, but at this rate, he may just get there.
Oh, he's farming more than anyone in his team right now. He's the one farming all the Treants. That's why he's top of the net worth for his team, because he's pushing out lanes with where the Treants are and getting ridiculous farm.
Now, one thing though that they are lacking really on Faceless is any sort of true strike to deal with Arteezy. He's of course got that 20% evasion talent, and that is proving to be a little bit of a difficulty.
They staggering him down. There's kind of the theory in their minds, or RP him through it, but yeah, it's not easy by any means.
Yeah, I guess for sure. If they get a good RP and then just being able to cleave off another target, you're still going to be able to do huge amounts of damage to Arteezy.
That's the nice thing about this Brood build, and then the CMO Brood, they have got a good mix of damage, but I think the bigger problem is just, yeah, it's going to be constant pressure from all 3 lanes. You're limited on buybacks now. They have got a new gem. Magnus holding on to that is absolutely key, and that's, I think, where this game really got out of control is when they lost Jabs at the top lane and he lost his gem, that's where the game got really difficult for them. That gem was such a crucial item for them against Clinkz, Treant, Invoker, that losing it really set them back and made it impossible to make plays around the map.
And to give a picture of how much that's kind of changed the flow, you just look at the difference now between Black and Arteezy. You know, for the most part, this game, Black was at top, he was on par with Sumail, and Arteezy was really struggling. Now they're on pretty much the same level as Farm. Arteezy's only 1,000 behind Black at this stage, so really closing that gap between the 2 cores.
Well, you've got Nature's Prophet with Ags Refresh Octarine, and you've got now Treant with Ags. Faceless are not ending the, so this game is either going to be won by EG soon, or it's going to. Faceless win this game. It's going to take like 90 minutes. You know,
yeah, absolutely. They need a perfect RP situation, which is just becoming increasingly hard to find.
You can't push out lanes, and if you ever do, Treant will just ulti, clear out your entire creep wave. Like he's got full map app going. Like there is no pushing right now for Faceless. They are trapped in their base, X-Hero Siege mode. They are going to be defending for a very, very long time right now. They've got the right heroes to do so with the way Brood's built and itemized. Like it's, I mean, there's the Dagon 5. He's already finished it. You know, a couple minutes after we asked, will he finish it? He has. And
going for the Eagle song.
Yeah, we'll see
of
how
course
this goes.
into the E-Blade.
Troll did go back for an item to deal with the Sprout. He got the 4 staff, so he's going into that
Certainly
late game Hurricane Pike, and I think it's necessary. You're just going to get kited too badly. But does mean he's playing with no boots or whatever, or has to put the Blink Dagger away, so we'll see how he deals with that. But I guess he's just like, oh, I'm stuck on the high ground, don't need movement speed if I'm not leaving my base. And, I mean, that really is this is kind of, I mean, from Faceless' perspective, like, there's no easy plays to make. They can try have Magnus make some aggressive moves to try and catch heroes outside the base, but end of the day, he might just be walking into a gem and feed away his life. He doesn't want to leave the base without backup, but if you leave the base as 5, whichever lanes you're not pushing out are being pushed in, and that's where you're just going to lose racks. So for Faceless to leave their bases 4 or 5 is very difficult. And they're also going to be immediately scouted out. Like they push, right now they've got 4 or 5 heroes outside in mid lane. Well, there's Tree and eyes on them. Although it looks like they are using this time to try and clear some of those eyes out, knowing that they are up.
This game looking increasingly harder and harder for Faceless to pull through in with the way that EG's played over kind of the last half of this match so far. EG getting himself into a very, very good position. Universe, I mean, how's he doing on the Dagon progress? He's now maxed his out. There we go. Now has the Dagon 5 as well.
More a question of where can you go from here? Perhaps you pull a moon shard, someone like
pull the moon
Arteezy.
shards, I think. I'm kind of surprised that we've not seen that already from either side. I mean, even getting one given over to Black if you're Ice. But I guess the E-Blade is something that you want to have.
He's actually still got room. He's not quite 6-slotted, hasn't sold his Midas yet, so we'll see. It looks like a Shiver's queued up. A lot of good armor from that. Or synergy with the Octarine core, so. Still hasn't hit level 25. I mean, it's definitely massive and really nice. Ooh, smoke mid. Faceless trying to get a catch.
Oh, this could be a smart wraparound as well. EG, they are down here, but Zai, if they can catch Arteezy, that will be the massive one. Zai, oh, he gets the blink out. They will still find him though. They'll wrap back around. They will get Zai. Kill at the least, and that is the gem being dropped.
It's an okay kill. They really would have liked to get the cores at this stage. Taking the gem away is decent, but immediate rebuy. I was about to say, like, there is no way that EG are not going to play with the gem. Sumail buys it because he's 6-slotted, doesn't need the money, and will drop it for his team. The big thing is if you kill him again. If you take away both gem, like the rebuy of the gem, then it gets difficult to play for EG. Having a gem in these games is just a necessity, so making sure you hold on to them is always going to be a key point.
Sumail. Right up out top. Jabs does have Blink RP. Looks like they aren't gonna look for him. A sweep round into EG's jungle. Maybe find Arteezy, but Arteezy at the moment up on the top lane, pushed very far in, and keeping himself hidden in the tree line. So Faceless unlikely to find anyone here with this sweep of the dire jungle. No one back there at the moment for EG.
He's thinking like a backdoor on the range tracks. So I know that taking that range tracks makes a huge difference or anything, but if he scouts a hero by himself, he could set up a kill with a Nature's Prophet TP in. treants everywhere being summoned, so Faceless is going to have to defend soon. Probably, it's great that the Brood has got these items, this Naga Sireness build, because it means she can solo defend, while the rest of the team... I mean, you've got 4 heroes on the other side of the map playing aggressive, solely because of Brood's build. If Brood didn't have this Manta, Radiance, Octarine, you couldn't push lanes out. But because of this build, the rest of Faceless can actually look to play aggressive and find pickoffs.
Interesting as well that ISO decides to upgrade the bots a second time before getting an E-Blade or such into his inventory, rather than the Midas.
I mean, this gives him the ability for when his team is playing on the other side of the map.
For sure.
He can just TP in. I guess there's no easy summons to TP on. I mean, his own Spiderlings, but that would require pushing them across the map, so... Yeah, just give him that bit of global presence. But... I think that realistically, he's hardly even using the Dagon right now, so he probably just sees his ability to join a fight as more important than having a bit of extra single target damage.
And I guess at this pace as well, he just says, well, I'm probably going to get both items anyway.
Yep.
EG aren't forcing the issue.
Yeah.
Faceless are kind of given time to maintain the state of their base, get the lanes pushed back out. And at the end of the day, they are just that one set of racks down on the bottom. So it isn't the end of the world for Faceless. It's just it's going to be very hard for them to be able to take a racks from EG.
May even be considering other items, like items to boost up his illusion, start thinking about some actual right click, so that he can be a bit more of a force onto the BKBs. He has Battle Trance and Power, so perhaps why not get like a DPS item as well as your final item. You can have a DPS item with the Dagon 5. You got Manta Radiance.
Well, bottom lane, the Shackle here onto Black, and Black's out. Just like that, down for 2 minutes. Faceless, they do have buyback on the troll. We'll see if EG are able to force it out. Top lane, the pressure coming in from this army of Treants will finish off the range racks. Jabs with the Empower will do his best to farm them up. It's a lot of gold.
He's feeding a lot of gold, but at this point, these heroes are more or less 6-slotted, so he doesn't really damn care one bit at all.
I mean, can they hold off without needing Black to buy back? It seems like it's a hard proposition. EG can... They certainly have the power to push it and force out that buyback. With 90 seconds, it's a huge window.
Brood for now is doing a really good job at keeping these lanes pushed out. And you don't have to defend bottom. I mean, you will just push out these lanes a bit because there's heroes there, but it's a lane where you've already lost racks.
He's got eyes on Arteezy here. Holding the gem, jumps in. There we have it. Arteezy dragged back. Can they bring him down in time before he's able to get the BKB or get himself out? He'll pop the cheese. Arteezy's still alive. There's the buyback from Troll. Artur now pops the BKB, turns towards Jabs. Black comes in, gets the bash. They've got the control onto Arteezy. They'll bring him down. Did cost the buyback on Troll, but they'll get rid of the clink. Samael trying to go for the split up top. And they will be able to hold him back. But that is the buyback committed for Black.
So Alacrity Forward Spirit, they're going to get this top racks.
Objective still going the way of EG. Mid-tier 3 as well.
Yep. Oh god, treants everywhere.
Oh.
Just hearing that noise, the refresher. It's going to be giving Faceless nightmares right now.
She's going to look to try and catch Samael, but Samael quick with the BKB. So will manage to get himself back to safety, but indeed, look at this melee racks in the middle lane. The Treants, they may even just get it here as they come in and focus it, and they will. That will be the melee racks going down almost certainly. Surely, oh my goodness, okay. Okay, they will just keep it alive. But this game, 50 minutes in.
Oh, Treant's got Ags now. Game gets even more fun.
Octarine.
Octarine, yeah, sorry, that's what I mean. Just picks it up.
I was going to say Ags at 50 minutes, oh, that's a bit slow.
With the cooldown reduction,
Octarine,
you know, these cooldown reductions plus Octarines give you some pretty damn low cooldowns. Treant's Overgrowth has received some nerfs to the cooldown, I believe, but still finds himself at 44.6 seconds on the ultimate.
Yeah, 625, look up. 3-digit decimal. Hurricane Pike done. But at this game, I mean, if Faceless can pull this back, it's... I mean, EG's going to be on tilt watch for the rest of the series. Because EG should be able to close this game out.
Absolutely. It's going to be... The win requirement for Faceless is very much defending your base and killing EG when they don't have buybacks. Or killing them all and then pushing, and then they buy back and you kill them again.
Why is this Spider not buying people moonshots? He's got 9k in the back. Come on, Ice.
He's got room to grow, you know?
Yeah, but he's... I mean, I guess Abyssal Blade's what he's looking at. And, I mean, he's got the money for that and buyback, surely, with 9k?
He's very, like, he has no idea what item is going to fix this game, or he would have bought something. This is definitely a sign that he's like, man, what do I buy? He's really kind of stringing it over, like, we're down all these racks. There's no item that solves the split push problem or helps you push out lanes. The solution is killing heroes, and that's where the Abyssal Blade is probably in his mind. He's like, all right, the only way we do this is to kill heroes.
Poor old Nuts. Say a prayer for the CM.
Oh, he's no Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, he's gone.
Radiant's
Yep.
courier has been killed.
Surprise.
He's lost the curry as well here. Didn't have anything on though, Faceless.
One of those games where, like, if the supports have managed to get a bit more farm for Faceless, like you have Ghost Scepter there on a CM, if you had an Ags on Earth Spirit, we could have seen perhaps the Earth Spirit save, like, with the Troll when he gets ganked bottom, if Earth Spirit's there, you Ags, you stone him, you pull him to safety, you can save his life, but the support farm differentiation between the two teams is massive right now.
Spend your money, Spider. I mean, everything counts for these last few defenses.
Was the courier trying to get to the secret shop,
I
probably?
mean, maybe he's just got to get there himself, as likely. Refresher has been picked up by Jabs.
That's must buy.
If he
He'd
can
queued
get
up an
big
Orchid
double
for a while,
RPs.
but he's really not really found himself in the Magnus. Not a hero I've seen him play that much. Typically it's ice, but he's not found many RPs when it's been needed for Faceless.
Now, interesting for Black as well, opting to 6-slot and no boots at the moment.
Yep. Doesn't want to get sprouted up.
And you've got to be aware of Samel's plays. He's got a refresher in his backpack and ready to go. The overgrowth here, with the cooldown as low as it is, there's no reason not to. Faceless trying their best, but EG certainly in the position to take this game. What can they do to stop it? Jabs eyeing up potential RPs. And looking towards them. Oh, that's a good RP. That's a very good RP. Catches two. Pops the refresher. Oh, he's not got mana for the second RP. He refreshes and walks home. They will pop the Aegis.
He's got it soon. He's almost got mana for it.
Okay. Can he get it off? There's the second BKB charge. Arteezy looking to focus for the Megas. Will get it. Nice skewer back. Where's the RP? There it is. He'll catch Artur, but not Stameo. They have the freezing field. The bashes as well. Arteezy now. Props the refresher. The second BKB charge, but the...
Again, you still can't push out. You're versing Treant. Like, this is where...
You have no creeps.
I've been in these games. When you're against a Treant with Ags, Octarine, you don't push out lanes. And the other big problem is he's got Nature's Guy's Blink Dagger, so if you ever go in a fight, he blinks, he bashes you. Another 2 seconds later, he bashes you again. Like, it's constant bashes coming out from Treant Protector onto a carry like Troll with a Rapier. You have to kill that Treant very quickly in a team fight. They're going to try to defend with Brood while the rest of the team push out. Looks like they've found Treant.
They want to get Zai.
Oh, he blinks though.
Zai, he's out.
Oh my gosh, he's fast on that one.
Goodbye.
Puts a tree down, so if they chase any further, he's going to overgrowth everyone. Deep wards from Nuts.
Did you see that as well? Nuts is got a Maelstrom.
That's
Get the creeps out.
an odd one, but sure, why not?
Dude, 60
Plus
damage.
60 damage, he's a carry.
He's a
Yep.
right clicker. Maelstrom CM.
GPM talent, you know, he's gonna again. You gotta play differently. You're against
You
Megas.
do.
This is not a.
This is a situation that we're not. It's not the most common.
You don't play Dota like you're playing Dota anymore. Very different game for Faceless. For EG, it's changes a bit now. Once you've taken all the racks, it's kind of frustrating because you're like, oh, we've got Megas, right? We've won. And it's like, actually, wait a second. We've got to win a fight first. And winning a fight where Faceless can hug their tier 4s or they're going to be jumping on you is not the easiest thing in the world. So they really want to try and play around these tree and eyes as much as possible.
XY in potential trouble. Jackal into the Sunstrike, bringing him down low.
But yeah, I mean, for EG, you're really looking for that pickoff. Wait till you can, like, they found the troll at bottom lane. Pickoffs like that is what's going to secure them the win in this game. So they're just going to, for EG, it's play patient. Wait your time. Know that you've got supports who are transitioning into the late game. All 5 of their heroes almost hitting the 20k net worth mark. Just the Wind Ranger a little bit away. And you've got 5 cores. Wind Ranger is played typically as a core in the mid lane, you know.
Crit is loving this. This is the most farmed he's been on a support Wind Ranger for sure in a pro game. This is, you know, he's, as you said, he is a core.
And I mean, majority of items are items you'd like to see in a core.
Yeah.
You know, Blink Forest minus like Bloodthorn. Hasn't got an Ags, may consider going back for one, but we'll see him hit level 25 soon. If he wants to get some attack range, he can.
Well, what does he get? I mean, the power shot at this stage, is it that?
With the, like, I've seen like some, I think it was an Abed clip where he had like Octarine with it and like had some like constant power shot spam. It was pretty clowny. I don't think you want to spam power shots because you kill the trees, you know. You don't want to kill your trees. Those are valuable things, you know. Friendly fire will...
Oh, Black's actually found Crit here.
Doesn't have an MKB.
Crit's got Zai coming across as well. Shackle isn't going to latch. Jabs tries to jump forward with the skill, won't grab him. But Zai should be in trouble here. They have the vision.
Meanwhile,
Chase him into
in the base.
tree line, and yeah, the base potentially in trouble here.
Oh, he didn't get the BKB off.
Arteezy will hex up Ice Ice Ice, but Ice 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 now gets the chance to BKB, turns towards Arteezy. The rest of Faceless are coming in. Arteezy into the tree line, trying to hide. XY has found him, but the BKB's out from Artor. XY looks for the rollaway, somehow manages to survive. Jabs, can he find something big with this RP? He's looking at Universe. Will be able to skewer him back. They need the damage to come from someone. Ice 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 will surround him. Dagon onto XY, blows him up. There's your RP. It's only going to catch Universe. The second one, though, will get Arteezy, the bigger target. Arteezy falling low, but Samael's there to cover his back. Comes in with the 3-man tornado. Buyback from Black. They're looking towards the Ancient. The Fortify's already being used. EG, finally, just before the 60-minute mark, are able to close off the game. As that was one of the longest holds we've seen in a while with Mega Creatures. Faceless tried their best, but Evil Geniuses just seeming to be the side with the more experience of games at this state.
Yeah, they played really well around the Nature's Prophet, able
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tiny.
EG's turn to pick.
Anti-mage.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, Game 2, Evil Geniuses up against Faceless. The drafts, as the day goes on, they continue to impress and surprise these final picks. Yeah. Tiny being picked up by Faceless. The artsy, the anti-mage, maybe something a little more that we're kind of accustomed to, but the black, the Tiny. I mean, what's the plan here? Why the Tiny?
It's a hero that can come online and fight, I feel. I was like looking at the draft and it's Black Heroes last, and typically he's a player known for his farming, like playing the late game, but you already have Shadow Fiend and Timbersaw, two heroes that need a lot of farm. So unless they want to go really greedy, have three heroes that all need a lot of farm, they wanted to get at least one of their cores who can come online fast and get involved. Tiny, with like a fast blink, can do that. So I think that, in my mind, is what Faces have in mind, like get that fast treads, blink, then start making moves, smoke around the map, find some kills. You've got Warlock. You want a team fight when you've got Warlock, Ursper. You've got this really scary team fight. For EG, it's like CM, Nature's Prophet, Ricky. Their team fight doesn't match up against yours, so I think they're going to use Tiny to try and force some objectives and to take those team fights.
We're very intrigued to see what sort of build he does go for on the Tiny as well, how early he prioritizes getting that blink pickup. I imagine, of course, the Ag's certainly going to be a nice pickup eventually this game against the Treants, the pushing.
Definitely been a like fun day for new picks. Like with the, I mean, first Valve Major on the 7.0x patches. We're seeing Bristleback mids. We're seeing like the first pick Shadow Fiend at Tiny coming out. A lot of heroes that maybe wouldn't have expected to see come out, like the Brood even making an appearance. It is the group stage, so perhaps the meta will kind of focus in a bit more come the main event, while the group stage teams are a bit more experimental. But we are seeing all kinds of different styles and picks.
See what sort of lane matchups we get. I mean, is there a certain pairing that you feel that one team is going to try and make sure that they have in this laning stage, in terms of their heads-up 1v1s and such?
It seems both teams are pretty happy with the standard laning matchups. Like neither team going for any kind of aggro lane. Both teams looking to secure their safe lanes first and foremost. We'll see XY likely securing the early souls for Shadow Fiend. I think that to me is probably the key thing for Faceless in like the first minute or two is get souls on SF. So whether or not Jabs is the one securing that or they have some other idea in mind, we'll have to wait and see. But interesting, Nuts is actually bottom with the Warlock. So they are going to do the 1v1, but it's going to be tiny. If you did a 1v1 against Nature's Prophet, like Theban mentioned on the panel, we'd expect it to be the Timbersaw there at 1v1. So interesting that it's actually tiny. Terrible zero base armor. It's not even terrible starting armor. It's no armor to start with.
Bottom lane trying to make a go here onto Ice. And Shadow Word will be onto Zai in response. XY comes across with a roll. It's like they no one to fall here. And Ice man's back up. Tries to force the back. There's going to be a second Frostbite though. Ice has to be careful.
Yeah.
Pull down fairly low. The Shadow Word here will be there for Nuts.
I mean, it's interesting. Something that the panel also mentioned is Faceless is probably looking for a way to go aggro trialing, but with the Timbersaw just doesn't seem like the ideal optimal way to do that.
It really feels like Black and Ice is more optimal for them to switch positions, but indeed this is the play that Faceless want to make.
Another
roll with the roll.
Ooh.
Gonna miss. Crit. Fine.
You hear the CM, that's that 280 movement speed CM, slowed by a roll and an Orb of Venom. You'll find a first blood there, but they lost their initial sentry. Do have a second one to try and deal with Zai here at bottom. I'm just confused. Like I would have definitely expected this to be. If they had Tiny bottom, you've got a stun. Tiny not great because all those early anti-mage hits would be against a zero armor hero, and that Tiny would be getting harassed heavily.
They might actually catch out Zai here.
Like
Frostbite will be there. I'll hold back XY, but with the Shadow Word ticking Zai down, gonna be close. It looks like he will survive though. He's tangoing up, and it's just enough to offset the damage of the Shadow Word.
Still doing a good job blowing this lane. Nice thing for the Dire side is they have got access to a shrine if they want to 3-man shrine it. One of the good reasons why these aggro trilines are so good. But Nuts TP's up top to where the Jabs is shrining, and it will use this shrine to go and secure some additional farm for Black, who isn't having the best time against Nature's Prophet. Isn't doing too bad, but he's chewed through all his tangos here. Only has the salve left to regen himself back up with.
Yeah, the mid lane matchup looking very good for Sumail at the moment, of course, with these early levels. 15 for 6 against the 8 for 1.
Yeah, you know, it's totally wrong as far as Faceless's laning stage objective. They didn't try and secure any early souls there, but they're going to get first blood top. Nice move from Nuts. Seems to just catch Universe by surprise.
Yeah, very nice from Black. He wrapped around past the secret shop, making sure that he could get in position behind the treants and ensure that he was going to get that toss off onto the Nature's Prophet.
They had the ward there too. They knew Warlock had TP'd there and was making that move up top, so bit of a misstep. Jamel mid.
Getting aggressive. The response will be there from XY.
Oh,
nice phase shift this roll. Surely he doesn't get himself out of this one. He doesn't. Jabs will pick up the kill. Very good quick reactions there from XY as he spots Sumail trying to make a play.
Great phase dodge, but still not enough. And yeah, XY in the right position and making a good call for Jabs to just bait it in. Like, let him go and you pretend you're out of position and turn it around to get that kill. So still a laning stage being heavily won by EG. It's reflected in the CS. All 3 lanes, CS lead is on EG's side. See how much that changes as time goes on, but not going to be... I mean, Ice can just right-click, use this max reactive armor. It's going to take support presence to do anything about it. And CM's probably one of the weakest supports to try and zone a Timber with. So Ice will have a good time in going for these annoying Orb of Venom type items. He knows he's never going to have mana, so if he wants to harass, he may as well do it through right clicks.
Yeah, he's going straight in on Arteezy.
Yep.
Arteezy in a little trouble as well. XY with the border smash, but not quite enough control that they need to maintain
close
heal potential. And in fact, it's going to be mid lane where the blood is spilt. Crit with the rotation to wrap around, shut off Jabs. Make sure that Sumail gets that kill in return in the mid lane that he did need after kind of losing his life to the rotation of XY earlier.
I think Jab's was trying to make his way to that shrine and couldn't quite get there, and will immediately TP back in. He does not want to die again with Ricky in the neighborhood, but again, we see XY. His mid's in trouble. He's there to help try and salvage things.
Still with that incredible CS lead on the puck. 29 CS here before the 5-minute mark. Sumail having a lightning start to this game 2, and we saw what he was able to do with a good lead at the beginning in game 1. I'll be on a very different hero. Certainly is going to be kitting up very good time with this rate of farm early on.
We'll see what the call is going to be as far as EG with their support movement. For now, they block some camp size. Getting the info as to what's going on. Yeah, it seems like they know that Zai is in the neighborhood.
Look at the roll onto Crit, and Crit smashed up and raised down. That fell. You're going to look for a second one, yeah, with the dust. Should get this Zai, he's got nothing to jump up to. So Faceless pick up a second. The 2 supports getting taken down. Some great involvement for Jams to find himself in.
Yeah, I mean, while this is going on, the 1v1 lane's not going great for them. I mean, I think Timber's lane is fine right now. Anti-Mage actually gets bullied a little bit, despite being able to burn all of Timber's mana. He just doesn't care with the poor man shield and constant 10 reactive armors up, so that lane's going well, but top lane is in a dangerous place as Black is getting ganked up by some smoked supports here.
And he's very low on health here, Black, as he sticks around. Looks like he's actually going to get away there. Crit, so he's just unable to... Oh, no, okay, didn't have the second spell, so just sitting on level 3 with the 2 points in the aura.
He's close with the phase boots. He can keep chasing. As the stick charges in, yeah, we'll lose vision at night, so return kill at the tower.
Crit ended up just diving in a little too deep and trying to hide. Yeah, tree line. Why? Finding himself involved in... How many has he been involved in so far? Yeah, 4 of the 5 kills. Some very tight spirit rotations in comparison to where we saw in game 1. XY kind of be a bit off the mark with the early movements, but this game already looking a lot more solid for the spirit player.
It's always one of those moments as CM when you hit level 3, whether you get the second point in aura or get that Crystal Nova point, going the 1-1-1 build, and that's a moment where he's like, man, I should have got the Nova. But typically, your team prefers the second point in aura.
On mid lane, Dream Coil dropped down, and looking for jabs with the Frostbite, bringing him down low. He's stuck in the cloud, tries to turn towards Sumail to get another raise off. Won't be successful, and Sumail, the straight up Dream Coil usage, enough control to bring down jabs in the middle lane.
Yep.
TZ still continues to be left pretty much on his own, and understandably being kept low by Ice, even with the mana being burned as we saw earlier. Just the right click harass even, enough to force out TZ to just play it very safe down here.
Yes, and the lane gets tougher now because Ice brings himself a Mango and he's about to get a Soul Ring, so he can actually use spells, able to threaten to kill with either a Timber Chain or a Chakram. He can pop a Mango and quickly throw a spell out. He can pop his Soul Ring and use a spell. He can pop his Stick Charges. He's actually no longer just an Orb of Venom reactive armor melee creep in this lane. See it now. Soul Ring, spell usage. Ice can actually fight RTZ.
Yeah, RTZ out to blink away. He's trying to bait him in. Zai's there.
Hey.
He's got 3 points in reactive though, and it's max stacks.
I don't think this will be close.
Yeah, well, Universe coming through as well. They should be able to control him. There's the first silence. Crit will have the follow through Frostbite to try and catch him mid Timber Chain, and indeed they will. They'll bring Sumail through as well to make sure that they can get the kill.
Took 5, but I think they needed every single one of those 5. Perhaps they didn't need someone like Anti-Mage didn't really do anything, but he baited. That was his role. The CM stopped the Timber Chain. The Puck gave the damage. The Nature's Prophet gave the damage. Ricky gave the silence. You know, all 5 of those heroes had a purpose, and with all their powers, they kill a Timbersaw. You know, that's sometimes just what you got to do to secure an Anti-Mage farm, and that's, you pick an Anti-Mage, you want to secure him farm. You don't want him getting bullied in his lane. A recipe for your disaster as far as your draft goes.
Base, of course, given to Black with those sort of movements up on the top lane. Redson still yet to indicate what his plans will be in terms of his first major item this game. I mean, he himself, we may see drums or such. Bottom lane in the river, Zai has been spotted out, dusted up, Faceless. Sells another here. Good support movement again. XY getting himself involved in more action.
money spent by the Riki, but ultimately another kill, and this Riki has been kept down quite nicely. 0-2, not many levels, not say a low impact, but has nowhere near what we saw like from some of like the bo3 games and dogfights on IGV. Hasn't been quite the nuisance as some of the other Rikis, but still I think effective overall for EG.
Eyes on to Black. Well, they've got pretty around, but between the two of them, I mean, yeah, adding in a universe could do it, but Black already playing very safe. Just heads back to the tower.
It's definitely the player / hero you want to be ganking right now. Slow down that blink timing. He's also perhaps the most exposed to those kind of ganks. Nuts is up there though, and yeah, they're just saying it's time to ditch bottom lane. We killed the Timbersaw once, anti-mage, fall back, jungle, and let's just give Timbersaw this bottom lane. Similar to last game where like they...
Bait Zion, actually going to see the spells come out from Black in time before the smoke screen. They have that sentry vision, but just a little slow with the call to make the go on in with the burst.
Really want to utilize this ward up here to try and jump, and they know Warlock is under-leveled. There's no rock anytime soon. Sumail's got a Veil, so he's very strong, but it seems like they don't want to dive the tower.
Look at the regen rune, so it could go back in, but yeah, it's going to be the mid lane where the focus is. TPing across, they're going to look to try and fight. Dream Coil dropped onto Jabs, so just go for the TP straight up, but the Mana Void is there to cancel it. They'll bring down Jabs. Get the SF, and will push Faceless away from this tier 1 push that they're attempting.
So Sisal TP out from bottom. He gets a bit low, but he's doing what he can to pressure and bully this lane. So nice moves from EG. They show a lot of heroes up top. They pretend like they're going for a push/dive, and it kind of baits Faceless into this false sense of security at mid, and EG used that to set up and quickly rotate. One of the real strengths of Nature's Prophet is his ability to instantly TP somewhere on the map. All they need is one hero to TP to the tower, like a hero with a disable to stop the TP. That's the puck. Anti-Mage is nearby as well with the disable, and they very easily and quickly overwhelm Jabs on the Shadow Fiend.
Top lane. See Universe come across. The pressure being put on by Black. Nuts. Yep. Still level 5 at the moment on Nuts, not quite hitting that 6. Chaotic offering that they'd love to have.
Seems like they're going to reach a peak on the Faceless side when they get both the Blink on Tiny and the level 6 on Warlock. Sure, where it looks like the Tomb of Experience was taken by XY's Earth Spirit.
A mid lane here, Ice walks in, but EG straight up crit with that Freezing Foiled and Sumail, Dream Coil. Certainly bring down a Timber, not giving two hoots about that reactive armor with the magical that they can offer.
Yep, level 6s on supports it's a lot harder and a bit slower to get them, but when you do get them, it can be very impactful. We see it there with CM. That's what Faceless need on their Warlock. Looks like let's say the Earth Spirit with the Magnetize up, probably the receiver of the XP Tomb on their side, but found that opening yet to use the Magnetize.
Zai. It's a vision up and position. They're seeing if we can spot out any of the farm movements. We'll grab the bounty rune as well. Faceless themselves hovering around this mid tier 1. Prepared for maybe EG make some sort of a play. At the moment, as we can see, Sumail top of the net worth still. And the other 4 very much neck and neck. The Universe, Jabs and Black all around that 4,500 mark. And yeah, it seems to be at this point, it's about the Blink Dagger timing. Sumail getting his, and Black getting his in return. Who's going to be able to start making the big plays once they come out? Who's going to get it first? And there we have Black with the first purchase.
Where does he go, though? Does he TP to a lane to try and smoke with his teammates? Doesn't really want to stay top lane farming. You ideally want to instantly try and find a pick-off with it, but there's Observer Wards in his jungle. Riki the perfect hero to try and scout this out, and it's like it's gonna happen now.
Offer from XY, he's got the dust. Yeah, saw Zai walking past to try and go for the TP out. XY trying to get out for the stun. He doesn't need it himself because Black's there with the TP in. And they'll chop him down. Ice, making sure that the deal is sealed. Take down Zai. Got one. That will effectively be the Blink Dagger reveal on Black if they were checking him out there. So they'll know that Tiny has that off online. And we'll be a little more careful, you'd imagine, as they come out across the map. Top lane, though, the push is coming through.
They just got 6 on Warlock, though, so they're Faceless are ready to fight. Chaotic Offering and Magnetize both up. Kind of seem to be hesitating. Do we go top? Do we stick around mid? Last time they went top, Jabs was left alone mid, he gets picked off, so I think they're wary of leaving Jabs alone, but at the same time, Tiny probably wants some backup to use with this Blink Dagger. Can kill a Crystal Maiden though if he manages to get close enough.
Towards the mid lane here. That's why being scouted out by Zai. The TP across will come through from Crit. So EG looking to form a defense here in the mid lane. Jabs actually waltzing straight up to the high ground here. They're looking to finish off the tier 1. They should get it, but the freezing field's been dropped. In response, great boulder smash to cancel the CM ultimate. The tower will go down. Can they get themselves out though? Zai jumps in with the Dream Coil. They'll try for the Requiem. The Frostbite's there to cancel it first off, but they'll get the second attempt on. And Samael taken down as he's tossed up by Black. Faceless with a perfect team fight there. They had the Golem. Jabs got the ultimate off at the end of it all, and XY at the start just making sure that the freezing field doesn't continue for more than a matter of a second.
Yeah, they had the right heroes sitting behind the Shadow Fiend to actually save him this time. You know, you can protect him with the Boulder Smash done, and most importantly, the Chaotic Offering, and all those heals. Like, you put a Shadow Word on him, he had the 1 charges, he had a Fairy Fire, he managed to block enough of the damage that EG's defense right there was entirely reliant on bursting down the Shadow Fiend. They know there's a Warlock scene behind him, they know the rock's coming, but they're hoping that with the use of the Veil, the Nature's Prophet ultimate, and just throwing all the spells they've got, that they can burst down that Shadow Fiend before, or even as the rock comes down. As long as they kill the SF and like trade SF for a puck, they're happy because AM is free farming. Unfortunately, it doesn't go that way. AM's still free farming. He was at bottom lane, he managed to get a lot of creeps, doesn't take the tower, but still looking like a decent Battle Fury timing, so all is not lost for EG. It's an objective loss. It is momentum Faceless' way, but this is where Faceless is meant to be strong. They've got Rock, they've got ultimates, they're ready to go. They're ready to fight with this Blink initiation tool that is at Black's disposal.
Question is, you know, as she talks about Anti-Mage, Arteezy closing in on that Battle Fury. Surely he's got to be the hero you want to look for. You can't allow Artur to continue the game without dying in these early stages. You know, 16 minutes in, they're yet to pick him off. He will become a big threat for sure. EG smoked up, now spot XY, more straight into the hands of them. I'll get a quick kill onto the Earth Spirit. Can they get anything more out of it? That's the question. Ice and Jabs already on the retreat. Zai looking to get the vision on the front line. Sprouts down to Ice quickly, chops down the trees, and with the heal from Nuts, Ice will be able to walk out. Jabs still thinking about potential to go back in.
5 seconds till a Requiem. I was about to say, it's surprising they're trying to force this fight without the rock up, but having an invis room, perhaps undetected by EG, gives them a very big strategic advantage here, and ISS is trying to bait.
Faces have got the vision onto Zai with the sentry down, but EG respecting the fact that there could be potential disaster around the corner.
Black's even showing top, like this is such a bait from Faceless. It's like, hey, our Tiny's on here, come and kill our Timbersaw, but this is a good call from EG. If they'd engaged there, Jabs would have ripped them a new one with a Requiem.
At least their Faceless may get this tower. It's already down to less than half health. And with the creep wave coming through.
Ice in the front lines with Hood, 1 charges, and 20 reactive armor is pretty much unkillable. Need like a good chunk of freezing field damage on him if you want to get that kill.
And we have it, tier 2. Get down at 17 minutes. On time as well with Arteezy picking up the Battle Fury. But of course now Faceless will have a much better potential of keeping control of EG's jungle and just trying to shut down where Arteezy is able to find fun. And talking about fun, Zai, as you mentioned, gets a free courier. I didn't have anything on, but a little bit of gold and shutting that out for 3 minutes.
Bad. And I mean, I like how Faceless have adjusted from last game. They're actually sticking together. They're playing around Ice. It's a very different game, of course. When you're playing with a Brood, you've maybe got this mindset where you want to have some element of split push. You want Ice to go off separately, but it didn't work out for them this time around. 18 minutes in, they're forcing a 4-man push without even having Rock up. Rock's back up now, and now they're like, okay, we're no longer 4-man pushing. Let's bring all 5, in fact. I say that XY's headed top. I think this is like trying to set up perhaps for a sneaky little kill. He will find a useful D-ward here. Well, he's trying to set up trying to set up for the Riki even.
Zai will be spotted out immediately. Black jumps up to the high ground with the combo, bursts down Zai.
Yeah, nice little Sentry Observer combo. You scout that Riki floating around the map and easy kills.
And I mean, this is looking to be another very early tier 2 from this push of Faceless if they can get this off. Yeah, backdoor
Black found Arteezy top. He cancelled the TP.
With the combo again, and then the follow-through silence. Arteezy in trouble. The Boulder Smash won't connect.
May still live.
But the Magnetizer's on him. He's with the 4 points in the passive. should be
Yeah,
fine unless they can get
Tiny
another
has to
blink
find
onto
him,
him.
and he's not even gonna. It's
It's
like a 1 in 10 chance to like figure out
Oh,
where
come
he's
back,
blinked
try
to. He's not even trying to chase off, but it's still a win because
Yeah,
he's not
got a
farming.
TP. Yeah, he's got to work his way around the tree line.
Make his way to the shrine. Perhaps he's can't really do a whole lot. He's also scared of showing in lane.
Fortified.
It's also like when the rest of Faceless is grouped up pushing mid, they're pushing around the Shadow theme with the Warlock Chaotic Offering. You want to have the Arteezy split push. It's actually a necessary threat. You want him split pushing top, Universe split pushing bottom, and when you're low in HP, it's harder to do that. He is back in the lane now. He sees enough heroes that he feels safe in doing so, but Black is again headed up top. There's no wards to scout this move. If Black sees Arteezy top, he may go for that kill.
But Universe was trying to put a bit of split pressure on bottom, but immediately ISO in, and very good at clearing back these pushes that come through from the Nature's Prophet. Extra gold into the bank, 2.9k, as he's closing on the Bloodstone completion.
Black is like camping this shrine, like waiting for Arteezy to come and heal himself up. He's been here for a good like 30, 40 seconds now, because he saw how low Anti-Mage was. He's like, all right, Anti-Mage, if he's not pushing top...
Is he still sitting up top, Arteezy?
Yeah, he's chilling on the tree. It's actually saving his life. If he pushes the lane, he's going to die.
He's going to push the lane.
No, he sees Tiny. Tiny's
Black's
showing...
revealed.
Oh, Tiny's in trouble, though. Arteezy's got friends in the neighborhood.
Oh, he's got a lot of friends.
But Black, again, similarly, very good map awareness from both carry players.
Got to be careful, Black.
Warlock, though, could be the X factor, but has been scattered out, so likely to catch EG by surprise with a rock. Yeah, it was, I mean, heads-up play from Black to camp that shrine, knowing that Arteezy, if he's not split pushing top, he may come to just farm the neutrals or shrine up. So he put himself in position to find that kill, but similarly, Arteezy reading the situation and not exposing himself to that threat.
Oh, the sentry dropping, finding Zai on the back lines. They don't have enough control ballers with the border smash. Will grab him the second sentry, that'll allow them to get the kill.
Nicely played.
Very nice sentry drop from XY. Immediately aware that it's likely that EG are looking to get vision behind the tower.
It's perfectly times his silence as the sun's wearing off. I mean, it's one of those things which is very commonplace now because of the stun bar timer's durations above heads, but it used to be saying that was almost possible to get those perfect times on, and seeing Faceless really play a much more coordinated team game here in game number 2. Very objective focus. They've taken 5 of the 6 out of towers. Likely going to set their eyes on Roshan soon as well if they want to. We've got Jabs in a position where he's got his Dragonlance. He goes for the BKB, not going for any kind of Shadowblade build. Just wants to be able to 5-man with his team, be on the front lines, tank up as much damage as he can, not have to worry about a smoke screen, a puck silence, and guarantee a Requiem in these fights as well.
How's Arteezy's farm looking? Well, we've got the Yasha, 1600 towards the ultimate orb as he tries to get that Manta style complete.
He's not number 1 on net worth, and I think that's really, if this was like a Anti-Mage game where he was 2-3k net worth ahead of the SF, you'd be like, all right. It's kind of like that game where you're behind on kills, you're losing towers, but you've got an Anti-Mage. I don't think you can say that quite yet, because Arteezy has been pressured enough and been put in positions where he can't free farm. Oh, bottom lane, they're going to go on...
top lane as well,
and
Black
top lane, yep.
in with the combo onto CM.
Meanwhile, bottom TP out from the coil, so...
Dire's middle tower.
Trying to use an Orchid to kill the Timbersaw there, but hey, Orchid doesn't stun and you've used Dream Coil, so you can't actually stop that TP out.
This is Faceless getting that Tidus, but they're getting so many objectives. But the fact that EG are still having their cores on the same level, if not just a little bit higher.
Arteezy's got the courier too.
Okay, that'll help out as well.
I mean, that's 2 courier kills. It's a lot of gold. That adds up pretty quickly. If not for things like that, this game would be a little bit more lopsided. It's actually
they
EG
should
net worth
get
lead.
Roche out of this though. I mean, Faceless are in there, and EG not in a potential situation to head over and contest it. Not necessarily going to be the quickest of Roche.
Yep. A couple courier kills, some creep skips later, and suddenly Anti-Mage has pulled ahead. This is where he wants to be. A good... I mean, for now it's 1,000, but it could quickly turn into a bit more with these towers.
Yeah, for sure.
He wants to be number 1 in net worth. Like, when SF's ahead of him, and this is not an SF going for any kind of a farming build, you're a little bit concerned. Now, the test for EG is, can we defend our base against this 5-man Aegis push? He's trying to creep skip, be as annoying as possible, but...
Well, XY will find the dust onto Zai, and Zai will be left behind. And we'll try for the TP out. They've got the Chakram in. Black is actually the man to pick up the kill with the Avalanche.
Yep. See what build Black goes for. Let's queue up BKB for now. I think sieging. He's not really the sieger in a lot of ways.
Oh, it's
SF is going
changed
to
as
be
well,
the...
actually. Now that's the Shadowblade.
Oh, Shadowblade.
Yeah.
Pickoffs. Okay. It seems like that's a sign that they want to change their game plan, where it's like, okay, this game may go late, and we've got rat issues, you know? Nature's Prophet split pushing, anti-mages constantly creep skipping waves. You got to address that, and who's the hero that can do that? It's only really Tiny right now, so Tiny and Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's going for a Force Staff, not a Blink Dagger. It's going to limit their catch potential there, so Tiny's really their best bet as far as starting off a gank onto someone like an anti-mage, so Shadowblade gives him that ability better than the Blink Dagger does, so I like the pickup.
Talking about Shadowblades as well, Universe going for a different build to what we saw in the first game. Shadowblade after the Orchid.
He's not ready for this one.
Yeah, Black looking for him. Uni as not going to be lucky enough to get himself out of this. Just that combo. Such a lot of damage from Black. And yeah, absolutely. This Shadowblade pickup from him.
That's the reveal.
Crucial to catch out these split pushes.
And even though you know now, it limits how you can split push and play the game. So knowing that it's there doesn't mean you're going to be fine. Like it stops you going for those active split push plays, and the game gets very different for EG as a result. But Puck definitely, Puck can split push. Good luck catching him. I guess the Shadowblade again is the option because you can stun out of the invis. And EG are going to be looking to play that late game. Midas Puck.
Yeah, looking for the Aghanims as well.
Would have gone back for this Midas after the Veil and the Blink. I didn't see exactly when he picks up, but it would have been like a 20-minute Midas or something. Quite late, but hey, you recognize the way this game's going. It's going to go late. You want to go that level 25 talent, of course, and you just get ridiculously farm on Puck with the Midas pickup. Money is the name of the game here. Not sold on this SF BKB. I feel like he's not going to find opportunities to use it. As the idea is very much, hey, let's 5-man force high ground with an Aegis, but I think EG split push is good enough that you're not going to... I mean, maybe these pickoffs are enough, but look, top lane, EG's already there. And mid lane, Arteezy, he's creep skipping and they're split pushing top. Good luck trying to siege high ground.
And that's Dive's courier going down a third time, and this time it had a heavy cargo on. It had about 3.4k worth of items on. That was the completion of the Hurricane Pike gone for the SF.
Yeah. I think Jabs misread how this game was going to go. Like, maybe it was his team saying, we're going to 5-man push, get items to push with, get a BKB. I don't know. What you don't really know who's making these calls, but the current position is they're not able to push because you go down mid, as we just saw. Arteezy blinks behind you. He kills the creep wave. Puck and Nature's Prophet TP in top. They're threatening to take your tier 3 tower. You can't push high ground right now. So this BKB is not going to pay off. He would have been much better off going for probably a Silver Edge Shadowblade of his own. Alternatively, just getting like a more stat-heavy item. This BKB is not going to give him any value yet. Once teamfights happens, great, but I don't think EG are going to be giving Faceless teamfights anytime soon.
Absolutely not. Because at this pace of the game, it is just going to be Arteezy and Samael increasing the gap between themselves. And well, at the moment, Ice and Jabs, the two highest on Faceless' side, but two heroes that aren't going to be able to keep up with the farm potential of Samael and Artors.
Really is a game of catch the rat, but this is a great item pickup. The Boots of Travel on Ice allow him to push out a lane and then actually join with the team. So this is what they really need. If you want to push high ground, you've got to be able to push out these waves and then come back to the fight. So Ice has the Boots of Travel. Problem is Arteezy again, mid lane.
Yeah, he's
creep skipping.
And there's nothing for Faceless to push with.
You need someone like Tiny on the case. The problem is the more split up you are, that's when EG jump you. If they see Timbersaw top, if they see like Tiny back not pushing with the team, suddenly you're split up 3-1-1 and they'll find kills. Now Arteezy with Manta Style can get out of the Earth Spirit silence, so it's very hard to gank him when he's doing plays like this. Not to mention just all the magic resistance means Tiny's combo doesn't really do much to him. SF hasn't itemized to do physical damage. Black will find Arteezy here, but damage. Oh, he gets the silence after the Manta. Bottom lane. Nope, not going to get the kill. No, he even messed up. He didn't Manta out the silencer. He Mantas and then gets silenced, but it doesn't matter. They haven't got damage to kill Anti-Mage without SF there. And they're going to lose the Aegis. It expires. It's kind of really, I mean, EG just playing really well right now, but I think Faceless had the wrong approach with some of their items. I think Tiny's are the right idea. Timbersaw, great idea with the Boots of Travel. It's really just this SF BKB, which isn't paying off.
And starting to look to take a bit of a similar slope as the game one, where we hit this point where Faceless, even though they had a reasonable start, are just struggling to to find what they need to do. They, they took the early objectives, tier 1s, tier 2s, they're gone. Yep. But now what? That's the question, really. EG have this game plan with these 2 cores farming up a treat, and Faceless are seemingly struggling to keep on par and keep up with the pace that EG are playing.
Yep. At some point, they're going to have to find some way to find these key pickoffs. Yeah, as I said, had a pipe queued up earlier. I was like, I don't think this is going to... It's the same reason why the BKB is bad. You're not going to find yourself in a position to push, so he instead switches up. Looks like Lotus Orb is going to be the item instead. Black Silver Edge about to come out, so we'll see some more late game oriented items from Faceless. But yeah, it's still going to be this ongoing issue of how do you catch the rat. Some exterminators here because constant pressure around the entire map is really being their undoing. Similarly, EG side, don't really feel like Universe has gotten much value from his Orchid. If he kills the Timbersaw once with it, the item pays for itself, and that was the idea where he made that TP gank bottom, but ISI's TP'd out himself when he got silenced, so... An item that could have theoretically found a timing where it punishes the Timbersaw, but now with a Lotus Orb, there's no way ISI's dies to the silence. He may die to the Mana Void. That's really the big threat for him now. Arteezy, very scary with Basher, soon to be completed Abyssal Blade.
Sumail will be caught out by the combo from Black. It's not going to be enough to initially burst him down. Sumail gets himself out with the blink, has the haste as well, good to go.
Yep.
And Sumail is out of there. I mean, Black is still looking. He's got another blink, but the Avalanche is still on cooldown for a second.
Silver Edge does give him a bit of added...
Oh, not the courier again, not the courier again. Not a 4th time sight. Yeah, we will be able to get us the speed.
I mean, Black Silver Edge does allow him to break the anti-mage passive, so you can get rid of the spell shield, but
yeah, still even it's a tanky AM.
Yes, it's exactly that. It's got 2k HP, and he needs a +1 still. The combo won't kill anti-mage. He needs a Timbersaw, or really, I mean, Earth Spirit doesn't really do a whole lot. Earth Spirit has a stun, but the Silence he'll Manta off, so he needs at least a +1. Really seeing Faceless' draft get exploited by EG, like they haven't used that rock at all in, what, 15 minutes or so, it feels like. They took that tier 2 tower bottom at the 18-minute mark, I think it was, without using rock, and they haven't used rock since then. It was that mid-tier 1, 15 minutes in the game where they last used rock. EG have just maneuvered expertly well so far.
On lane, trying to look for Crit. Crit actually able to make it out with the TP. They scanned as well. They knew that someone was moving in from the side, so they obviously identified that it was probably Black with everyone else showing down bottom. So EG just... They back the hell away from that. They don't want to look to fight around that place where, they've got no towers in the neighborhood. Very risky point to fight, and they really don't need to. Arteezy just continues to find the lanes, find the farm. He's very hard to get caught out as we keep going through. And, I mean, it feels like Arteezy's just got to make a huge blunder for EG to lose this game and Faceless have the chance to take it.
First real attempt at the high ground where there's no immediate split push threat. And they've killed CM.
Okay, there's one down. Faceless putting a heavy bit of pressure onto this tier 3. See what Arteezy's plan is going to be. Is he going to back up and help them? The Dream Coil, connect the stun onto Ice Dice, being brought down fairly low. Now with the Tricks of Trade, trying to force Faceless to back up. Jabs, revving up the ultimate. Get the damage reduction, not a huge amount of actual damage done by it. It's a nice border smash onto 2. Arteezy blinks away. Black actually with the blink combo, able to bring down Universe. And okay, with that, Faceless will open up the potential to almost certainly get these racks. The fortification will come out, but they'll stick around. And Faceless managing to do it here, outplaying EG in the full 5v5.
Yep. Oh, and that's the expected result. There's a 5v5 team fight. You expect Faceless to come on top, and EG have done an incredible job outplaying, outmaneuvering Faceless to avoid a 5v5 fight, but finally Faceless actually perhaps caught EG by surprise because the entire last 15 minutes Faceless has been trying to 5-man down mid lane. It's constantly, let's 5 down mid. Arteezy blinks behind, creep skips away, but down bottom, there was no one creep skipping the way. Arteezy was at top, he was actually at mid mostly pressuring the lane, so there was no real... His job up until that point had been to get behind, stop that following creep wave, and all they had to do was puck, veil, double nuke a creep wave, and there was no secondary creep wave to support a push, so I think EG didn't expect a high ground push coming through the bottom lane, and also without an Aegis, because up until then, Faces had an Aegis and were unable to push. So the fact they had no Aegis, I think, perhaps gave EG this false sense of security that a push wasn't coming.
After leads for EG, they know that the ults aren't there for a bit, so they can head into Roshan. Ice is going to head across. Can he go for any sort of a steal here? It's not going to happen in time. RTZ able to pick up the Aegis. Now looking to go in onto the Timbersaw. Jump up to the high ground for Samael. He drops the Dream Coil onto 2. Jabs still trying to punch Samael back out of this one. The Dream Coil still will connect. Have lost Zai. One to fall on EG. The rest of them will get out of there. But they got the Roche and they did get that Aegis into the hands of the anti-mage. Yep.
Still feels like Arteezy's going to struggle to fight into the 5-man death ball of Faceless, even with an Aegis. Like, having 2 lives doesn't really change the fact that your hero doesn't engage well into him. And again, we see this problem where suddenly Faceless have lanes pushed out.
The ults, pretty much there. I mean, Chaotic offering the only one lacking.
Yeah, a little bit lacking, but still, they've got the creep equilibrium in a good place.
Already Jabs down to less than half health here. RTZ jumps in on the back lines, goes in with the Abyssal Blade. XY hits him back with the Boulder Smash. Samael again with the burst, able to bring down the wall. They'll turn towards Jabs, popping the BKB, trying to run himself away. Ice is there on the high ground. They'll turn back towards RTZ. RTZ has to be careful. If they're going to be another bit of a stun coming through, they have the toss into the Boulder Smash. The silence as well. They'll bring him down once.
I think they need to get out now. Yeah, he's fluttering away on the SF. Does not want to get caught by this anti-mage.
Can RTZ find anyone else? He's looking at Jabs. And next Blink could just about do it. Good Hurricane Pike to push him back. Black's there with the Silver Edge touch. Zai jumping forward as well.
Bottom lane,
Samael is just styling on Ice. Brings the Timbersaw down. Black continuing to be chased down here. And with the Abyssal Blade, they may just get him. The Mana Void comes through. Black's out of mana. He's out of luck. He's down and out. EG getting some big kills.
It was a crazy dual bottom between Samael and Ice. Both players on like red HP. It is EG come out on top.
Big. I mean, I wonder if they're going to be able to force anything out in terms of buybacks. I mean, Tiny's down for 50. They've got the pressure already coming in on this top lane.
Really want to address the creepy glue room. Gem was lost as well. XY's gem now in Universe's hands, so that's a bit of pretty big gold swing in itself. Tiny really does not want to buy back. He's already struggling for farm. He's number 6 on net worth between all the cores. That is not a position that is going to allow him to scale into the late game. A buyback here would be crippling for his farm.
RTZ just making sure pressure's being kept on all 3 lanes.
Yep.
XY, the first smash. They do get the silence, but the Manto is still there. And RTZ gets it out. Samael jumps in and a dagon to the face of Nuts.
Dagon 5, this is brutal stuff.
They're going to turn look to Ice.
Yeah.
We have to get himself out of there.
It's so hard to play against this puck right now. He's unkillable, but just because he's a puck and, you know, phase shift, blink dagger, that's what this hero does. But then he also has absurd damage output with this Dagon Veil, all the int he's getting, the Aghanim Scepter for some additional lockdown. He can kill heroes so easy. And even if he's just throwing Dagon on the front lines, that quickly gets down SF to half HP. We saw Jabs have to kind of preemptively BKB just because he got Dagon down to like a 3rd HP when they were pushing. So EG may have lost a lane of Rex in the tier 3 tower, but they still find themselves pressuring lanes. And overall, like, the game plan hasn't changed. Like, strategically, they're still in a strong position. They've just got to make sure they don't expose themselves to that 5-man push when the Chaotic offering is up. It's going to be a lot easier to defend now because Puck can just jump the wall and instantly kill him if he uses his full kit of spells.
Black, he's queuing up the AC, but it's one of these guys. I feel like Tiny's like, maybe some of these heroes like an Ursa, you know, where you have that point where you get your key items, you're able to get kind of these single target bursts and find the kills. But then if you start to slow down and don't, it's very hard to get yourself back into game and catch up with a farm of someone like an anti-mage.
Viz next to the fellow Invis hero. Getting scattered out by a sentry though.
Well, it's the Dream Coil, all ults available. Just going to make the jump first. On the high ground, just smoke screen and the Dagon straight up onto the Earth Spear. The Chaotic offering will catch free, but Universe comes in from the side, takes down a second. They have lost Sai and crit.
The Axe Dream Coil though, stunning everyone for days.
Yeah, the rest will get away. Oh, hang on, Black. He's going to find RTZ. Does he have enough damage? No. Right. RTZ gets the blink off in time.
The AC giving him a lot of armor. This really helps negate these ganks when Tiny Who with the Grow Echo Saber does do some good physical damage, but AC allowing him to survive and really see the power of the puck there with that Axe Dream Coil. SF and Timbersaw both got caught by it, so they either just stand there still, can't really move at all, or they break the stun and then get stunned for 3 full seconds, so Very tough to play against this puck. We'll probably see like a refresher as a late game item pickup for Sumail as well. May even be his next item of choice. The Hero Blade could be really good on him. Hex is of course always a great choice.
I mean, what do Faceless have to do to win these fights? We saw then them using the big ultimates, but it does feel like with the lack of control. If they don't have a chaotic offering, it's the Tiny and the Earth Spirit that kind of have the reliability on their shoulders to chain stun a team and control this anti-mage, this puck as well. You know, as we're seeing Sumail just being able to jump all over the shot.
I think it's up to XY. Like you say, it comes down to the control to get kills. XY and Black, the two heroes that actually have reliable stuns and silences. Tiny and Earth Spirit have to come up big. So these two players, perhaps a Sheep Stick is on the horizon for someone like the Timbersaw, though he has queued up an Ag Scepter for now. You've got to find some way to control an anti-mage or puck to kill them.
They're trying to chase down Crit here, but the combo a little bit off the mark from XY. And Crit, yes, goes for the TP out and the trees and knows that there's nothing there to stop it.
One of the biggest problems too is this Riki scouting everything out. We're not really seeing a impact on any kill. As like this Riki's not doing any damage this game. He's not getting any farm. He's 2 and 10, but he gives Puck the vision. He finds the Warlock. He scouted out the Tiny, Shadowblading around. He's just got this gem. He's running around. He's dewarding. He's giving his team the necessary info to pick and choose fights and jump the right targets. It's really difficult for Earth Spirit to have an impact on it. We talk about how important it is for him to control heroes. Last fight, he got bursted down before he could use a single spell because Riki scouts him out, Puck jumps him, easy kill. So this Riki is enabling this Puck to find kill after kill. Sumail is having an absurdly good game because he's got this Riki just to find heroes for him, to find these easy targets.
Well, Jabs, a lot of money in the bank.
Speaking of a lot of money, good old Puck. Hit level 25.
All the GM will be rolling in for good old Sumail. And as you mentioned, Refresher's Orb's going to be the first item. Then, of course, he can become a bit of a Moonshard machine, which we, well, highly appreciated by Universe, RTs, and even Zai on this Riki. There's a lot of great heroes to get that extra attack speed.
Little Solar Crest from Timber. You know, you want some evasion. It's all right-click other than the Puck for a large extent, so he just wants some evasion. Even if it means Anti-Mage goes MKB, it forces him to go an item he doesn't want to go. And
there is, of course, already the Bloodthorn on Universe, so they do have some sort of true strike potential.
They found the Riki. Well, kind of did. I mean, the scan caught him, but then he moved out, and then they're, like, unsure where he is now. This Riki is Pest. He's going to camp his Observer. I don't really feel like Diffusal is necessary for Zai. Like, his job isn't to do damage. I mean, the Diffuse, it could be useful in other ways as a slow, but thinking like a blink daggger. He could be like the ultimate nuisance with a blink.
Oh, look at this.
Oh
upgraded bots from Sumail as he jumps in onto Zai with the Dagon, finds a free pick-off as Warlock's taken out. And that's
a great
sneaky.
combo.
It's sneaky. And they may even get themselves more here with the bashes here on Zai. Zai's bringing him down low. Has the Lotus Orb, tries to back off. The Manifold will still come through from Arteezy. But ended up bringing Universe down very low. Sprouts himself up. Universe actually somehow surviving here on incredibly low health. Will walk away. Again, the Dream Coil from Sumail making it hard. Oh, he's not going to make it though. Black's in with the toss. And they do end up getting the Nature's Prophet. So only losing the Warlock, getting the Fury in. That's a good trade for Faceless.
That Solar Crest, I want to say, saves his life there. Not for the evasion. Less so the armor, but the evasion, I think the Anti-Mage hits him a good extra, like 7-8 times. Not only does it do more damage, it gets him lower mana. The Mana Void does more damage. It's a very value pickup of the Solar Crest, and see if Arteezy feels a need to address it. I mean, the AM was largely picked up because, one of the big reasons is because it matches up well against Timbersaw, but at this point, you maybe focus more on objectives, and you say, well, MKB doesn't help take objectives necessarily. The BKB, the Butterfly may be better choices, and we'll buy the BKB for now, but see where this game goes. Talking about control, Jabs, I think recognizing you can't rely on your supports this game to control anyone. Not because they're doing anything wrong, but because this Riki Puck will just kill anyone they find. So Jabs is taking matters in his own hands. He's going into an Orchid, into Bloodthorn. He wants to be able to silence, control the Puck, control the Nature's Prophet, Anti-Mage, whoever it may be. He wants solutions of his own. And I don't blame him, because this is a really rough... this is the kind of game where it's just miserable to be a Warlock or Earth Spirit. It's so hard to stay alive.
And just going for the easy, safe objectives, taking the shrines away.
Yep.
From EG.
I mean, they get this Aegis. We'll see what kind of objectives they can get. Talking about all, I mean, kind of painting this vision that EG's in a really good spot. They're still down to Rax. They've now got to defend against an Aegis. SF is still a great sieging machine. Hasn't quite got his level 25 talent just yet, but has got the probably more important level 21 for the extra damage.
They've got the big ultimates. Chaotic Offerings back there and available. And as you said, yeah, we saw the music down bottom, get themselves a set of racks. So absolutely can go for it again here in the mid lane. Bloodthorn dropped onto Arteezy, forced him to back up initially. And at the same time, Sumail jumping in on the backliners, trying to force Fel to scatter, and then Arteezy just commits here with the BKB. The Chaotic Offering coming back in return. Jabs as well pops his BKB with the Requiem. Arteezy trying to focus down. Blackie's falling incredibly low, but yeah, the cheese comes through in time. Arteezy has to blink away. Sumail will end up being able to burst down the Earth Spirit, but the only casualty so far in this fight, Nuts still alive, gets the dust out onto Zai, who tries to go for the smoke screen TP out. He's actually going to make it. Zai will live. Nuts taken down by the right click of Sumail as he picks up a double. Sumail just trying his best here for the team to make sure that they get something out of it, and thanks to him, they do pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, Jab still has Aegis, but without Warlock, Earth Spirit, and Faceless, I think just going to say, let's try again another day. We've got to push out this top lane, and that's the end of the push. CM buyback, not really a big deal for EG, and not really something that Faceless can really try and punish or think much of, so very good hold from EG. Didn't quite get the result they wanted as far as trying. They really tried to burst down that Tiny before he could pop the cheese, but some good defensive plays out of the Faceless side, keeping him alive.
And Sumail just, with that talent, as we mentioned, and getting kills like that, but he's so rich. Refresher Orb, 3k gold on top. The money is just sailing into this boy's bank account.
He's going to have no problem at all. I mean, he's more or less 6-slot now. May look, don't even know if you necessarily want to replace the Veil, maybe just slot it out here and there with like an E-Blade or a Hex. But mentioned the possibility of Moonshards being pulled in. We'll be Arteezy queuing up the MKB. Kind of like it, like the Solar Crest. If you go on Tiny, you get Solar Crest. It's really annoying. If you go on Timbersaw, he's got the evasion. So it feels like Arteezy's job in these fights is to, actually take down a Tiny or a Timbersaw, and he can't really do that with this Solar Crest in play right now. So
I've got to be a little bit careful at the base. There is a crew wave on the bottom, removing that backdoor protection. And yeah, Universe TP straight in. They're looking for a bit of pressure. Dyers will fortify the base. Fortification now on cooldown for Faceless. We'll see if VG are able to get themselves back in and abuse this. They've got their eyes onto Ice at the moment. Universe, crit, and Arteezy ready to go. They'll jump straight in with the Bloodthorn, freezing field as well. He's tanky. Is he tanky enough? With the Abyssal Blade, they'll have the control needed. He will commit the suicide, and at the same time in the mid lane, Faceless.
Whoa.
They made the bigger play, getting both Sumail and Zai out.
That was the Silver Edge initiation. Black just goes charging in with a gem in hand and finds a big kill.
On XY, Boulder Smash onto Arteezy. Do they have enough control to bring him down? XY forces away the silence there just in time, but the Manta Star is available. Black doesn't quite get the avalanche, but he jumps forward, has the toss. There's the Bloodthorn silence as well. They'll kill Arteezy. Arteezy's down for 100 seconds.
Oh, let's say someone has to buy back.
Looking to TP out. Can he get out in time? He will. Will be able to get back, but a big kill there on the AM.
Yeah, immediate buyback. They recognize that one of those cores needs to buy back to defend and also apply split push pressure. Universe can't do it on his own. He's just going to get picked apart. Ice can push out the lanes, then Boots to travel into the mid lane. So Puck buying back, not only does it help split push, but it puts this kill threat. You can't just push mid lane with 2 heroes. Those 2 heroes may get jumped by the Puck, get Dagon refresher. Suddenly you can find kills. So it's this threat on the map that suddenly the Puck provides, and they're trying to hold on to this Anti-Mage buyback as much as possible. Faceless may be poised to take a second lane of Rax.
They've got Chaotic Offering. They didn't need to use it for that fight in the mid lane. And you mentioned obviously the strength of having the Puck alive, but at the same time, if he goes down a second time, here's Sumail. Faceless. And potentially, maybe even taking a second set of Rax. Sumail with the jump in. Actually looking to Dagon jabs down. They're actually going to expend the anti-mage buyback here. They're worried about how much Faceless can get done, and they may still be able to. They'll bring the melee racks down low. Fortification comes out from EG. Look at the Dream Cost done onto 2. Arteezy. Abyssal Blade dropped here. The Chaotic Offering in response to Arteezy has to be careful. He's spot the BKB in the Manta. Turns towards a potentially easier target, but Ice is too tanky. Black hits the combo on Universe. Universe is out. Jabs. Surviving with the Hurricane Pike, but Zai jumps across. Will manage to finish off the kill, but the kill back is there in return.
He lost his Aegis. He didn't have the he lost the Aegis like a good 15 seconds ago.
Oh, that's unfortunate for Jabs.
Yep. Great timing from EG. I think they knew that. That's why they bought back and tried to force the fight there. Puck refreshed to try and like double Dagon the SF as well. I like what Jabs did. He preemptively BKB. He had to there because Puck was about to throw a second Dagon with the second coil and kill him off, but...
I mean, yeah, looking at the right time, it must have been exactly, as you said, 10, 15 seconds after. So EG...
It's still expensive. That's both
True,
cores
AM's
buying back.
buyback gone. We
Pucks.
saw a buyback coming out from Faceless, didn't we? XY, I believe. Was he the only one?
Yeah, I mean, that's the support one's not the biggest deal.
For sure.
It can be if you're defending, but like when you're the ones pushing, like if X having a buyback on a support like XY, he's not going to be able to buy back and boots of travel and everything, but... I think Fortune has really changed for Faceless off of giving Tiny the gem. Like, Tiny having the gem has been the big thing. He's the one shadowblading around, and he's constantly getting scattered because Ricky would see him with his gem. Like, if Ricky has a gem and Tiny walks past Invis, like, you know where Tiny's going. You don't try and kill him, but you have that information. But Black being able to hunt down Ricky and find kills off of this gem has been crucial for Faceless.
EG looking to get potentially very aggressive on this top lane.
This is ballsy considering buybacks are not available.
They know that there's no chaotic offering, and that may be what they want to fight around.
Nice, the Master Troll. Look at that backpack of his. Not the backpack, sorry, the item queued up on his timber saw. He's got a single branch. That's his next item, OD Pixel.
There we have it.
That's going to win you
something
the Kiev
to timber
major.
chain, so pop it down, head back, and then you've got a reliable way to get back up to the high ground.
I just love that he does this stuff knowing that we're going to see it too, There's no practical benefit to doing this.
EG branch queued up. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe not feeling confident.
It ensures a good game. That was the Dota 1 mantra.
That's a good look.
Buying one of these ensures that. Smoke up now. They're going to try to see what they can do. They do still have to have at least a hero addressing the lane pressure.
And there's a lot of money on Black as well, and he had to spend any of this kind of 6k that he has sitting in the bank.
Probably torn between like Boots of Travel or Ag Scepter, or BKB is the other big one.
Or Rapier.
On Tiny,
I'd kill the AM, you know what I mean? Get your hands on him.
There's worse Rapier carries than Tiny. For sure. Not many.
Okay.
But there are some.
It's probably not going to happen.
And yeah, we'll see how things develop. No luck just yet. EG huddled up in their base. No one really showing. Only Zai out on the map, which is the way you want to play this.
Roach back up in less than a minute, and that certainly could be the focus for Faceless if they're able to keep control of this area of the map.
Like this from Jabs. He didn't have any HP regen, and now he's got the mask and he's going to get Satanic on his Shadow Fiend. It felt like he's getting... The beauty of this puck when you're defending high ground is you spam Dagon on someone like SF on the front lines, and yeah, he's got BKB, but you force him... You get him down to half HP, and he can't really... He doesn't want to fight when he's half HP with a BKB, because AM may kill him, so... Having HP regen like a Satanic is going to make a big difference for his life against the constant Dagon spam coming out from this puck.
Oh, Black actually with the jumping stun onto 2. Bursts down the Crystal Maiden. Arteezy immediately getting himself out of there. Ice TP it across, so look towards Samael. Likely to have the control, and needed a Samael indeed is able to blink out. That is CM down for 70. It is just a Crystal Maiden, but it's one hero down. You've got the numbers, and it is a hero as well that was doing a fair bit with the freezing field in these fights.
I think more importantly, you're like pushing high ground and there's no split push threat, and you're in your good position.
He pistoled himself with the Lotus Orb. Arteezy still will be fine. BKBs and Mantas trying to finish off Jabs. Again, the Lotus Orb's being laid down on Jabs, allowing him to keep himself safe. They'll kill Arteezy. I might be over. He's down for 100 seconds there. That awkward initiation from Arteezy. It's over. GG is called. EG tap out.
What an MVP Lotus.
Game 3, and just an awkward way to jump in. Yeah, the Lotus Orbs. Who was that from? That was Ice, wasn't it? The Master Troll himself. And just like that, bam. I mean, we see a lot of kind of games like this with an anti-mage where it's very kind of glass cannon-y at this stage, where one death, bam, it's over. A lot is resting on your shoulders. And just like that, the game slips through your fingers.
You know, that game ended unexpectedly, but it wasn't like anticlimactic. It was like, whoa, suddenly they went all in. They don't have buybacks. I mean, EG in hindsight could have just given up a second lane of racks. Like losing 2 lanes of racks with AM, Puck, Nature's Prophet isn't going to lose in the game, but they probably also know that, hey, we give up this lane of racks.
turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Queen of Pain.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Spectre. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm Spirit!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely, Rev. Final game, as he said, we want excitement. We're going to get excitement. There's a Storm Spirit, there's a Queen of Pain. We've got two mids. They're going to be looking for the big plays. We've got some big kind of late game potential safe laners. The Spectre, the Terrorblade. As we heard on the panel, they were a little doubtful on EG's lineup. They did favor what Faceless had. Do you agree, or do you feel that they're missing out something that EG have in mind?
It's always very volatile, this Spectre pick. Can get punished a lot in lane, but if you can get away with it, can reap the rewards at the same time. So Faceless have tools to try and shut it down. Some very aggressive laning potential from a Nature's Prophet. A Spirit Breaker, Warlock can be a very strong laning hero. So maybe tough for Arteezy. He's going to have to pick and choose where he looks to lane. It seems like he wants to go off lane. Perhaps thinking that he can dodge a tough lane like a Nature's Prophet plus Warlock, or even just a Nature's Prophet alone can be quite troublesome to deal with. So that it's going to be like an aggro tri-lane from EG, so to speak. But Faceless maybe wary of this. Like, it seems unclear where either team's going with their lanes. Ice actually is going to be geared up to go bottom now.
And I guess what that you feel is the lane matchup that EG want?
This is what EG want, yes. They want the Spectre plus CM against the Nature's Prophet. It's not necessarily a disaster for Faceless. I don't think EG wins the lanes because of that, but they don't want Spectre against like an aggro tri-lane. Warlock plus a Metamorph TB plus Spirit Breaker is a big problem for Spectre to farm against. But Faceless, another swap. Ice now heading top.
With
Musical lanes.
Down. Yeah, they saw Arteezy down there, so absolutely. Just making sure that they get the lanes that they want, Faceless. Saw a sentry drop down. Just had a range of the Observer of Faceless, so they've got that vision down there.
Yep. EG did get full 3 runes, but those banner runes are a bit overrated. They're 100 gold, it's nice, but it's not like a game changer by any means. Doesn't mean Arteezy gets a poor man shield at level 1. When there's harass coming in, that can make a bit of a difference.
So this mid lane matchup as well, Jabs. Storm versus Sumail, Queen of Pain. I imagine this is a lane where Sumail should have the edge, right?
Sumail, you gotta back the boy in a 1v1, and it's a 1v1 where Queen of Pain does do very well at early levels. The Shadow Strike harass is something very easy to get onto a Storm Spirit with his smaller range. So yes, backing Sumail here, and mechanically is a scary player to go up against for any mid laner.
Jabs, getting harassed back. Well, getting some early pressure in on the tower. Maybe a charge onto Sumail. Does have that blink.
Trying to secure some last hits for his Storm.
Yeah. To harass him back. And it's going to be interesting to see how much XY can get done in these early stages in the Breaker. A hero that we don't see too much. Some of the Faces have picked up in the past in certain situations. And certainly heroes that it does have a good answer for.
Oh, Korea! XY's got the slow.
Is he going to get a slide?
Not quite enough.
Yeah, not quite enough damage.
Got level 2 though. It's a bit of a jerk move, but at the same time it's also necessary. He leeches a ton of the Storm's XP, but the end result is he's level 2, and level 2 Spirit Breaker is a completely different hero from level 1 Spirit Breaker, so life is going to be a lot more enjoyable for XY. As a result, is he still looking for this Courier? No, he's just going for a bounty rune. The Courier's actually tucked in the trees at mid, interestingly enough, but unlikely that he wary of this.
Lanes at the moment. The mid lane, CS even. Down towards the bottom, looking at obviously this lane where we have both position 1s going head to head in terms of farm. TZ with a slight lead thanks to that early bit of backup, but he's actually being left on his own now. As the supports of EG, Zai and Crit looking elsewhere. Zai trying to help Sumail out a little bit in return after XY was putting that pressure on early in the mid lane.
He's learned from Sumail at the DAC All-Star match. Offlane Spectre won the international team the match.
Out.
It's a game-winning strategy. I think Sumail had a fantastic start that game, if I remember correctly. So, it's all according to plan.
Getting the solo XP, it's pretty nice. If you could get a good timing on that 6, an early horn. With especially heroes like the Queen of Pain on the map, can certainly result in a kill.
Yep. Yeah, it seems fairly quiet for now. The aggression's going to come out of Ice and the Nature's Prophet. He's going to be the one who can TP around, tip the balance of these lanes in his team's favor with a surprise appearance. Whether that's going to be like a TP towards mid, bottom, we'll have to wait and see, or perhaps even we see supports rotate towards top, but Storm is just getting constantly bullied. even back in the jungle now, just does not want to lane against this Queen of Pain with the 2 points in Shadow Strike.
Next white with a charge onto Zai, but no further follow-up being looked for. Just forcing that Ricky back and trying to open up a bit more space yet again for the Nature's Prophet. Ice, continue to farm.
Greed is the name of the game so far, and it has been. Like, it's been a jokingly called the Midas Major, you know. It's a lot of farm going on. We're seeing split push coming back in. We're seeing teams looking just to play in much greedier fashion, and that's no different so far with this game. Kind of abandoned mid lane, but that's kind of all Jabs can do. He just has no way of laning against this Sumail Queen of Pain. 2 points in Shadow Strike, enough to scare him out of the lane. Does TP back in now with full HP and some Spirit Breaker support, but he's going to quickly get pushed out.
Charge onto Sumail, making sure that Sumail doesn't have
Can he
any thoughts of
RNG
going
it?
in aggressive.
Oh,
He's got the bash. Is it going to be enough? Not quite.
There was an uphill miss,
There was
luckily.
as well. That would have brought Sumail down very low.
going
XY
for-
actually got the haste, and again with another bash. Oh, XY gets the first blood, and he's going to get himself back out to safety, no problem at all.
Not sure if Sumail perhaps didn't see the haste rune because the charge is misleading. You don't realize, you don't know his movement speed when he's charging in. You don't realize he has a haste, so I think that haste actually caught him by
Look at
surprise.
these TPs down bottom. EG looking to punish this aggressive push from Faceless onto Black straight away. They'll bring down the Terrorblade. They'll look towards Ice as well. He'll try for the TP out. Is he going to make it? Oh, he just does. The damage not quite there from EG to bring down a second, but at the least they do get Black on his Terrorblade.
With the Ice showing up, so not quite the result Faceless were hoping for. Gives Universe some alone time up top. And go just for the early Arcane boots, it looks like. No greed from him, no Midases. Arcane's into Blink, a much more standard build from the G offlaner. And let's see what the plan is for Faceless. Metamorphosis down, they don't really have any ability to further pressure this tower. Good defense coming out from EG down there.
Pressure onto Sumail. They're going to make another attempt. Are we going to see the RNG pull through again? That's the question. I'll get the bash there. Zai. We did come in with a bit of a counter reaction, and with crit, they will punish the Storm Spirit. So it's curing Sumail the kills here in this mid lane.
Oh, they got dust.
Yeah, XY. Near the bash. There you go. Absolutely bang on cue. XY will find something again.
Ice, not quite level 6. That's going to be the probably big level, one of the big levels for Faceless. Able to just throw that in globally to help the team out. Nice little like boost in damage. Another charge coming in. XY is really amping it up here in the early game.
See if he can get away with this. Has to be careful. There's a bit of a reaction coming from EG Zai, and of course ready to move over. Back himself away. Two at the moment, 6 minutes in. Farm are pretty even on the board. Slight edge in terms of CS for the cause of Faceless. Having just a little bit of a better time in the lanes. Very, very close in these early stages between both sides.
Dire's middle tower
Get a quick D ward on a fresh observer ward from Zai on that cliff, so they maintain some good vision control. As on the Ricky, and the next charge coming in bottom lane. Sonic Wave gang. Black goes down. He's on the receiving end of this.
Ice with a beautiful ultimate there, and they're going to get Sumail as well.
Great charge, given the vision they needed. There was no way for Sumail to juke it in. Ice rocks up. He doesn't even have like the phase boots. He's just happy with the magic wand, brown boots, rushing a Midas, getting involved early on, and that's a big couple of kills going his way. Skyrockets him to the top of the net worth charts.
They can get this tier 1 as well. That's going to be perfect for this Midas timing.
Yeah, so while Black's died a couple of times, I mean, I think the overall trade-off with how well Jabs is doing in the Storm, as well as the Nature's Prophet getting those kills, and Queen of Pain dying, big picture-wise,
big kills.
Yeah, it's going well, and immediately he respawns Metamorphosis. It was still up, so it allows him to pressure this bottom tier 1 tower. Whether or not he can take it, we'll have to wait and see. Ice in the neighborhood means it's quite likely they can get this tier 1.
Very hard for EG to stop this sort of play at the moment. There'll be a charge onto crit as well.
Yep.
Let's see if they're able to go in, how far crit comes forward. Faceless maintaining their position around it, and they'll take the tower. More money into the bank of the Nature's Prophet.
Already level 5 and a bit on Warlock at 8 minutes in. Often you're seeing these Warlocks rely on like that 10-minute tomb, but Faceless done a really good job distributing the farm, the XP. Spirit Breaker's just finding kills for the team. He's the under-leveled one, but that's fine. Like, the level 6 timing on Spirit Breaker is nice. It's a nice bit of boost in damage and lockdown, but the early rock synergizes well with the meta.
Black once again, though, on this bottom lane. And will catch him out. Trying to keep him alive here with the Shadow Word here. It's not enough. EG
Nice gank.
with the RP and the Haunt to get the kill. Maybe even more here as Arteezy continues to chase down Nuts. And yeah, with the Crystal Nova slow from Crit coming across the tree line, they'll get it. The charge will be on Tartor under the tower, but the Frostbite holds back XY.
Another Nature's Prophet
Oh,
ultimate with the Fatal Bonds!
Oh my goodness. Ice landing some beautiful bounces here. Casting at just the right point so that damage builds up.
That's so much gold. That's a solo kill. He gets filthy rich off of that.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Nature's Wrath just be that impactful at 9 minutes in twice so far, where he's done it and he's got these big kills.
The 2 points in Fatal Bonds, that was actually insane. He's going to rush a mech for his team, so as much as the greed is there, but ISSS is a player that really likes to kind of apply pressure, play super aggressive, and the mech gives him that capability.
For sure, yeah, he's really pulling out the team playing. And in game 2 and game 3, you know, game 1, this team was probably like, mate, don't do that again. No more of that brute stuff. Top lane will be bursted down as Samel jumps forward with the Sonic Wave. Can they get themselves another? Nuts is looking for the Duke in the tree line. Isn't going to make it though. Arteezy cuts through. They should be able to find him. I mean, he's trying his best with this fancy footwork. With the dagger on him, they'll take him down. EG, again, getting another kill for Arteezy. So even though Arteezy was taken down 2 times, he is consistently getting himself involved in the action.
Yeah.
A very kind of chaotic game already. 10 minutes in, 7 for 5. A lot of kills going on. Jabs being eyed up by Zai in the mid lane. EG do have 4 members in the neighborhood.
Coming up, will he drop the Remnant? He does.
The smoke screen down and the tricks of the trade. Have they got enough damage to bring him out? They do. With the Frostbite, they'll find it. And they're going to look for another. XY taken down as well as Zai jumps forward with the Blink Strike.
Great bait from Zai. Nature's Prophet doesn't really want to TP in yet.
Bringing them low. But yeah, the Shrine is ready. EG will be able to get themselves back up.
Ballsy blinking from Sumail, just going straight onto a rune. Putting your blink on cooldown and relying on the Riki for the smoke support. And it was enough, so... G. Get the result they're looking for in key kills, because this early game was not going... They're up on kills, but before I think that double kill at the top room right there, I think things were looking overall a lot better for Faceless, despite losing their Terrorblade a couple of times. Black has resorted to having to jungle farm, but the Nature's Prophet start and the Storm start was definitely a concern, but that does slow down Jabs' progression towards the Bloodstone.
See Zai and Crit across the jungle faces mid lane. Jabs will be joined by Ice for another tier 1 push. We'll see if EG can do anything in response to stop it. Yeah, the courier. Ooh, the Jukes. That Orb of Venom bringing it down to 1 HP. Oh, keeping it alive here. Charge from XY. Looking for Crit. Black's there as well. Crit will hold it back with the Frostbite. They'll pop the Haunt here. Chaotic Offering actually dropped as well by Nuts as they're really looking to try and go in on this CM. They'll zip forward. Crit gets himself up to the Shrine. Do they have the damage to bring him down through the regen? No, because Universe is there with the RP on 2 in the freezing field. Oh, it's a beautiful bait by Crit. Bringing Faceless up to this high ground. Crit, he might even survive, and he does. He walks it off. Oh, they got massively baited there, Faceless. Walking into the easiest RP of Universe's life.
Questionable plays, perhaps an understatement. Faceless just, I mean, they did get baited, but I feel like it was less credit to Crit for baiting and more credit to Faceless for just diving into a shrine,
into the high ground,
dropping a rock on a Crystal Maiden. That's the most baffling play. That Chaotic Offering was not the timing that Nuts wanted to use it for.
Damn.
That was just a Crystal Maiden, and the Haunt literally spooked them. They were like, "Oh crap, he's using Haunt. It's a team fight."
Yeah, too spooky for me.
That was just a Haunt illusion with a Crystal Maiden that was fought by the rock. So they didn't even kill the CM. But that's the thing, like you're dropping the rock in a CM and not even having the damage to kill her off. Like,
Crit's gonna feel pretty good after that.
Yep, that's one of those really big confidence boosters. If you're EG, you're just like, man, sweet, this game's going great now.
Those 4 kills. I mean, Ice of course was involved in the action. He got his mech complete, so still this very good timing on the Nature's Prophet. But as we see on the net worth, the 3 heroes beneath him all on the side of EG thanks to that last team fight that Faceless just kind of fed them on a silver platter.
And often you see like a big RP and a Haunt used like that, you want to take advantage of the timing, but similarly, Faceless, they've also got these long ulti cooldowns. Metamorph and Rock both use, so the downtime of the ult, like after a big team fight, if both teams use ultimates, all you can do is really farm, and for EG, that's fine. They got Spectre going for Radiance. They don't really mind too much, and when their ultis come back up, they're the ones who have the farm advantage and they're winning these fights.
See what they can do in terms of slowing down RTZ. Because at the moment, as you said, looking to close in. Halfway through, nearly towards the Relic. Mid lane, Zai. He's getting some vision here behind the tower with his positioning. Samaya to finish off the tier 1. But Faceless are there in the neighborhood. Ready to slow him down and stop him. RTZ. Got Universe and Zai with him. They may go for a kill onto Ice. The dagger's out upon him. They'll drop the RP for this one. Make sure that they get the solo kill. And he's pretty big, he's pretty tanky with the mech. And in fact, it's going to be enough. He survives. The turn up from Jabs to try and force them back. XY continues with the charge through onto the Magnus. RTZ will be able to get himself out to safety with the Horn. And it looks like no one ends up going down. But yeah, I mean, that mech, he was just too tanky. 3 of them going in, dropping the RP. I thought they'd have enough damage, but they didn't.
Without even, popping it. He's just all the extra stats and runs away, gets the T. There was actually a Storm smoke gank headed up top. Unfortunately for Faceless, the fight happened when they weren't close enough to back up. Ice. Storm did ball in, but he balled in from so far that he had no real mana to chase further. And the Warlock couldn't get off any of his spells, so wasn't quite the outcome they hoped for with the smoke not getting any kills, but 0 for 0 trade, and
yeah, it was what the Blink reveal as well on the Magnus.
Yes. Tower down. So, I mean, that's the one thing Faceless have going for them. They're doing a much better job, and that's the nature of their line, but taking objectives. Between the Nature's Prophet and the Terrorblade, they're constantly getting towers.
Look at this initiation with the charge. There is smoke screen to stop it, though. Jabs taken down by the Trick the Train. The freezing field from Crip. Brilliant takes down too.
What a smoke screen. That was beautiful. With the placement there from Zai, stopping the Nether Strike coming out. If that Nether Strike comes out on Queen of Pain, it was very likely a dead Queen of Pain.
Samel actually get aggressive on Ice. He's going to continue the TP though. There's no way for Samel to stop him. And will get out, still keeping himself at the top. EG keeping their 3 cores close behind the Nature's Prophet.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Again, with Black, he needs space, he needs time to step up the farm. Because at the moment, he's not where they need that Terrorblade to be.
Yep.
And RTZ, 2.1k, still on the road to that Radiance.
And that's a timing which I think Faceless want to try and beat. Like, they want to at least take a few more towers, take some fights around their key ultis, the Metamorph, the Rock, the fast mech. Like, these are not items they're getting to try and play the farm game with directly. Like, yeah, they've got 1 minus on the Nature's Prophet. They're likely going to go for a second on a hero like a Warlock, but they do not want to give EG room to keep farming.
This time, Ice surrounded. Sprouts up crit with the 3 of them there. 4 of them like that as well as Zai comes in for the kill secure.
These pickups really hurt Faceless because they want to be grouping up and 5-man pushing. That was their success in game 2. They managed to 5-man down a lot of towers, and feels like they've slipped back into some of their game 1 weaknesses, which is Ice off alone, trying to split push, trying to do like solo plays and getting caught out. That was where their shortcomings with the Brood game, and it's coming back a bit in game number 3. I think he's waiting for his team to group up as 4 and push a lane so he can TP in, and while he's waiting and pushing out a lane by himself, EG are just playing faster. Like, they're getting to Ice before the other 4 Faceless members actually get in position to push a lane. And I think the other 4 members are trying to get farm on Terrorblade.
And here, yet again, you know, Universe just not holding back with the RPs. He sees a big solo kill potential. He'll drop it. And getting Black, keeping him, you know, a step behind RTZ. Absolutely the play to make.
I think there's, a lot to be learned from just how he's so proactive in using RP whenever possible. It's such a change from what we saw from like Jabs in game 1, where it felt like 10, 15, 20 minutes went by and RP wasn't used. Just throw it, kill a core hero, kill a support if you have to, like whatever. Just use that spell when it's up. Especially when you've got a big farming carry to back it up. It's space created for Arteezy, or a kill created. Arteezy comes in with the Haunt, helps get the kill, and very easy setup. Faceless will now try and respond and react there. Grouped up around this mid lane. Black will be the bait / the hero to push it out. They can force this tier 2 tower, and I don't actually know how easily EG can defend without the Haunt and without the RP. This may just be a situation where they have to give up some ground to Faceless if they're not careful.
Sumail coming forward. Be a nice focus for Faceless to go on, but at the same time respecting the potential backup that he has. Now they'll go in with the charge. They've got the control with the Nether Strike as well. Beautiful lockdown. Oh, they didn't get the touch in time. Sumail gets out of it.
Yep.
And now Jabs is in trouble. He's zipped in without any more mana. It looks like he will be fine though, still with a backup. Sumail jumps down, takes the rune out from under his nose, but not killing Sumail there. So close.
Yep. Kind of stacked the charge and the vortex, but I think that's because Jabs felt like the charge wasn't going to land. He could blink before the charge hits if he reacted incredibly fast. It looked like the charge was going to hit, and as a result, losing that little bit of extra stun.
Oh, Sumail, he's got a Sonic Wave. He may play for the solo kill here. He's thinking about it. The heal might be enough to put him off, and it looks like it is. Realizes Nuts is there. Has Chaotic Offering as well, so Sumail not wanting to blink into a potential turnaround.
Now enough time's gone by that RP comes back up. Universe is ready to use it again. Ricky is going to be the hero to try and scout out those RP opportunities, and things continue to go well for EG. They've really had this uncontested phase of the game, and this is before Radiance even comes up. Arteezy is going to have that Radiance momentarily. He's farming incredibly fast. The Magnus is fighting him, giving him the Empower, stacking neutral camps as well for him. They're really doing a good job of playing around the fact that Arteezy needs some space to be effective this game. And again, we see Zai scouting out.
Oh, able to deward the deward attempt for Nuts, but he's got the second sentry.
Yep.
And this time we'll be able to secure the control around this area.
And Nuts knows there's a ward on top there because there's no other way Ricky has the high ground vision there to be sentry, but won't be able to get it right away. And EG are ready to take a fight. They've got Radiance. Yeah, coming out in the courier. Radiance good to go. Likely we'll see 4 heroes group up mid, try and take a fight. Arteezy farm some neutrals and then haunt in. Very difficult for Faceless right now. It's very hard to get off a good Chaotic Offering when Spectre can so easily kill the Warlock. It's going to force you to almost drop a early rock that's going to be too premature. It's just going to be almost wasted if you want to throw it out just to save yourself or to throw it before you die to a Spectre Haunt.
And of course that charge Vortex combo between the Breaker and the Storm isn't going to quite cut it against Sumail anymore. He has the Lincoln Sphere complete, so he's going to be that little extra bit slippery to control of. And
back. Get found. Nope, they find a spawn.
They'll go for Nuts first. Make sure that he doesn't get a chance to get up the Chaotic Offering. They just do it quick in case he drops it. And they will be able to bring him down very, very swiftly.
Don't think if he dropped it there, it would have probably been a big
Yeah,
mistake.
there's no one else around. Yeah,
I mean, he had the TB there, but that was not a fight they want to take. Cut your losses, hold on to your rock, and try and take a team fight somewhere else because they've seen the Radiance now. They're probably thinking, oh geez, Arteezy, I thought didn't we tri-lane this guy? And nope, he's got a 20-minute Radiance on his Spectre and continuing to farm at this bottom lane. Brit's got his Midas on Crystal Maiden. He's been able to get away with this, so he'll farm a fast Glimmer Cape, get some utility items now. Midas going to be the pickup for Universe, so the EG recognizing they've definitely securing the late game with these Midas pickups, and there's no additional items. Like Magnus has Blink Up B. That's what he needs, and nothing else for like at least like the next 10 minutes of this game. So you can easily get away with this Midas.
And it really feels kind of as you mentioned earlier that Ice, even with the farm and the lead that he has, and there's obviously very nice kills that he got early on, it's slowed down what he's been able to do at this point. He got the mech, not really been in a situation or a team fight to use it. He's looking for the Bloodthorn. It's got 4k on his way towards it. But the pace has really slowed down for Faceless, and as you mentioned, it just feels like that favors this Radiant Spectre.
Yeah, even though Black has died a lot more in the Terrorblade, I feel like Nature's Prophet's deaths have been more costly.
The smoke screen is just a disastrous setup for this Storm Spirit, ripping Jabs to pieces and ready to look for more. Crit will be caught out by the reflection. Black looking to bring down Arteezy with the Golem chomping into him as well, but Universe comes through with the RP. EG once again getting a 4th, maybe getting a 5th, and they do. The Sonic Wave comes through, no chance for a Sunder.
Got blocked. The Lincolns pick up Queen of Pain. Not afraid of no Sunder, and a full team wipe.
That is, yeah,
a single
disastrous
kill.
I mean, this series so far, it's been kind of back and forth, but this game now 23 minutes in. It's looking very hard for Faceless very early on.
Yeah, they've missed some of their timings, haven't been able to really play around the meta plus chaotic offering push, and I think a lot of credit this game goes to Zai finding so many key kills. His smoke screen usage has been fantastic. He's been a big reason that they've been able to secure kills on heroes like Terrorblade.
It just destroys. I mean, the Storm. Yeah, it just destroys Jabs. He's got no answer for it at all. And it's not like he's a hero that's going to be building anything that's going to give him an answer to the smoke screen.
Some 4-staff Storm Spirit action going. Probably not the build.
I guess you're getting your team to just build yourself something like that, but no one in a position to do so. So Jabs is. Unless they've got to have vision of the Zai. Yeah, they've got to get Zai out the fights before they go for them.
That's when you know things. Your drop's in a weird place if your Spirit Breaker has queued up a 4-staff in his quick buy area. Not a hero you'd ever really expect to buy this item, but hey, you need a 4-staff somewhere.
You've got to save whoever gets smoke screen. Perhaps
Nature's Prophet could have gone for it, but I think Ice is like, I'm known here with farm. I need carry items, and there's Orchid. He's gonna some DPS this game. See how that works for him, but that's really a big problem right now. Is lack of damage, and still got like, I mean, if you fight with meta and get like a good rock off, things could go Faceless' way. I mean, they're definitely close to a couple of key kills there, but EG just have such a big team fight. RP, Haunt, Sonic Wave is just brutal right now, and it's hard to really talk about Metamorphosis as a big team fight spell when Black has limited items to back it up. Storm Spirit has a Bloodstone, which is nice, but got massive follow-up potential out of that, outside of that, so tough game for Faceless now.
And the fights that they have to find these fights if they want to hope to catch up with the Spectre. We're closing that gap between the Terrorblade and the Spectre now at this stage, when RTZ pretty much has the Manta done as well, is going to be incredibly hard unless they can find these team fights with a good chaotic offering. But we look at what we've seen so far, and you look at the tools that EG have, they just have more in terms of AoE team fight. The Freezing Field, Sonic Wave, RP, Faceless, they are going to go for a smoke. Jabs looking for the initiation straight in onto Universe, making sure it's hard for him to get off a good RP. He still gets it off, and that's going to be enough to kill the Storm Spirit. Double kill for Samael as he comes through with the Sonic Wave. Crit will fall in return. Black doing quite a lot with the Metamorphosis.
He's a good
Is it going to be enough? Falling low, but he doesn't get it off in time. He's down. Samael survives with the triple kill. Arteezy's still alive. Samael just cleaning up the backlines, picks up an Ultra. He'll pick up a tier 1 to boot as well. Samael just starting across them all. Ice comes in with Jabs. They're looking for Samael. It's a huge kill if they can get it, but they can't. He blinks out Jabs. Still trying to zip and find it. Samael, will he go down? He finally does. It's a big kill to find.
That's a dieback though, OD Pixel.
Yeah,
that
and
was...
Jabs is probably going to go down as well as Arteezy and Zai chasing down. A Storm gone as well.
That's 7 deaths on Faceless, including buyback money from Ice's Nature's Prophet. That's...
It's tough. I mean, they killed Samael, but as you said, it takes quite a bit to kill that man when he's having a good game, and he's having a good game, he's having a good series. Samael has been incredibly stable in this series.
Yep.
And his Queen of Pain performance is no outlier. 13-3-8.
Went all in on the Magnus there, and they killed the Magnus before the RP. Great. Not sure if Storm.
No, he still got the RP off.
Yeah, he still got the. It's like
yeah.
I don't know if there was a smoke on the Storm there. Couldn't quite tell, or if he just didn't get the ball. Like ideally, he's trying to ball lightning dodge the RP. If you constantly ball lightning when you're on top of him, he can't really RP because you can dodge it. But Universe wins that battle there, and Jabs goes down. And I mean that was the dream time to fight for Faceless. You know, you've got this 12 Bloodstone Chad Storm. He's going to have a very short respawn. You're happy for him to ball in, fully commit, die, and then come back. And ideally, Storm, like, you kind of know the Storm's going to die there. He's putting himself in such a deep position against, like, Spectre, Quap, Smokescreen from a Ricky, Frostbite, but you're hoping that he can set up the TB and the Nature's Prophet to do a lot, and then when he respawns, he wins you the fight, but they couldn't get kills elsewhere. Terrorblade doesn't, again, 2 fights in a row, couldn't get off a good Sunder. It's so key for Black because there's so much AoE damage. He's always getting low in these fights. He has to get Sunder off to stay alive. But all these heroes are Queen of Pain, has a Lincoln's. They're pretty good at kiting. Magnus has Blink and Full Staff. Ricky goes Invis. Spectre can be pretty elusive. It's not easy to find a Sunder target.
Very easy. More than halfway towards Diffusal Blade as well. And, Ricky, Zai, pretty much has his done. It's the recipe to go. It's looking very sketchy for Faceless now. 27 minutes in. Sometimes, you know, the kills don't really tell the story, but this game, it certainly feels like they do. 31-7, and the lead in terms of goals certainly apparent as well. Zai will be going on. Quick tricks of the trade. He'll survive, and in fact, Jabs could be in trouble. The counting offering will be there to hold them back. Jabs zips back in. Again, the smoke screen still there. Has to be careful. The Haunt coming through. Universe in the midst of it all. The RP lands onto 3, getting Faceless caught down. And now, as 2 are out, XY will charge back in. He's looking for Zai, will get the Ricky kill, but Universe again turns around with the shockwave, picks a 3rd. Arteezy's there to clean up a 4th. And once again, Faceless are just having to throw a full team, just getting 1 kill. This time it's not even Samel, it's only poor old little Zai.
And EG just have gotten this lead that they're not afraid to play aggressive around. They aren't scared of the rock. They recognize that Faceless have a formidable team fight, but they've just got such a big item advantage. Sumel's at this point where he's incredibly tanky. He's over 2k HP. He's got that level 20 HP talent. He went plus 10 strength as well at level 10. He gets a lot of bonus survivability through his talents, not to mention his item build. Lincoln's Veil, he gets extra armor, extra HP, spell block. He is such a great frontliner to have, and as a result, it's very difficult for Faceless to actually win these team fights despite having Warlock, TB. I mean, that's really it. At this point, that team fight looks lackluster. If there's a Haunt up, there's no way you win those team fights. Manta Diffusal for Arteezy. This guy is, yeah, he's way too farm now.
And this is really a point as well where the game becomes very hard, not just for the team, but specifically like XY Spirit Break. I mean, what do you do in these situations? I mean, we did see him obviously guarantee the kill at the end on Zai,
Yeah.
but every move he's going to make is going to feel very suicidal jumping into this lineup of EG.
He's going to try and, yeah, dive onto the Disablers. Someone like a Ricky, if you can stop a smoke coming out into your Storm, stop a Frostbite, stop an RP. That's kind of his goal, is just be disruptive. Try and stun as many heroes as possible with the charge through, because that's what's going to be able to set up Black to do as much damage as possible with Metamorph.
Zai's being charged. Jabs and Ice there, quick to find the kill.
Okay.
At the same time in the mid lane though, it looks like Black's being jumped. Universe in with the RP. Black no chance to play his way out of that one with the silence coming in as well from Samel. And down for 50 seconds. They don't have the TB. One of the forces that they need is not even a very strong one at this stage. Bottom lane, EG ready to try and move across for more kill after kill as XY losing his life. So 37-9, 30 minutes in. It's looking to be quite the beatdown here in this final game 3.
He's showing up here. He's Queen of Pain. Always been one of his kind of signature heroes, and not exactly a hero you see much in competitive at the moment, but if there's anyone who can make it work, it is Sumail, and the whole EG team have really... They're looking like the tier 1 team that I think people expected them to be at this tournament. They're often a team talked about, oh, they're slow to start, they have bad day ones, they have bad group stages. Well, this is much more like it.
It did take them a couple of series to get through, but they're back there now.
Game 3 of their second series of the day, but you know, they're there, and it's always like an adjustment period. You don't know what the metagame's going to be. You have some strats in mind that you think are going to work, but in practice they may not be as strong as you think they are until you're playing tournament play, and you're versing opponents who you don't quite know what they're going to do. Like TNC was a very dangerous round 1 opponent. Faceless, another kind of volatile SEA team who have some very high ups and some low lows, but we've seen that in this series, and EG, though, proving through a lot of their experience to be the better team right now.
Looking for the smoke play onto Samel.
Tough
Can
kill.
they get him? He's already blinking away.
Can't initiate, like, you can't charge him, can't Nether Strike, can't Orchid him. This Lincoln's block is just very pesky.
Jabs does have a BKB now, so there is that answer to the smoke cloud. Not the optimal item for a Storm Spirit, but definitely something that he's just been forced to build this game. And they're actually going to find Universe. Universe quick with the Force, tries to go for the skew out. In response, the Horn comes through. Universe, oh, he gets the RP. They just walked into it. The Sonic Wave as well. Jabs falling low. He's still trying to move across to finish off Universe, but they've lost 2. They're going to lose Black as well. 3 down on Faceless. And Universe, he survives. He gets out. They turn, they kill Jabs. It's a 4th down. And yet again, this is just a public beatdown for Faceless that they are receiving. 41-9. Yet another team fight absolutely lost.
Down to just 3 Bloodstone charges. It's hard, but you've got to be able to at least ball lightning that RP sometimes, and that's like 2-3 in a row that the ball lightning dodge hasn't been there with, and Universe is just like, oh, you jumped me, I'm just going to throw my RP and hope it hits the Storm, and time again it's hitting the Storm Spirit. G will take a, feels like a fairly fast rack. So still 33 minutes in, but boy, yeah, EG is just dominating right now.
Radiant's middle barracks is falling.
You know it's potentially over when the Ricky says I'm building an Ags.
Radiant's top tower
Zai feeling that doesn't really matter what he builds. I mean, I guess it's still kind of cool. You jump in our toy haunts around. It gives you a free taxi ride. The jump in though from Jabs. Looking to fight. They'll get the bash onto the CM. Glimmer caked up. XY looks for another strike. Universe jumps forward. Has the skewer onto the Storm, and Jabs is down for 60 seconds. XY's out as well. Again, 4-5. This time the full team wipe. And they'll tap out. It's enough. FL, they can't take any more of this as EG, with the beatdown that I think EG fans will have been waiting to see from them. They finally got it here in this final game of the day, and they'll take the series 2-1, of course, thanks to that.
Yeah, that's a reassuring win, I think, for the EG fans out there who looked at EG as probably one of the top contenders here in Kiev and probably felt like, oh, it's a slow start, are they going to bounce back? Well, yeah, this is absolute stomp from EG. They from the get-go, they had a I mean, they didn't like stomp the lane stage or anything. Like Spectre was playing the off lane, was getting deep